Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the United States. It's springtime. It's perfect weather here for racing in Central Florida. It's time for one of the most difficult races on the endurance calendar, the 12 Hours of Sebring. Between GTP and GT3 class cars, 50 teams will have to learn to respect the bumps across 12 hours of racing. Practice going on right now, final practice here at the Sebring International Raceway. We welcome everyone to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, round 4 of 5 in Season 5. Brings us here to Central Florida, one of the most iconic racetracks for endurance racing, for sports car racing as a whole. I'm Carmen, Sienna, alongside me, someone who is iconic in the sports car racing sphere on iRacing, Taylor Mills, a sports car champion multiple times over. Taylor, welcome to the start of a broadcast here in the Platinum Endurance Championship. Sebring is a very special place, a very difficult place to make races happen. What are we expecting to see tonight with over 50 cars on track set to take part in this event right now? 42 set lap times, looks like 51 total will be involved in today's event, especially given what we saw at Spa 3 weeks ago.
Well, as always, Carmen, thank you for the glowing introduction, and what a pleasure it is to be here for the start of one of these races. I'm so excited to be able to sit here and shout and go crazy and show my love and appreciation for a good chunk of sports car racing here at Sebring International Raceway. Of course, first opened on the 31st of December 1950, which was nearly 74 years ago this time around, and with 50 cars on a racetrack that is it's not particularly long and it's not particularly wide either. It's going to be, as always, a race of traffic management, and for success in GTP, it's going to be who can slice and dice through those GT3s with as little trouble as possible. So with that being said, expect a lot of aggression from the GTP class in this race today, especially through the section on the run through Cunningham. Then you've got the back end of the circuit through Gendebien and Lamore as well. Plenty of opportunities to overtake in Sunset and Turn 1. Plenty of opportunity for aggression into Turn 1 as well, because it's one of those few parts of the track where it's very, very wide, and there's a couple of different lines that you can take, but you've got to be careful because of how the corner tightens up on exit. So we might see the GTPs going for a couple of dives right to the inside of that wall today, but they're going to check up massively on corner exit just because of how quickly that dirt and that grass comes up to here. So plenty of danger, plenty of frantic movement, and plenty of racing to come here today at Sebring International Raceway.
This track, obviously, as you mentioned, founded back almost 74 years ago on an old Air Force base that was being used during wartime efforts here in the United States. Now it's one of the most historic places for racing. How things have changed. Not the first time we've seen an airfield turn into a popular place for motor racing around the world. 5.79 kilometers is a lap length here around Sebring International Raceway. It's a pretty long racetrack here in Central Florida, and the weather's going to be very adjustable today. It's going to be 25 degrees centigrade right now. That's going to go up a little bit as we get ready for qualifying in the start of this race, and then it's going to come back down as the race progresses. The wind speed, you see the flags moving, 15 km/h winds, almost 60% humidity on track here today. It's very humid this time of year in Sebring, and the drivers will feel that across 12 hours. Very physical, very humid, very sticky here in Central Florida. Cloud cover, you see it also there.
Yeah, fortunately, the driver's not necessarily having to deal with any of that humidity in real life today, but with the recent changes to iRacing and the Tempest weather system, it's affected, it's much more, it's put a lot more emphasis on how the wind and the wind direction and the wind strength actually affects how the cars handle. So it used to, and it always has done, but you definitely feel those changes of the wind a lot more aggressively. So you got to be able to optimize and adapt to how the wind conditions change based on where you are on circuit to try and optimize the lap time. But with the variation that can be on show today here, you could have a headwind into sunset on one lap, and then a tailwind on the other. And if you're not prepared for that, you're going to go for a little bit of a spin on all that bumpy concrete.
Absolutely, and obviously fantastic stuff here. And you talk about the GTP aggression that we're expecting to see. There's a reason why that GTP aggression is going to be so prominent here. The points gap at the top of the board is a single point. The difference between Rider Engineering and Project Valorous, the 50 and the 76 here today. They put themselves ahead, class of the field, by head and shoulders above everyone else so far. But we've seen Sebring be the place where the tides can turn really easily. Again, it's Rider Engineering right now at top of the board with 82 points there. That's the team that we saw. Obviously, that's I believe that's Jan Korbs that's leading the way for that team in that 76 car. Just trying to get back to where they were back in Season 3, where they were expected to beat championship contenders. They ended up finishing second going into that last season, not scoring a single point in their championship run, looking to find some redemption. Right now they've had that in spades. Project Valorous, what was Project Dynamic Grain, have come in as a full force effort. 3 GTP class cars, a GT3 class car to go with it. The 51 right now sitting 3rd fastest in practice. The 50 is fastest here in practice. Jacob Solerski behind the wheel of that 50 car right now, putting it at the top of the board. Very interesting to see how this race really turns out going into today. Very importantly, I'm not seeing the 76 of Rider Engineering Esports. Actually, no, they're right. I see it. Jan Korbs is in the car, 7th fastest though. Definitely not where they want to be on this board, behind both of the main Project Valorous GTPs in practice.
Of course, this is only practice at the moment. We could have loads of different teams on different, sort of practice strategies at the moment, like we see in Formula 1 actually. Some of these folks could be out there on high fuel. Some of them could be out on qualifying sims to really get a feel for what their cars could do. So not too much to be gleaned from practice so far. It's only really going to be the next session where we actually see how much relative pace people have. But you were talking about how Reiter are very much looking for a bit of redemption this season. But I think it's safe to say, from the last corner incident we saw in Monza a month or so ago, they very much had their redemption in Spa. Coming back in force to win that race in a dominant fashion, putting the entire field at least a lap down. A fantastic little bit of driving from Jan Korbs, and typical IndyCar driver, Josh Tucker. So to see what these guys can do out here on track today, Jan Korbs has always been a very, very fast driver at Sebring. Very difficult to keep up with when he's in the zone. So it's going to be one thing to look out for, is to see if people are going to have an answer for him today.
Now Solerski looking fantastic here at Sebring. You talk about how different qualifying and how different the race is compared to what you see in practice, and it certainly can't be any more true than here at Sebring. Traffic going to be an absolute nightmare once we get into this race, as it typically can be. But this is not Monza. This is not Spa. This is arguably the slowest track we ever go to on the calendar this season. Remember, this calendar had Daytona, Monza, Spa, and it has Le Mans in 3 weeks' time on May 18th. This is by far the slowest of the bunch, but it's probably the most challenging of the bunch too. 12 hours everyone has to go through here, and we saw, just like we did with Monza, the 8 hours there in Monza, it can come down to the very final minute to determine things. We also think about how much that race have really determined where Rider Engineering stands right now. It would be head and shoulders for them ahead of Project Valorous right now. Project Valorous would still be trying to reach for them right now, but instead, the 50 car is right there with them.
Yeah, we know how fast Project Valorous can be though, so don't write them off too early. As we've talked about the traffic around here, it can be tricky. So if Reiter can't manage to pick their way through it, even from the front of the field, if they do end up qualifying on pole today, it's going to be about, that's going to be the race decider. We're going to emphasize the traffic management a lot today, because if you ask me, that is the most difficult part of this track, is just getting through those GT3s. But you've got to do that with the pressure of other GTPs on your tail, chasing you around the lap here. as we follow Norbert Tamas just picking through a little bit of GT3 traffic there. And you can see when there's not so much traffic on the road, it's quite an easy task. You've got plenty of straight lines at Sebring to catch traffic in. But the problem is when you get to the places where you can't really get through traffic, they're places where you really can't get through traffic. I talked about that little 3-corner section in Sector 1 that Norbert Tamas is approaching now, turns 3, 4, 5, and 6 down towards Big Bend. You can't really make any moves on track. You can if you're being really aggressive, but they're not really the sort of place where you go for an overtaking move. Because as we stay on board with the Magic Arrow 55 here, just look how skinny this section of track is. There is no room for error at all here. And if you're trying to go side by side with a GT3 through here, it's more than likely going to end in disaster.
Yeah, riding on board right now, that's the 55, the defending champion in the GTP class, which has not had a great successful defenseful season here in the Platinum Endurance Championship. Kind of just watching from the sidelines as the top 2 in the class this season duke it out here. They're 4th fastest. Norbert Tamas, Aaron Avener, and that entire gang have done a phenomenal job as far as just trying to be in contention, but bad luck has really struck that team twice already this season. They've ended up not being able to finish, despite leading, I think, a lion's share of the laps in GTP class. They've not seen the checkered flag where they wanted to. Right now sitting 4th fastest, right behind the 51 Project Valorous machine of Christoph Jatura. You've got the 23 07 Racing GTP up near the front as well. Davide Favaro for 07 Racing in the GTP class, sitting 2nd fastest. Not something we're used to seeing there. We are used to seeing the GT3 class car, which is right now sitting on a different part of the racetrack, and a little bit of latency there for Lorenzo Castellani. This team has been dominant. 2-time class champions on the run, looking for a 3rd. They expanded the GTP class team, and that GTP class team is learning as they go, but it's not affected the GT3 class team in the slightest. Didn't win at Daytona, but has won the last 3 races on the run. They have been almost undeniable here in the GT3 Pro category. 92 points. They're 10 points clear of Simrace Sweden, sitting with 82 points. So a 10-point gap there with 2 races to go. The most important races of the season, though. Carbano Esports JD GT3 Pro with 68 points. Just like what we saw with GTP, GT3, there's a 2-horse race at the top, and then there's a head and shoulders distance between 2nd and 3rd. And we're seeing that in spades in GT3 Pro as well. GT3 AM, as we look further down the order, Lithium Motorsports, 93 points for them so far. Native Delta Academy with 73, 20-point gap there. A little bit harder to claw back from if you're Native Delta Academy. They're a little bit closer to 3rd place than what they are to the championship leader, Smurf Race Team, up to 3rd after last race results at Spa. Cabano Esports GD GT3 AM sitting in 4th place in points. Rider Engineering's GT3 AM car sitting 5th place with 49 points, tied with Team Racegator Blue in that category. So there's some battles that still need to be determined over the next 2 races. A reminder, this is race 405. There's a 24 hours in France on May 18th. But everyone's got to get through Sebring first. So a lot of points on offer still as we go through here. 36 hours of racing remain in the season. And that is that's a really big ordeal when you talk about, you know, the margins we're seeing right now. 1 point, 10 points, 20 points. Now's the time to sort of start making up that ground if you're going to make it up. And right now, Project Valor is trying to do that and trying to show their strength here in doing that.
Yeah, you talk about those 36 hours of racing we have left in this entire championship. To put that into a little bit of context for those who aren't aware, 36 hours of racing is about an entire Formula One season. If you roughly estimate the races are about an hour and a half, you get a 24 race calendar. So we've got an entire F1 race time, an entire F1 season race time to go in the space of 2 races. Endurance racing is just a completely different beast compared to any other form of motorsport. So to that effect, gotta give massive credit to 07 Racing, the GT3 squad, who've managed to keep their winning ways consistently over the past few rounds, because that is nigh on impossible to do in this form of racing. because we have a very unique effect that happens in endurance racing where fatigue sets in at the end of races, especially when you're looking at these 12 and 24-hour events. You've got to make sure that you're well rested enough to stay sharp right at the end of the event, because that's when the moves actually get made and where the points actually get won. So credit to 07 Racing, who've managed to not only stay fast themselves, but avoid all of the other fatigued drivers on track, whether that's been GT3 cars that they're putting laps down or GTP cars that are coming through the field.
Absolutely, and obviously GT3 Pro not on an island. I think 07 Racing, they're atop of the board in GT3 Pro as far as practice times, but just barely. RPM Racing once again fast in practice, within half a tenth of 07 Racing. But it's about where you're at, not only in qualifying but in the race. Can you hold a candle to that team that has been so blisteringly consistent across the board here this season? We're going to find out as practice comes to a close. Project Valorous leads the way in GTP, and 07 Racing leads the way in GT3 as we get ready for qualifying here in Sebring. Not in Belgium. We're not in Belgium anymore. Looking to see the cars that are coming out on track first. It is going to be GT3s. They get their way and come out first for the first 20 minutes of qualifying.
And this is it then. This is where the bread is buttered for the start of the race. Following the 07 Racing car we were just talking about, Lorenzo Castellani still on board for that car. And now it's all about getting those tyres into that optimal window. You don't need to do too much weaving here on iRacing. Just taking the car around the lap at a reasonable pace will be more than enough to get the tyres up to temperature. Big braking zone into the hairpin here, always handy for getting the heat into the tyres. You get a lot of heat dissipation from the brake disc itself through the rim right into the core of that tyre, and that's what helps get the tyre up into its working window. It's going to be a game of getting those tyres prepped as soon as you can and getting them in exactly the right window that you want, because tyre temperature is so important around here, especially in this section of track where you see they're running over some very, very, very old concrete. And there isn't much of this racetrack that is new surface. In fact, they very specifically avoid resurfacing the track where they can, because it gives it quite a bit of character and makes it really tricky. But the concrete itself doesn't offer much grip at the rear, at the front. So you find you get a load of understeer and oversteer just coming at you all at once. So keeping on top of that, keeping your car on the road, keeping it clean and making sure you scrub those tyres as little as possible is what's going to be really important to get a good lap time here.
Castellani, one of the first cars out on track here for qualifying. As we sort of just browse and peruse through the field here, that's Castellani in the 201. He'll probably start the race as well. Winston Eckel for Simrace Sweden, second in the championship standings in GT3 Pro. Right behind him there in the Ferrari 488. There's Steven Van Kampen for Simrace Sweden's Esports Academy. There's the another pro car there for Simrace Sweden. As we go through here, looking for a little bit further down there, there's Lorenzo Strauch for Team Race Getter Black. And then you have Canio Lopez for XPD Racing's GT3 program, who just went wide there in turn number 1. But it's all eyes on Lorenzo Castellani. He'll be the first one to set a lap time as long as he keeps it on the pavement and not in the grass. And that is another thing. Go off track. If you go for a spin, go for a wild ride. If it's your lap time, and it's wasted time here. And time is precious. You only have 20 minutes at most. We're already 3 minutes in. Every lap is precious here at Sebring.
Yes, indeed. It doesn't really matter so much that going for a spin invalidates your lap time, because if you're doing that, that's certainly not the lap time that you're going to carry through to decide what your grid spot is. But Lorenzo Castellani probably still getting those tyres up to temperature at the moment. First lap isn't really where it's at. It's that second lap and maybe even that third lap where we're going to really see the times start to tumble. But loads of traffic out there on track at the moment. Look at that track map. It is so dense. There's so few cars at the moment with a good bit of clear track in front of them as we follow the Slippers racing team through turn 1. very fast, very high speed, low grip corner. Plenty of bumps on the inside of that track as well. Most of the bumps being right on that inside as well by that wall, which is where you want to put the car. So you turn in for that corner, you got loads of grip, you hit the bumps, and then you bump out wide. So the corner invites you to take so much speed into it. But then you get to the apex and it's like, actually, you know what? I'm just going to throw you to the outside. See that curb and that grass out there? Good luck, have fun, don't die. But getting it tucked in really nicely for the hairpin there. And that is Lorenzo Castellani through for the first lap time of a 1 minute 59.9. Sim Race Sweden Esports following shortly behind, but only able to manage a 2 minute flat 0.433. So the gap currently at the top of the field. No, RPM Racing just pops in a lap time. And a 2 minute 0.288, 3/10 behind the Zero Racing Mercedes right now.
Some lap times coming in here slowly but surely as we look through the grid here. With the top 10 times here as everyone begins to set their lap times. Following Paulo Fonseca for Asia Motorsport, as Castellani was 1 lap and done, came back down pit lane. So he pretty confident with right now where the fuel load is, they're going to just keep that car as light as possible for this qualifying run.
Yeah, I do believe that's Castellani coming back out on track now. No, perhaps I just saw a different car. But yeah, time's very much rolling in right now, but 07 Racing still 3/10 clear at the top of the field. The rest of the grid looking quite tight at the moment. SR Technic less than a 1/10 of a second, no sorry, just over a 1/10 of a second behind RPM Racing. Sim Race Sweden Esports is just off the qualifying podium right now, but being followed by a couple of tenths by Unlucky Luke Racing. AZR Motorsport have put themselves in 6th place so far, with a 2 minute 0.695. So it looks like it's going to be a bit of a challenge for these GT3s to get under 2 minutes at the moment. So perhaps if Lorenzo Castellani has banged in a 1:59.9, even though he's going back out on track again, that might be our pole time if he can't improve.
And that's going to be the biggest thing. Can you improve with traffic becoming more and more important? Now Castellani's in traffic here. He's got a little bit of traffic in front of him to deal with. Charlie Lund Nilsson, you know how good he can be. Rolling through the corners here. See if he can improve on his lap time this time. He does, but still 2/10 shy.
Ooh, Strumenti DS Racing. Pedro S. Montiero just put in a time good enough for P3 so far. 2 minute 0.270. Plenty of a nice little bit of clean air for him to run in there and able to make the most of it. As we follow Fabian Lorenz in the Firefly Racing Blue Porsche. Comes across the line, does not improve. Stays 11th for the moment.
For the down, Carlos Miguel Duarte for the AM Class Asia Motorsport White also did not improve. Another AM Class car coming around the last turn, Sunset Bend. Trying to complete a lap time to get into the front row for AM. Gonna be a little shy on that, staying behind Miroslav Sotarov with Native Delta Academy. Just ahead of him there in 3rd in the GT3 AM category. Trying to browse and peruse who's close. Alberto Moreno just went 3rd fastest and immediately gets himself reset, but he is now on the 2nd row ahead of Pedro Montero.
Yeah, those lap times starting to come down for the rest of the field now. Lorenz Castellani currently on a lap though. Whoa, as we've had an off. We've had an off for the Core Motorsports BMW. I don't quite know where that was. Was that just before Big Bend?
I believe that was turn 7.
Tricky enough to go off there. It's a massive stop into the hairpin. There's plenty of runoff to use, so you can be brave on the brakes, but super easy to screw up your lap time down there. Again, there's plenty of bumps in that braking zone. So easy to get thrown off by them and have a lap time just disappear like that. But Mark Lopez, I think, building up for a lap at the moment on the run down to Sunset, or is this a flying lap? It's hard to tell without any sector splits, but feeding the corner through Sunset now. Nice late apex, keeping it really tight to the inside there. Look how the bumps are just upsetting that car, just making it lean backwards and forwards on its suspension. Cross the line he comes, and yes, I think this is to start a lap. So just looking to pick that braking point into turn 1 and try and turn into that corner as late as possible. Pick up that throttle as early as you can. Be really careful not to run too much over the curb. Harden the brakes just after those first set of cones. Follow the curb on the inside as you can, as it feeds you nicely out into turn 3. Running that curb, oh, that might be a bit of an off track for Mark Lopez there. And it's put him offline for turns 4 and 5 as we come through turn 6, and he has abandoned that lap. Yeah, I think just an off track there on the inside of turn 4, and he's decided to come around again and give it another go.
Zachary Livinggood, the American driver, also up early this morning to set qualifying laps for Lithium Motorsports GT3 Pro car. A 234 coming around the final corner here, trying to make magic happen. Currently sitting 20th fastest. Not where they want to be here in qualifying so far. Looking like a decent lap so far. They've run the most laps of any car on track, so Livinggood just kind of grinding out some lap times here. That lap was not an improvement, staying 20th fastest. He was off by 2/200ths on his previous lap time, setting a 201.76. His best lap time at 201.74, so he's close. Right now he's being out-qualified by 5 GT3 AM class cars. The fastest GT3 AM class car is Lucas Dirksen for Unlucky Luke Racing, 396, setting a lap time of 2 minutes flat, 0.59, to be in the top 10 in GT3 as a whole, sitting 9th fastest in GT3.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of improvement at the moment. Perhaps the track conditions not quite where they are. A little bit of cloud cover's just come across the entire circuit though, so that's going to help bring the track temperature down and perhaps the lap times. 07 Racing, Lorenzo Castellani, who we've talked about a lot this qualifying session so far, actually wasn't able to improve on his last lap, only managing to set a 59.97, which is still 400ths off his fastest lap. But perhaps now looking to take advantage of that cloud cover to try and get another lap time together, as we do stay following Lucas Dirksen through sunset. Another driver choosing to keep that really tight inside line and pick up that throttle as early as he can. Got a little bit of slipstream from the car in front of him here. Comes across the line to no improvement at the moment, but this could just be the start of a lap.
Well, that was an improvement.
Look how close is to the wall.
It was an improvement by almost half a tenth there. 2 minutes flat, 0.53 there for Dirksen, extending his gap by half a second now as Nate Adutza by Sim Gear. Vladislav Shopov goes second fastest, 278. Now on the front row, they've dispatched RPM Racing's Charlie Lund Nilsson, who is on a lap now. That Mercedes going to try to make it an all-Mercedes front row, but now the Porsches have come to play.
It's going to be really interesting to see the dynamic between all the different GT3s here today, because we know these cars are quite well balanced within iRacing. But of course, some of the cars are going to have different different handling characteristics that might suit this track more than others. I think we're quite lucky with Sebring that there's quite a wide variety of corners, so that should play into the strengths of each and every car at some point. But that dynamic is, of course, as always, going to change as we get later into the race. As the sun sets, the track light, the light of the track gets dark, the track temperature drops, the air temperature drops, and the density rises. A bit of increased drag and a little bit of increased downforce as well is really going to change how these cars handle.
Take a look at the weather there on the right-hand side of your screen. The air temp's not changed so much. I think the cloud cover is doing a really good job of just keeping the temperature pretty stable. It's a track temp to keep an eye on, 38 degrees centigrade. The track temperature here at Sebring right now, the humidity is staying about 58%. That's still kind of important with how everything's feeling right now. The wind speed, you talk about how much that changes. It will change throughout this race with how low this track is compared to sea level. It's more exposed to higher winds and higher wind speeds as we go along this race, and that does have a play as far as how you attack some cars going into certain corners. You don't want to attack a car going down towards Sunset Bend and end up encountering a headwind. It's almost like deploying a parachute to the front of the car. So you definitely want to try to figure out where your car feels the best and really sort of just gauge where your car is at any particular point, because as we mentioned, different runs as this race goes along, as the track gets hotter and then eventually cools down as the sun sets. The track will evolve, and it'll evolve either towards you or away from you, and you have to kind of keep up with that and adjust it. Everyone's got some adjustments they can make with tire pressures and so on and so forth. Right now, everyone just kind of locked in and dialed in to what they want to do for qualifying.
But with that track temperature drop, we are now down at 37 degrees from 40. Canio Lopez just set a previous best in the final 2 sectors. And I'm trying to see if he improved his lap time at all. Yeah, there it is, straight up into the top 5. It was actually a purple fastest, session best sector into and then out of the hairpin. But he's just set a session best sector 1 as well. He's just set a session best run through Sunset. He's on a run at the moment. Someone else, though, has taken the session best out of the hairpin. So someone out there is on a flying lap at the moment that's going really quick. But keeping an eye on Canio Lopez now, coming up to that sector where he did set a purple time last time, not improving on the run through Big Bend, nice and hard on the brakes for the hairpin, just clipping those curbs where he can, just, keeping it to the inside of the fast right, flicking it over to the left of the fast left, and staying on the left-hand side of the track for the braking zone, down into Cunningham. No improvement in that sector, so if he's still up, he's going to keep going, but at the moment, it's not looking likely for an improvement.
You notice how the sun is back out and shining now across the entire racetrack. The cloud cover beginning to dissipate once more, so the track temp about to begin rising once again as Vladislav Shopov once again back up into the top 5 there, but he's been dispatched out of the second row by Dominic Commentator for Team Red X Semsport. The 807 team, and the 286 is the actual car number. But Commentator sitting right now in the 4th position. They just recently got to that point with a 2 minutes .08. The top 3, however, within a tenth of each other. It is narrow at the top of the board.
It's getting closer, isn't it? And as the track temp climbs back up, we're gonna. I think we're just gonna got words. Give me a second. I don't think we're going to see much more improvement for the GT3s in this session. Oh, there it is. There's the lap time. Canio Lopez seeing something in that lap that I didn't quite. I did see a couple of other purple sectors pop up, but a 1:59.957. Negative delta by Simgear. Shopov jumps to the top of the standings with a 59.6. I completely missing the fact that 07 Racing improved with a 59.7, but negative delta by Simgear destroying that lap time and going clear at the top of the standings by actually less than half a tenth of a second.
That's absolutely wild. Alberto Moreno, Carbono Esports JD just went 4th fast ahead of Charlie Lund Nilsson. The pressure is cooking up here with less than 5 minutes to go, coming to 4 minutes to go in qualifying for GT3s. Montero did not set a lap time that improved, actually almost a full second slower on that lap time. Charlie Lund Nilsson on a warm-up lap here. So he's setting up for one final major run to try to make things happen in that 2:10. For RPM Racing, that has gone from being 2nd fastest to 5th. And they're just trying to get out of the way of traffic here in Sunset Bend. And they're going to come back down the lane. Wow, that is absolutely wild.
Nice little bit of drama in the closing minutes of qualifying there, but still plenty of times to come as we follow Lorenzo Castellani again, currently on an outlap, setting up for what will likely be their last flying lap of the session. Gonna have, hopefully for them, a nice little bit of slipstream down, well, throughout the entire lap with Winston Eckel just in front of him. It's not going to do too much for him to start the lap, and perhaps the dirty air won't be so attractive through turn 1. So if I'm honest, I'd expect him to back off a little bit and try and create more of a gap to the Ferrari in front, so that you've got as much clean air coming over the car as possible for your flying lap.
Castellani, I think, is going to set up for one more major run. Shopov in pit lane at the moment. This is a quieter part of the qualifying session. Everyone warming up for one final push as the pit lane is going to become more inviting here.
Alonso's pit. Yeah, the track temperatures have shot up by about 5 degrees from when we last checked. So I think a lot of guys not finding those conditions as attractive as they were earlier in qualifying.
Yeah.
So choosing not to get another run in because you're not going to be able to see an improvement, as we do see the GTP start to roll towards the end of the pit lane for their part of the qualifying session.
Yeah, some drivers taking their part of the session. Pedro Montero did get an improvement back to the top 5 there for him. Orlando Tejero will come around the final corner as well to complete his lap. But the field will quiet down as we get ready for GTPs to join the field and get ready for qualifying here in Sebring. Lorenzo Strock, the Team Race Getter Black, will cross the line here. 19th fastest, make that 17th fastest in the GT3 Pro category. So they did gain a couple spots there. Mark Lopez going to come to a stop and reset. One more GT3 that needs a lap time here. It's Andre Campanholo for Lithium Motorsports AM, the Brazilian. Does he improve? He does not. He improves his line, but not enough to gain position here. You know, stop right before pit exit to allow the GTPs their ability to run laps. So negative delta by Simgear, GT3 Pro pole. Unlucky Luke Racing, GT3 AM pole, as GTPs roll out on track for the first time, and they're being led also by the 07 Racing car. That's Davide Favaro in the 0723. Cadillac will lead the way, and it's a very busy front of the GTP field as we roll out here. And this is, I think, inarguably Taylor's favorite class of racing, bar none. We get to see a lot of racing on ABN televisions. I think Taylor's probably the most geeked out for this one. So Taylor, while I go get coffee, since it's still not even 8 a.m. here, I'll let you sort of oversee the qualifying starting here for the GTP class cars. We're going to see a lot of laps come quickly for the GTP field.
Yes, indeed. Sebring International Raceway then. Fastest lap time around here ever in race trim even. A 1 minute 41.8 by Kamui Kobayashi in a Toyota TS050, and that was set in 2019. I don't think we're going to be seeing times matching or getting quite so close to that today. Depending on fuel load and how fast these cars are, we know they're a lot faster than their real-life counterparts. Davide Favaro picking up a little bit of grass, trying to get some heat into the tires as Jan Curbs just behind him backs off to give him plenty of space. Seeing the number 23 make use of that karting line through the final corner as the camera jumps to Jan Curbs. He's going to have a little bit of slipstream from Davide Favaro on the run down to turn 1, but that's going to be a lot of dirty air that he's going to have to deal with through turn 1. But just trying to tuck that car to the inside very nicely without running too much curb on exit. A nice little line from Jan Curbs there. Hugging the inside of turn 3, clattering the curb over 4 as you need to. Taking that nice late line through turn 5. Stay to the inside of turn 6. Let the speed build on the way down to the hairpin. And then this is where the Acura really gets its lap time. You can get so much harder on the brakes relative to the rest of the GTP field. It kind of feels like every other car just pushes on in all the braking zones, particularly the Porsche. I've found I really struggle with the brakes on that car. But the Acura, a really, really nice braking system, just dives really nicely and loads up those fronts beautifully in a braking zone. Jan Curbs, though, still just trying to get a little bit of tire temperature into those Michelins. Of course, no compound differences between dry compound tires in iRacing like they do in real life, so everyone just running the same compound of tire at the moment. So all of them going to be having the same sort of warm-up issues right now. As we know, the rear tires on the GTP can be quite deadly when they're not quite up to temperature, because these cars can be not nosy, but very, very loose at the rear, as I think we are about to see the lap times kick off. Expect a nice wide line entry to sunset from Jan Curbs yet again. Hugging the apex really nicely, picking up the throttle as early as possible and taking advantage of all of the downforce that Acura GTP has to offer. Across the line then, first lap times coming in, 143.9 for 07, but Project Valorous jumping to the top for now with a 143.0. If you needed an answer as to whether or not there are some tire temperatures being built, Jan Curbs dropping down the order at the moment with a 1:45.9, but plenty of fast lap times coming in right now. Norbert Tamas, who we know has been quick all season, has gone P2 with a 1:43.8, and that's shuffled the 07 Racing Cadillac down to P3 with a 43.986. So even on these initial lap times, we are seeing some really, really close lap times. And this session is only going to get more exciting as it goes on. Track temperature now currently sat at 38 Celsius, which is a whole 3 degrees colder than we saw it not 3 minutes ago as the GT3s finished their part of the qualifying session. Jan Curbs had a little bit of traffic to deal with on this lap, but hopefully not hampering him too much. Oh, that's a Cadillac off in the background. I think that was the number 36 Randell Racing of Florian Apazella on the outlap as well. That just shows how deadly the cold tires can be on the GTPs. Very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I think he managed to keep it out the wall, so keeps it rolling and is going to be able to finish his outlap and get onto a flying lap. But Jan Curbs, though, who we are focusing on at the moment in that Reiter Engineering Cadillac, on the run down to Sunset now, carrying as much speed on entry as he dares over the bumps, the car handling them beautifully right up to that curb on the outside, taking advantage of all the concrete that's been laid down. And it's a 1:43.6. That's good enough for P2 at the moment, but still half a second off the Project Valorous number 50 of Wesley Caspers in the other Cadillac.
It's not a Cadillac, it's an Acura. Acura's front of the field here.
That's what I meant, yeah, sorry.
Cadillac third was 07 Racing.
Jan! Sorry, just as that, Jan Curbs has had a massive off at turn 5. Just getting a little bit wide on corner exit, which spat him to the grass on the inside of the circuit, and then into one of the supporting structures of the bridge. Thank God we're in sim, because that would have hurt in real life.
Casper's not improving your lap time. You set the weather on the right-hand side of your screen. 39 degrees centigrade, the track temperature. And all of that's, you talk about how important it was in GT3, it's even more important with these sensitive cars. The GTP class field, faster cars, but more sensitive, very sensitive as they roll around here at Sebring. But you see the cloud cover beginning to take over some parts of the track once again. Could see that track temp drop once more. Jan Curbs back out on track, fresh car and all. Try to give it a shot. It's currently the championship leaders on the front row, but it's Project Valorous right now looking for pole position to start off with the advantage here in Sebring for what could be a very long and critical race in their championship fight.
Yeah, it can't be overstated just how long 12 hours is. It's half a day. The thing is, though, a lot of these guys, they're all giving up that time just for a pure love of racing. They're not particularly getting paid to be here, not yet, at least without the prize money. And so they are literally just here for the love of motorsport and the love of racing. And that's why we all do it. At the end of the day, we give up all this time and all this effort and all this energy just because of how much we love motorsport, and it's wonderful to see that on display here today. And it's lovely to have the pleasure to talk about it for a good chunk of the day here.
Casper's on a lap time here, trying to set a good lap time here in Sebring. Once again, sitting on pole position at the moment, a 1:43.028. Have a second clear of the new second fastest time, Alberto Garcia Blasco, who ended up having to go back and is now making a couple of adjustments to his car as we see more and more times begin to climb forward here. David Favaro sitting in fourth now ahead of Julian Harmon, old from Racing Purple, one of the French teams in the field, now sitting in row number 3 alongside the defending champions Norbert Thomas and Magic Arrow's 55 car. There they are together. 5th and 6th, they're on track.
Jan Curbs having another off at turn 1, really struggling with these track conditions at the moment, actually. He has been bumped down to P3 at the moment as XPD Racing have managed to put in a lap time just under 1/10 of a second faster than him. Still, though, everyone at least half a second off that Project Valorous number 50 car right at the front of the field, which is an impressive bit of driving from them, because half a second around Sebring is no mean feat.
We have Christoph Datura for Project Valorous number 51 car. Now remember, Project Valorous, they've got 3 cars in this field. All 3 of them are running different manufacturers. Project Valorous number 50 running the Acura, the number 51 running the Porsche, the 52, the Project Valorous Academy car, is running the Cadillac. So they're getting data on all 3 cars throughout this season. They know what everyone's running, minus the BMWs, because there are none in this field.
Yeah, just a bit of a report though. We've got Jan Curbs is apparently having pedal issues at the moment, so a technical issue hampering Writer Engineering's run through qualifying at the moment. Fingers crossed they can get that fixed before the race, because it would be awful to see one of our championship contenders taken out like that so early. But yeah, if they can't get that issue fixed by the end of the session, I think we're not going to see much improvement from that car.
Well, and that's sort of the blessing of having, obviously, the endurance event. You've got other teammates that if you need to rely on them, you can get them in there and give Jan time to try to get that figured out. It is a longer race, and obviously it's not going to be ideal, because obviously you want your fastest driver to start the race if possible. Mm-hmm. But if Jan's not going to be up for that task, or if there's something preventing Jan from being able to do that and be safe about it, then you've got the ability to make that pivot. That's one of the very important things, and we've seen that a couple times this season already.
Yeah, of course. But this is the thing though, with qualifying, you want your fastest driver in where you can, pedal issues or not, because if you can get a window where your pedals are working, you're going to be able to get a heck of a lap time in and get yourself in a good place. But the Project Valorous number 51 car, just following them on a lap through one of the trickiest sections of the track right now, on the run down to Genda BN. Got to mount that curb where you can. Got to use all the curves in this sector, because that's where you're going to find the time. Le Mans corner just there, one of the more difficult corners to get through. Plenty of curb to use on exit though, but an off-track waiting to greet you if you use too much and take any of that grass on exit. As the Porsche continues its run down to Sunset, coming up to those cones, getting a nice wide entry there, perhaps setting up for a lap here to try and make something happen, but that's really wide. And was that into the barrier, or was that just that bump on exit?
That's just the bump on exit there, but it's going to be difficult to gain time in meaningful amounts, as the 56 does gain time on the Old Firm Racing Purple car. Look at the track temp, it's gone up 2 degrees centigrade since the start of GT3 qualifying. Yeah, the car that's smoking big time in pit lane as well. It's a lot of black smoke coming from the back of one of the cars. I think it's coming from one of the GTPs that have caught a fire.
Yeah, I think that's just one of the cars forgetting to, might be one of the GT3s just forgetting to turn their engine off. We do have a heat soak simulated here in iRacing, so because there's no active cooling on these cars, no fans to keep these cars cool like you have on your road car, the heat will just soak into the engine, warm the engine up, and cause some sort of failure if you don't turn it off or don't get moving and keep the air moving through it. So just seeing a little bit of that here in the iRacing Motorsport Simulator, which is it's quite rare. It's a little bit of a surprise to see a pit lane fire, but no red flag for this one.
All right, we are back. We apologize for the technical issue there. We had a bit of a crash on our broadcasting system, but we are back and live here. We appreciate everyone staying with us for that minute we were down, so greatly appreciated here. We are back up and running. Wesley Casper still top of the board. Taylor Mills off to grab something to drink. We've swapped roles. I got coffee. Now Taylor's going to get something to drink as well. Casper is running out wide in that final corner, trying to make the most of the track time here, setting up a run into turn 1, starting a new lap for Wesley Caspers. Casper's running around on track here. The track tip continues to go up as the sun peeks through the clouds. Casper's right now. Keeping an eye on the provisional pole sitter as times not much improvement there. Jan Korb did get a small improvement up to the 4th position once again, a 1:43.47. But still not where they want to be. Jan Korb still dealing with that technical issue with his pedals not working properly here. Very important. Try to get everything running on. Jan Korb's back off pit lane here. Same with the team FFSR number 99 of Robin Versaletto. Those only 2 cars on pit lane in the top 15 in GTP. Everyone else on track here for the final 5 minutes for the most part, except for Vicente Lara, who's 17th fastest on track at the moment. Caspers will come to a stop there. Not get an improvement. Was still about half a tenth off there on his lap time as everyone tries to adjust to the higher temperatures. 43 degrees, now the hottest the track has been in qualifying. As everything continues to roll here in Sebring. Coming to the 4 minutes to go mark now. Defending champion Norbert Thomas in that Magic Row 55 camp. Sitting right now in row 2, just barely off the front row. Just trying to see if they can find any spare time.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a miracle to see any improvements at the moment, unless you've got a very suboptimal lap time, particularly the cars further down there at the bottom of the field in the 44s. Those are the only cars that I'd expect to maybe make an improvement with these higher track temperatures, but it's going to be difficult. Although saying that, Race 2 Esport Arthur I should have had a mental note on how to say his name before I tried to say it. But the number 17 proving to P10, just cheekily banging in a 1:44.1. That puts him ahead of Team FFSR and the other 2 Project Valorous cars for the moment.
Yeah, Arthur Figueiredo is the driver at number 70 at the moment for Race 2 Esport. Finding some pace there. Brazilian driver. Race 2 Esport now in the top 10. Wesley Caspers, the current provisional pole sitter, on pit lane. And comfortably so, 6/10 the gap as the 56 Magic Arrow machine grabs a personal best, 1:43.678, but still not enough to get into the top 5. Less than 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, just trying to follow along on the timing screen at the moment as we wait for the world feed to boot back up and get beamed back over the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah. That's the one. Yep, I was trying to figure out which ocean it was there for a second. But not much improvement at the moment. Just hearing a Cadillac Thunder past us on pit lane. What a sound for that naturally aspirated V8. World feed's back. Hello. Hello, world. It's good to see you again.
Alberto Garcia Blasco on track here for the number 33 machine, just trying to stay on the front row. Alberto Garcia Blasco looking for a fantastic qualifying performance here. If he can just wrap it up here over the next 95 seconds. It can be very mission critical for them, especially if they want to play spoiler this late into the season.
Just looking at some of these gaps down the field now. Jan Korb's the 2nd spot on the 2nd row, currently only 0.02 off the car in front of him as he rounds the final corner to try and put a lap together here. Comes across the line, and it's going to be a 45.4, so no improvement for Jan Korb's in the closing stages of this qualifying session. But he's still going to have 1 lap as we stay following Alberto Garcia Blasco in the XBD Cadillac right now. Cadillac's looking quite strong at the moment, actually. To be up there in P2 is no mean feat, especially at a track like Sebring, which suits the Acura and the Porsche a lot more because you can get a lot more rotation out of those cars at high speed. So really good bit of driving from the Spaniard at the moment to pull out a lap time such as a 43.3.
Acura, Cadillac, Porsche, all three in the top three here in qualifying as we've approached the checkered flag. Those currently on laps get to finish their laps once the checkered flag flies, including the driver's center of your screen, Alberto Garcia Blasco. This is his last lap, and the track continues to get hotter, 44 degrees centigrade. But the humidity's gone down a little bit. Wind speed directions also changed a little bit here at Sebring. Project Valorous and Magic Arrow in pit lane, so it's between XBD Racing and Ryder Engineering to figure out what lap times they are.
Yeah, both of these guys are on personal bests at the moment. From what I can see on the timing screens, it looks like Ryder Engineering are absolutely flying right now. XBD Racing also going pretty speedy, but the question is, can either of them challenge for pole position? Jan Kurbs out the final corner and across the line. Improves to a 43 point. Is that an improvement to a 44.5? No improvement in these much hotter track temps. Really solid effort from the driver of the number 76 car, but the last car on track to set a lap time. Alberto Blasco in that XBD Racing Cadillac on the run down to Sunset. Not too much time to be found at the moment. 0.6 of a second is what he needs to try and get pole position. Tucks it right to the inside of Sunset, carrying loads of speed on exit, almost into that tire barrier. Stays left, shortest run to the line, and
not improvement.
No improvement. So that makes your pole sitter for GTP, the Project Valorous number 50 of Wesley Caspers. Their closest championship rival will be starting a row and one across from them. The number 76 Ryder Engineering car not able to get any higher up the field than P4.
Absolutely. Why you look at the top three of each class through qualifying, it's Project Valorous, XPD Racing, and Magic Arrow, the defending champions, top three in GTP. Meanwhile, Native Delta takes a pole from 07 Racing in GT3 Pro over XPD Racing, who once again a fantastic run in both GT3 and GTP. Both those cars sitting in the top three. In GT3 AM and Lucky Luke Racing ahead of Lithium Motorsports AM and Native Delta Academy will lead us around as we wait for the qualifying timer to elapse here. A chance to catch our breaths before the start of this race.
It already feels like we've had enough excitement to carry us through the next 12 hours, but we have 12 hours of racing yet to come here. Yeah, very interesting qualifying session there. I think we really saw just how much the change in track temps can affect lap time, because we saw them fluctuating throughout the entirety of the session, and the fastest lap times were only really set in the middle part of both sessions when the track temp was down at about 37, 38 degrees Celsius, but then after it shot up, we didn't see much improvement, if any improvement at all, and it just goes to show how much the tires and how much these cars are affected by both the air and track temperature fluctuating throughout the course of a race.
So you look at the qualifying results here. This is a starting grid. It's Project Valorous and XBD Racing at the front of the field. Wesley Caspers and Alberto Garcia Blasco behind the wheel of those cars as everything gets ready to go. Norbert Thomas, the defending champions, Magic Arrow 55, alongside the current points leaders entering this race, Ryder Engineering Esports, being led by Jan Kurbs. Davide Ferravaro and Niklas Gessner in row number 3. That's Magic Arrow 56. On the outside is 07 Racing's GTP car. Old Firm Racing Purple with Julian Harmon behind the wheel, with Reagan Carty in the 8th position. As we look further down the grid order here, Miguel Bento for pick up the pace in row 5, alongside Arthur Figueiredo for for race 2 Esport. Robin Versaletto for Team FFSR sits in row 6 alongside Ander Gomez. Christoph Jatura and Sean Brown make up row number 7 for their teams. Project Valorous is number 51, and Team Red X SimSport. Again, that's row 7. Row 8 in GTP, it is Andres Kuzma for Really Slow Motion Racing Red, and Florian Appenzeller for Randell Racing. Vicente Lara on his own in the last row of the grid. And then you see Andre Valela, who did not set a qualifying time. He'll be allowed to join the back of the GTP class field here for Sebring. And we'll sort the gap through. Vladislav Shopov and Lorenzo Castellani, they make up row number 1 in the GT3 Pro field. Ride looking right on board with that number 278, the pole sitter, as the formation lap begins. A lot to talk about here. Getting ready for 12 hours of Sebring. It's all about who can stop 07 Racing in GT3 Pro. Native Delta by SimGear trying to be the ones to do it. As we browse and peruse through the rest of the starting grid here, some interesting ones to note. Keep an eye on the 276, the Rider Engineering Esports GT3 Pro. Right now, Gianni Peroni, former GTP star for the Rider Engineering team, now leading their GT3 Pro efforts there. Keep an eye on the 276. Keep an eye as well on the 274. They always typically charge from where they qualified from. Let's see if Sergio Gomez can keep that trend alive here today. Looking further down the order here. Zachary Livingood for Lithium Motorsports on the last row there for GT3 Pro. Lucas Dirksen, Unlucky Luke Racing. They've been unlucky this season. Right now they have been the fastest, and that has been very important for that team. 10 cars in the GT3 AM field, with the field being capped off by Smurf Racing Team Stefan Henriques, who had a Cinderella run at Spa 3 weeks ago.
Look at all these cars filtering through the hairpin and through that chicane there. 50 cars on the grid here today at Sebring. Plenty of opportunity for chaos, plenty of opportunity for different teams to make things happen. Plenty of different corner types, plenty of different challenges to overcome. Not only a long race, but a difficult, old, very well aged and worn in surface. But fortunately for our grid of drivers here today, no rain forecast, and that will be a huge sigh of relief for everyone. It takes one less layer of challenge out of it and one less thing to think about, and they can just focus on their driving. A little bit of weaving to get some temperature into those tires from the 07 Cadillac back there. But just it's so great to see these cars just filing through this. Look how many of them there are. We never would have seen anything like this in real life with the previous set of top class prototype regulations. And the fact that we get to come and do this virtually and have a full field of 17 top class prototypes, it fills my heart with joy, and I mean that unironically. I love this. I love it so much.
GTP class cars will kick us off first here at Sebring. GT3 and GTP class cars separated for the start. Just make sure no one runs over each other, especially after what we saw at Spa 3 weeks ago. It was a very interesting start in Belgium. Let's see if we have a cleaner start here in the US. Last time we were here was the 6 hours of Daytona. We're doubling that on our return to Florida. The penultimate round of the 5th season of the Platinum Endurance Championship runs through the bumps of Sebring International Raceway. And away we go. Green flag for GTP. The 12 hours of Sebring is underway.
Yeah, Casper's getting a nice early jump on the entire field there, and Norbert Tamas, one of the better cars to respond to that one, able to jump straight up into P2. Jan Kerbs, though, also looking really aggressive off the start, trying to fight off Davide Favaro, whilst trying to get a run on Alberto Blasco. Not a fantastic start for our Spaniard sat in P3 as the GT3 field gets underway.
Vladislav Shopov ahead of Lorenzo Castellani as the field also makes its way through turns 1, 2, and 3. Here we go. But it's work across the board as the 12 hours get underway well and truly. A little bit of latency there. Obviously, all the cars now on track. Latency dies down as once again focusing on the GTP field. Wesley Caspers leads the way over Norbert Thomas. It's Project Valorous over Magic Arrow, XPD Racing, and Ryder Engineering in fourth.
By a full second, I might add already. Wesley Caspers with the jump of a lifetime. Just able to go exactly when he wanted and has built plenty of gap to the cars behind. Probably helped out a little bit by Norbert Thomas and Alberto Blasco with that little bit of side-by-side action through the first sector, which has just kept those two still at just with the rest of the field and kept everyone else in touch. But that is a dangerous game to play, to fight that hard off the start of the race, to allow the leader to get away like they have, because that Porsche is really going to struggle to keep up with the Acura around here.
First lap in the books. Yeah, see how fast these cars are going through turns 1 and 2. The pursuit is on for the next 12 hours. And again, for everyone tuning in, we appreciate everyone spending your time with us here on ABN Esports for the Platinum Endurance Championship.
We have actually had a little bit of some early casualties to this race in GT3. The team race getter blue Mercedes getting into the back of the Simrace Sweden Esports Academy Ferrari and then just collecting who was it? Andrew Loeffel in the Team Red X BMW. The 323 now a good 21.8 seconds off the back of the field. And the race getter car actually hasn't come back out on track after that one. But yeah, just struggles already really early on in this race.
And that 323 car does come back down pit lane here. There's the trauma taking place early here. Wesley Caspers leads the way as we have the good old desync taking place here. Some of what we saw at Monza, not at Spa. At least not to this degree at Spa.
A little bit too much load on the old CPU there, Carmen.
Yeah.
But at the moment, though, still following the race leader, Wesley Caspers, who's managed to maintain that gap at the front of the field and, in fact, extend it by a whole second. No one really has an answer for him at the moment as he sets the fastest lap time of the race so far of a 44.1. Next fastest car, the Magic Arrow 55 Porsche, with a 44.8. That's a full 0.7 of a second slower. Whilst that who we expected to be fast, 76 Ryder Engineering Acura, still bottled up behind the XPD Racing Cadillac at the moment, and we're still a couple of laps away from traffic here, but it is going to come a lot sooner than expected as we have 3 cars now way off the back of the GT3 field.
Thomas sitting in second. He's got a decent gap there to Garcia Blasco. You saw that there. Jan Korbs being held up there by the 33 and trying to find his way around as again more desync. There's no drinking game for the day.
I was going to say don't start a drinking game, but we do have Jan Korbs right on the tail of Alberto Blasco through the tight twisty section at Genda Bien and Le Mans, picking up loads of draft on the run down to Sunset. He's going to have a really nice run into Sunset, gets alongside side by side through one of the fastest and trickiest corners on the circuit. Jan Korbs straight up into P3 with little to no effort. Brilliant bit of driving from the accurate driver there. And of course that is going to release the the proverbial bottle cap for the Writer Engineering car for now, who has a good 1.6 seconds of clean air to drive into, as Jan Curbs trying to make up for an unoptimal qualifying session there. Already closing down the gap to the Magic Arrow Porsche. Keep an eye on him because he's going to want to be making moves for that lead as soon as possible.
So we're going to see if we can take care of the desync issues while Taylor's got to keep an eye on the battle at the front of the field. I'm also going to pull the timer up here so everyone's got an idea as to who's where right now.
And just like that, it turns into Radio Le Mans. Just following along with some of the battles that are happening down the field then. Currently, the number 51 and 52 Project Valorous cars are nose to tail, trying to chase down the pick up the pace Porsche. Just under a second off the back of them, but the two Project Valorous cars just holding station as it stands. Christoph Jacura just trying to save a little bit of fuel behind the sister car, not really trying to force anything at the moment. At the front of the GT3 field, Vladislav Shopov still leads with your GT3 pole sitter Lorenzo Castellani, less than half a second off the back. Just to quickly jump down to your GT3 AM pole sitter, Unlucky Luke Racing, right in the middle of that pack for the GT3 Pro lead. Got to give some props to those guys to qualify on GT3 AM pole right in the middle of the GT3 Pro field. Fantastic little bit of driving from Lucas Dirksen there. Plenty of pace in that AM car. See, just watching a little bit of a battle out in front. Oh, there is some side-by-side action. SR Technic going up the inside of the hairpin on the Firefly E-Racing Blue Porsche to take 13th in GT3. Fantastic little bit of picking up the slipstream through Big Bend, deep on the brakes into the hairpin, and just making that move stick straight away, as we do have our live feed back. And this fortunately doesn't have to be a radio show for much longer.
Maybe back and forth here to still deal with some of the desync issues that just kind of comes with having 50 cars here at a track like Sebring. You see some more of the desync issues there still taking place, but we're still working on sort of tuning that out. Looking at Nuno Magales for the SR Technic team, and you see the train that's being led there. A lot of Porsches and BMWs leading that line.
Yeah, the Porsche GT3s have very much been the class of the field in GT3 for the most part. As I say, they are relatively well balanced, but when you come to a track like Sebring with loads of heavy braking zones and a good number of traction events, that's when the Porsche GT3 starts to shine. Unlike its older GT3 counterpart, the older GTE counterpart, as we do see one of the Carbono Esports BMWs wide on the exit of turn 1 there. The current GT3 Porsche is actually a proper, true rear-engined car. So all the weight of that screaming flat six are sat right on top of that rear axle. So once you get on throttle and all that weight starts to shift towards the back, you have the weight of the engine just applying itself more to those rear tires, which just means you can pick up the throttles that Porsche gets relative to the Mercedes. The Mercedes will catch it on the brakes, but when you've got a straight or some flat out sections, as long as this run down towards Cunningham, the Mercedes aren't going to have an answer for you.
Seeing right now in this battle for the top 3 in GT3 Pro, it's Shopov, Castellani, and Moreno. Trying to pull away from Charlie Lund Nilsson there for RPM racing at the moment.
So here we go then. We do have some of the GTPs, well, all the GTPs are starting to filter through that GT3 traffic. Very difficult to say those things back to back. Wesley Casper's doing a fantastic job to get through all of the AM cars at the moment and just starting to get on the back of the Pro cars on the run down towards Sunset. But his competitors are still stuck in that traffic at the moment. Norbert Tamas 3.7 seconds off the back of the lead at the moment, and pulling away a little bit from the Writer Engineering Esports car of Jan Curbs. Oh, Tamas right around the outside of Sunset on one of the BMW GT3 cars, getting right out to those that tire wall on exit. Brilliant bit of driving to just kind of cut through the traffic there and keep that speed up. But he's going to get checked up a little bit on the exit of turn 1 here, just taking that slightly tighter line, carrying less speed to try and make it a little bit easier to get through the corner in this traffic. Finds a nice little bit of air to slot into here through 3, 4, and 5. Not able to make anything happen as there is an off just in front. That's one of the BMWs, I think. Is that the Strumenti? It might be the Strumenti DS Racing Mercedes, I think. I'd like to get a replay of that one if I can. Yes, it was. Yes, Pedro Monteiro struggling to take it side by side with Canio Lopez through 3, 4, and 5, and just Canio tucking it in for the exit of the corner a little bit too early, and Pedro just drifting out a little bit wide on exit. Unfortunately, the little bit of overlap those two cars had too much to keep that Mercedes on the road, as Pedro Monteiro just spinning off almost into that barrier. Fortunately, it looks like he got away with no damage, but that's going to hamper his race this early on.
Definitely not a helpful position to be in now, and you see all the GTP traffic making their way through as Montero gets passed by several GTPs on the row going into the last sector here at Sebring.
Yeah, Julian Harmon just getting a little bit checked up behind one of the what's it called? I will get used to all these names eventually. I just need to start linking them to the cars. One of the Sim Race Sweden esports cars. Only 0.5 seconds behind Nicholas Gresner in that Magic Arrow number 56 car, and closing. Nicholas Gresner just getting a little bit checked up through Sunset Corner. Julian Harman not quite going to have a run into turn 1, but a compromise line for both of these cars as they both get checked up behind the 07 Mercedes into Sector 1. And just like that, that's both of them through all of the GT3 traffic and back into clean air for another lap. Nothing to pick between these two cars at the moment, though. The Cadillacs sticking with each other. As I said, the gap only 0.6 seconds, and both of them about 2.3 seconds behind P4 Alberto Blasco. Magic Arrow 55, though, still 2.3 seconds clear of Jan Curbs in the 76 Writer Engineering Acura, but dropped back to 4.6 seconds on Wesley Caspers. That GT3 traffic really costing the leaders at the front of, well, helping Wesley Caspers, but really hampering everyone else behind them, as that number 50 car just trying to build that gap at the moment and try and pull away, and doing a brilliant job of it. But look at this mess of traffic through this really tight sector of track. Absolutely nowhere for any of these prototypes to go, as there's side-by-side action between GTP and GT3. That 07 Mercedes just getting a really poor run off of Tower Corner, and that Carbono Esports BMW trying to look for a way through by the look of things, but not able to make anything happen at the moment, as the prototypes are still trying to filter their way through. The Dead Bull Racing Cadillac, currently Reagan Carty on board, trying to pick up a little bit of slipstream on the run down to Sunset, but the car in front having even more slipstream than that. All the dirty air, though, through this very, very fast right-hander, very bumpy right-hander. Not able to help any of these guys do anything for the moment, and that is really, really wide for Carty, almost hitting that tire barrier on the outside of Sunset. That's compromised his run all the way down the start-finish straight.
And there's a car off there on the outside. That is Lorenzo Strock. The 264 Team Race Killer car still now rolling slowly through the grass.
Yeah, not a great race so far for Team Race Getter. Lorenzo Strauch coming down. Sorry, that was Lorenzo Strauch who just got in the car. In fact, I'm just trying to pick up on what happened there. It looks like quite a lengthy stop for that Mercedes. I don't know whether they had some issues, but it was Actually, it was Lorenzo Strauch that got out and got back in the car, so perhaps dealing with some perhaps a technical issue would be, and having to delve into the options, which is the only reason I could pick up on for that car having to come in like that. A little bit of damage on that car, so perhaps some repairs, but not happy with how the car was coming out of pit lane. The race getter Mercedes pulling over before rejoining the race in line, the racetrack proper, and potentially retiring from this race already. Saying that, though, no, they are back out on track. But yeah, something not quite right that helps them reset and has dropped them all the way down to 31st in class.
It's not ideal. Wesley Casper's leading the way still, this time by 5.3 seconds as we deal with a little bit more pronounced desync or desync issues here.
Yeah, as it's been said, 50 cars at Sebring, a track that's been very much brought up to iRacing's modern standards of track build and just increasing load on computers. This is, unfortunately, isn't like real life where the track or the cars don't disappear out of existence, and you've got plenty of cameras and plenty of computer and machinery to run a broadcast off. Having to run both the sim and the broadcast all off one computer can prove quite a lot for any PC build. But we were just following your race leader of Wesley Caspers, currently at least 5 seconds clear of the rest of the field, and everyone just sort of settling down into a rhythm as it stands. The closest battle on track at the moment in GTP, we've got a fight for P10. Actually, it's a three-way fight for P10 at the moment. Pick up the pace Porsche just managing to hold the gap as we see one of the Cadillacs off in the background. That's the AZR Motorsport GTP now side by side through Reagan Carty on the run down to Genda Bien. The bright yellow and black Cadillac on the inside, but the 16 managing to keep it side by side. A little bit of a wiggle on the curb on the outside. Just loses that position to Reagan Carty, but picking up the slipstream now on the run down to Sunset. Arthur Figuera, I believe, is that? No, sorry. Getting everything mixed up here. Car 20 of Andre Vila pulling right to the inside to block the run down to Sunset. Reagan Carty then now tucked up under the rear wing of that number 20 Cadillac, getting that run on the headlights, flashing them all the way down the start-finish line, or start-finish straight, just trying to put them off into turn one. It's going to prove fruitless, though. Reagan Carty not quite being able to build a run, but he does actually get alongside on exit. The two cars side by side coming into turn three. Reagan Carty hard on the brakes, just clearing the 36 Cadillac through turns 3, 4, and 5. Getting the exit through Big Ben now, and that was a brilliant bit of side-by-side racing for the GTPs. Andre Vila hasn't given up yet, though, returning the headlight flash as Reagan Carty moves to the inside on the run down to the hairpin. The number 20 Cadillac not quite able to get alongside at the moment, and Florian Apazella rubbing his hands together, seeing the two cars in front of him fight. The two Cadillacs almost pushing each other down the racetrack on the run down towards Cunningham. A little bit of overlap from car 20 into Cunningham corner, just not able to make anything of it as they come down towards Tower corner now. Still nose to tail for these two as we come to the end of Sector 2 and the start of Sector 3. Andre Villiers not quite getting the run out of Tower that he wanted. It's going to leave himself under a little bit of threat from Florian Apazella. The orange and black Cadillac, the number 36 behind. Reagan Carty, though, not getting an amazing run through Le Mans, a little bit wide, and that's going to hamper his run off the corner. Andre Villiers right back under his rear wing now on the run down towards Sunset yet again. Reagan Carty moves across to block the inside line. Andre Villiers back out to the outside. No overlap, but looking for that late apex to try and get a run off the final corner as the picture does return to you on the run down the start-finish straight. Back on the headlight flash again. Florian Apatella just waiting to see if anything happens here. But these guys going at it like it's the final 10 minutes of the race with barely 20 minutes gone.
Yeah, crazy battle here at the just out of the top 10 here in the GTP field. Another battle a little bit further up the order here. This is between Davide Favaro and Christoph Dachura. 07 Racing in Project Valorous number 51, battling for 7th position at the moment, as Julian Harmon has pulled away with 6th.
It's so easy to get distracted by all the battles in the field, but that Porsche just not having much for that Cadillac at the moment. Definitely able to stick with it, but not able to build the run that they need to try and make an overtake. There's plenty of opportunities to get it done here at Sebring, but not so much that Christoph Jachira can take advantage of right now. Davide Favaro doing a fantastic job through traffic and around the lap to just make sure the number 51 car doesn't have an opportunity to get by. But a bit of a hampered run for Davide Favaro through Le Mans that time round, alongside that Mercedes GT3 on the run through Le Mans. Christoph Jachira not able to catch up so much, but he's going to have a massive bout of slipstream on the run down to Sunset yet again.
Meanwhile, a bit of a mirror situation here. 2 Porsches going at it. This is Figueiredo and Salvatierra. 2 Porsches going at it here onto the front straightaway, getting around a couple of GT3 cars on the run into turn number 1 here at Sebring. Have our audio now back on sync.
Nothing to be had at the moment between Pick Up the Pace and Race 2 Esports, just matching each other's lap times for the last couple. A little bit of traffic perhaps hampering Race 2 Esports run last time, only able to set a 46.6. Pick Up the Pace, another 5 seconds, 5/10 of a second back on that one with a 47.1. No mind-blowing lap times right now, but certainly enough to keep things interesting. But that gap just opening up a little bit on the run out of Tower. Fabio Salvatierra not able to get the run that he wanted, but the number 70 just getting checked up a little bit by GT3 traffic, and is going to get a good bout of it on the run down to Sunset as well, just running a suboptimal inside line. Oh, but the Pick Up the Pace car being really aggressive to get past those 2 GT3s, not wanting to lose any time, pretty much diving it on the brakes into Sunset, as we see cars all over the place in the background of that particular shot. But now following Lorenzo Castellani in the 07 Racing Mercedes, who's managed to keep up with Vladislav Shopov in the negative delta Porsche for the moment. Not able to make any moves happen as such, but these guys have been really close on pace all race. Their average lap times at the moment within 2/10 of each other. So no differences to be gleaned from either of these drivers right now. So perhaps the pace difference is going to come when we do come up to the eventual driver swap. Saying that, we haven't even got to the first round of pit stops yet.
Yeah, first round pit stop's still at least 20 minutes away, and that's for the GTP class cars. The GT3 cars can go about an hour per fuel stint. So very important here. Try to manage this opening stanza and figure out where you're at, especially if you have any issues like what we've seen with a couple of GT3 cars already in this race. Sometimes that's the biggest challenge, is just getting the first pit stop correctly. Right now, the leading cars in GT3 Pro, Vladislav Shopov leading the way by 1.4 seconds. Charlie Lund Nilsson, meanwhile, battling with Alberto Moreno. They're side-by-side line for third.
Yeah, Charlie Nilsson just not quite optimizing that run off the final corner. Alberto Moreno manages to get a run to get really close to him on the run down to turn 1. And I think actually, Alberto Moreno is in the Carbono Esports car. Thinking I'm getting these guys mixed up, and I'm actually getting it right. But a lot to be seen after the first round of pit stops, as you mentioned, Carmen. About 40 to 45 minutes on the tank for the GTPs. We have seen the likes of Writer Engineering liking to save a little bit of fuel and go a bit longer where they can, so perhaps something to keep an eye on. But the GT3s are going to be wanting to get as close to that 1 hour mark as possible. If they don't make it to that 1 hour mark on fuel, that guarantees an extra stop for them. And especially with the chaos that happens on track, you want to keep it, you know, stay out of pit lane as much as possible. It's a relatively slow pit lane here at Sebring. There's plenty of space in it, but surprisingly relatively slow pit lane speed itself, and quite a long one. So if you get it wrong, you'll be spending quite a lot of time going a lot slower than racing speed down the pit lane. And that's what you want to avoid, because even if it's just a small splash at the end of the race, you've got to remember that you still have to come down pit lane at that pit lane speed limit, and that's where most of your time is going to be lost.
Nelson got ahead of Moreno, but Moreno staying right there as you see some GTP cars. It's one of the Magic Arrow machines getting through. Some battles throughout the field. Orlando Tejero, Core Motorsports, trying to catch up to and pass Sergio Gomez. This would be to be getting to the top 10 in the GT3 Pro category. Going through sunset here, and that's one thing you do not want to see as a GTP. Goodness gracious.
Wow, that was
happy.
Very close there. Yeah, Sergio Gomez just not quite getting the run out of sunset that he wanted. Orlando Tejero just able to get up alongside on exit, but what that meant for the GTP behind was there was absolutely no space for that Cadillac to get through. The GT3s have got a race to run as well, and the prototypes need to remember that and actually take some care picking through the slower traffic. They will remind you about that, and they will just keep doing that, keep going with their fighting. Whether or not it's beneficial to the prototypes behind, the GT3s do not care that the prototypes want to get through, because they're still taking part in their race here. Orlando Tejero then hard on the brakes into the hairpin. Great little move to get up the inside of Sergio Gomez at the apex as they run side by side through the Fangio chicane on the run down towards Cunningham. And that's Pedro Monteiro, who we saw off the road earlier, wanted to get involved as well, almost pushing the BMW down that straight, but just looking for a run on the inside on Sergio Gomez, and he's going to make it happen almost as he drops back on corner exit, not able to stay alongside, but still keeping the splitter of that Mercedes right under the rear wing of the car in front. Orlando Tejero taking advantage of all of that and going to try and start building that gap. Sergio Gomez moving around to try and potentially block Pedro Monteiro's view and not give him a run through these next few corners. Sergio Gomez struggling on corner exits at the moment. Perhaps a little bit of a tire temperature build that he's struggling with right now. Not able to get a fantastic run out of Lamont either. Pedro Monteiro getting a much better one, using much more of that curb. And again, practically pushing the other AMG down the straight. Orlando Tejero running away as Pedro Monteiro pulls out of the slipstream, almost alongside that rear arch, and with the wider line from Sergio Gomez, gets alongside and through. Sorry, that's Pedro Monteiro up into P11. What a brilliant bit of driving from the Mercedes driver there.
Yeah, Montero got around Sergio Gomez, but now the attack is once again on the Core Motorsports car of Orlando Tejero. And again, this is just to get into the top 10 in the GT3 Pro category. Try Nilsson, still ahead, just barely, of Alberto Moreno, who's keeping tabs on him, as Lorenzo Castellani has to deal with a GTP car.
Plenty of action still to come then in this race. Oh, actually, that's a car off. Hold on a second. That's one of the GTPs.
That's Andre Kuzma.
Yeah, that's the really slow motion red car. Hold on, let's have a look what happened there. Just following on board then on the run through tower.
We're gonna take a look here real quick. This is the replay. for Andres Kuzma, and hard hit.
That's a big crash. Yeah, very typical of GTPs to get loose through there. Dealing with these very, very high track temps, currently up at 40 degrees Celsius, burns away those rear tires very quickly in the prototypes. Porsche, one of the less stable cars at the rear, and Andres Kuzma just not quite able to hold on to that 963 through a very difficult section of track. Again, plenty of bumps down there to contend with, and the car just breaking traction, spinning around, and there's not really much you can do. At that point, you're a passenger.
Rusty Gasper is not dealing with any of that problem at the moment. The Acura sitting ahead by 6 seconds over Norbert Thomas, who stays in second place at the moment. Jan Korbs right now sitting in the third position, trying to close in on the Porsche sitting in second. It's Acura, Porsche, Acura at the front of the field. Your fastest Cadillac is Alberto Garcia Blasco, sitting right now fourth fastest on track. Fourth place for the XPD Racing GTP, ahead of the other Cadillac of Magic Rose 56 camp, the Cadillac of Nicholas Gessner, currently behind the wheel of that car. Julian Harmond behind the wheel of Old Firm Racing Purple, sitting in sixth. Closest battle in the GTP category is between Robin Versaletto, who you saw flashing the lights there, behind Sean Brown. This is for 15th on the track at the moment. And they're not far behind, so we'd have to double check here to be sure. With Sean Brown just ahead. Just ahead of them, I believe, is Florian Appenzeller. It is Appenzeller, who is not far away. Appenzeller had that close call with the GT3s as they went too wide out of Sunset.
Yeah, that really hampered Florian Appenzeller's run there. He was right up behind the fight between the number 7 and 20 earlier in this race. Just getting held up behind those GT3s, not helping him get continue that momentum on, dropping out of the slipstream, which is something you really need through that final sector here, and putting him a little bit under threat from the 86 of Sean Brown and the 99 of Robin Versaletto. But Robin Versaletto tucks right under the rear wing of the Cadillac in front, not able to make anything work into the hairpin, but certainly looking for a way through, as we're following Reagan Carty at the moment. P10 in GTP, making those fantastic moves on the Race 2 esports car earlier on. These guys, though, have been really closing that gap to the number 52 Project Valorous car in these last few laps. On average, over the last 6/10 of a second per lap faster. So it is very much in the best interest of the number 70 Porsche to perhaps just hold position for now, let Reagan get on the rear wing of Ander Gomez and try and make his way through before Arthur then can try and find a way through as well. But the longer Reagan Carty leaves it, it's going to give more opportunity for Fabio Salvatierra to close that gap back up and also try and make some moves to get into the top 10 of GTP.
For 30 minutes in so far, and we're watching this battle over the 9th and 10th positions. Ander Gomez trying to hold on to 9th place here. The 3-car fight, though, as here comes Reagan Carty. He takes the position the hard way. A little bit of contact between Gomez and Figueiredo, as Carty parked the apex. And now here we go. Whoa, really deep sin there for Gomez. Cadillac caught out of water. Now dealing with the Porsche from Race 2 Esport.
Really close between the two prototypes there. Nothing between them. Ander Gomez now really struggling now that he's been overtaken by the Dead Bull Racing Reagan Carty, but now just doing his best to try and keep that Porsche behind. This is what I was talking about though. If you can get in front of a car that's been struggling for a few laps and not really been dealing with any of that dirty air, that's when they're going to start to struggle. Ander Gomez being the real definition of that right now. As that was the race 2 eSport Porsche, I think picking up a slowdown in that final sector and losing a position to the pick up the pace Porsche 963 of Fabio Salvatore. Just an unfortunate moment there for the prototype driver. And now he's going to do all that work yet again to close up to the back of that Cadillac.
Absolutely wild stuff here in the GTP category. GT3, it's still Vladislav Shopov leading the way, and comfortably so, over Lorenzo Castellani by 2.7 seconds. Alberto Moreno and Charlie Lund Nilsson still duking it out for third. So still a lot of fighting going on here throughout this, and you're going to see a lot of fighting throughout this race as everyone figures out where they're sitting in the pockets here. Right now, Moreno and Nilsson showing a lot of level pacing here in that battle for third. No one's really pulled away from each other here.
Yeah, it's just nothing to choose between the Mercedes and the BMW right now. Two very similar platforms of cars. Of course, the Mercedes a little chunk wider than the BMW, so perhaps on a more stable platform around the corners. But the BMW of Alberto Moreno just not quite able to make anything happen at the moment, as the Mercedes almost scraping that inside barrier at turn 1. Really difficult to try and get a move done, as Moreno closing up massively on the brakes into turn 3, but again not close enough to make anything happen because that Mercedes is so fast through the corners. Perhaps a little bit more aero bolted on than the BMW, but that 266 car not really pulling anything on the straights, and just credit to Alberto Moreno's patience at the moment. Because a friend of ours, Olivia Hayward, always talks about how drivers have a what she calls a patience meter, and if you're stuck behind someone, you have a certain amount of patience that starts to drain the longer you're behind a car, and the more it drains, the more desperate you are, the more desperate you're going to be to look for a move. If you drop off the back of the car in front, as the race leader Wesley Casper's sliding through on that BMW here, if you drop back a little bit, just like that, that might be a way for your patience meter to fill back up a little bit. But then as soon as you get back on the rear end of the car that you've been chasing, that patience meter starts to drop again. Then the more that patience meter drops, the more desperate you're going to be to look for a move, and then the more desperate the move is going to be when it does eventually happen. So keep an eye on Alberto Moreno, because he may be getting more and more impatient the longer he sits behind that AMG.
There's the Magic 55 of Norbert Thomas getting around one of them. We go around both of them here, but shot Moreno out super wide in Sunset.
Yeah, just a little bit of a miscommunication between those two cars there. I think Moreno just expecting the Porsche to carry a little bit more speed on corner entry. The Porsche of Norbert Thomas perhaps not expecting that gap to open up in front to the Mercedes, so not quite going as aggressive as he could have. But of course that meant Alberto Moreno turned in for a gap that wasn't quite there and had to back out of that really quickly to avoid a collision.
Another car has jumped all the way to pit lane. Mauro Dragoni has jumped to pit lane. That's the code eSport 269. That's the GT3 Pro car, BMW, that I believe is now out of this race. I do believe. So some retirements early in this race.
And it's such a shame to see, because there's still 11 hours and 20 minutes to go here. So even if they did come back out, there's plenty of time to make things happen, because as we know, this track is a tricky mistress and it's so easy to trip up over yourself. So when you need to score some points, it perhaps might be beneficial to get back out there if you can, but it'll be worth keeping an eye on it. to see if they do come back out on track, because a lot of the guys that have gone into pit lane early are actually back out on track now. The only cars that I can see on pit lane still are the 320 of AZR Motorsports White, the 267 of Writer Engineering, and I think that about covers it, apart from the Code Esports car that we were just talking about. Saying that, the Writer Engineering car is out on track, 15 seconds behind the next car, but back out on track nonetheless.
Now, this would be the car you're talking about in particular, Gianni Peroni. 17th place car at the moment, that BMW. Right now sitting behind, I believe that was the 304. We'll check and see here. A little bit of VSync issues once again.
The Writer Engineering car is chasing down the 391 Smurf Racing car. Not dealing with much traffic at the moment though, but Wesley Casper's then just comfortable in front of the field at the moment. 5 seconds to Norbert Tomas in the number 55. Everything just kind of settled down in GTP at the moment, and I think it's going to be the pit stop cycles where we start to see things get interesting, because there can be a few things thrown up, a bit of fuel saving strategy that we might see here today. It's definitely viable, and we've seen Writer Engineering pull it off before at Monza. They chose to go long on all of their stints to try and keep a nice short pit stop at the end of the race, and they were fast enough to make that happen. And in fact, they had about the same gap to the leader that they do now. So if I was a betting woman, I'd put money on Writer Engineering, trying to extend those stints and make that last stop as short as possible.
Obviously not a horrible idea to do so. We'll see how that works out here. Obviously, Wesley Casper still leading the way. 6.5 seconds the gap here over Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs. Alberto Garcia Blasco sitting right now in the 4th position behind Jan Korbs. Here is your current points leader entering this race with a lot of work to do to avoid losing that points lead here in Sebring. 4.5 between Korbs and Garcia Blasco. So everyone's kind of separated themselves out just a little bit at the front of the GTP field. Meanwhile, Castellani's still deep in the thick of it here. A little bit closer to Shopov, 2.3 seconds. And Nilsson and Moreno continue their battle, and that's distracted Nilsson enough to lose 3.6 to Castellani. Meanwhile, Orlando Tejero still battling with Montero for a top 10 place here in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, so Pedro Montero making up a position from when we last saw him. Orlando Tejero trying to stick with the back of that Mercedes at the moment. Currently sat in P10. Nuno, wow, okay. I really need to start saying these names in my head before I go to say them out loud. Nuno Magalhães, I want to say.
Oh, Magalhães.
Magalhães. We'll go with that one. In the Porsche behind, closing the gap to these guys at the moment, actually. Average pace, though, Pedro Montero has been about 1/10 of a second per lap faster than Orlando Tejero in P10 at the moment. But those two have both been faster than Dominic Hamada instead. So again, that's another gap that's starting to close down as we get towards the end of the first stint of the race here, with 45 minutes gone almost, and still no pit stops been made by the GTP field so far, I might add.
There is one in pit lane, but it's a damage repair, and you speak of the devil, and it shall appear. Cars in pit lane, Cartier and Gomez both in for regularly scheduled stops. Salvatierra in for repairs. That 7 car in pit lane for now over 3 minutes. But here comes the first actual scheduled stops, 45 minutes in on the nose for Ray and Cartier and for Ander Gomez. Florian Appenzeller also down pit lane as well, the 36, just now rolling down the concrete pit lane. So 3 cars stopping at the 45-minute mark exact.
And just like that, it is a race of the pit crews. The Porsche already down and off the jacks, but I think that's the number 7 to pick up the pace. It is, so not a question in this pit stop race at the moment. Reagan Carty now down off the jacks, and it's just a battle to see who's taken on what amount of fuel between Apazella and Carty right now. Waiting for them to start pulling away. A really long pit stop in these GTPs. About 6 months ago, they had an update that increased the fuel tank size, but not the refueling rate. Oh, and they both pull away at exactly the same time. That's Reagan Carty then going to come out the pit lane in front of Ander Gomez. So it'll be interesting to see where these two cycle out come everyone else's pit stops. But the Project Valorous number 50 of Wesley Caspers has gone through for another lap. So these guys are now a lap down on the field. Old Firm Racing now also pitted from P6. Being followed in very shortly by the 07 Racing Cadillac and the Project Valorous 51 car. So these guys are all relatively close on track. So again, depending on refuel, we could see a little bit of a reshuffling of the order here as Julian Harmond is in and up on the jacks. Davide Favaro and Christoph Jatura were nose to tail coming into the pit lane. Those two going up on the jacks at exactly the same time, as they do get followed in by Arthur Figueroa, who is also in this. It's the GTP field is pitting now. Robin Bertoletto and Sean Brown on pit lane 2. Carbano Esports following them in as well. Andre Villela, who we saw in a fight earlier in this race, also down pit lane, but we are still waiting for the leaders to come in. Project Valorous, Magic Arrow 55, Writer Engineering, XBD, and Magic Arrow's 56 car still haven't pitted.
I think we're seeing them come in this time, maybe. No, they stay out again.
They're staying out. Big fuel saves going on at the front of this field then as Julian Hamand, first car on pit lane, first car off pit lane. Davide Favaro follows him off 5 seconds back with absolutely no pressure from behind. But Christoph Jatura has come out side by side with your race leader. Not going to put up too much of a fight at the moment, mostly due to the fact that they are teammates working a little bit together there to help Wesley Caspers maintain the lead for now. But the pace has been absolutely electric for Caspers so far this race to maintain that lead. As we have seen, in fact, the rest of the field has come down pit lane. The Project Valorous number 50 car is the last prototype that owes us a stop. Your race leader going very long on this fuel stint.
Yeah, everyone else went longer on that fuel stop. Wesley Casper staying out that extra lap. Big time moves there. We thought that it would be the 76 that stayed out longer, but indeed, so this is the race leader that's done it. Very interesting how that's developed.
Yeah, especially with the pace these guys have been running less than a second off the pole time as the fastest lap at the moment, I might add. And that's going to have been with fuel saving as well. As the Magic Arrow 55 car rolls off pit lane, a good distance clear of the Writer Engineering Acura. And that gap cycles out to exactly what it was before the pit stops. A lap down prototype just sliding through there. And I think I'd expect a pit stop from Wesley Caspers this time by. And if he stays out again, I'd be very surprised because he'll be going to...
Completely
he stays out again.
Yeah, that's wild.
Goodness me.
He approached the SR Technic Porsche at the exit of Sunset and just went straight to the outside. Had the ability to get underneath of him. I let him go right to the outside. So he is still... This is impressive. He's now gone... It'll be 5 minutes over the expected time. By the time he gets out pit lane, it'll actually be 6 minutes over.
Yeah,
so
Project Valorous... Project Valorous definitely keeping an eye on what Writer Engineering did at Monza. Just listening on board for a second. Massive lift and coast into the hairpin for Wesley Caspers. Off the throttle even before the bridge. Bit of clutching as well to try and maintain to try and save a little bit of fuel. Sorry, I'm just going to listen in again. Yeah, doing everything he can to save every single drop of fuel into all of the big braking zones, taking his stint way over 50 minutes. What an impressive bit of driving from these guys to not only maintain the pace, but to save as much fuel as they have. 5 minutes longer than everybody else, and still the fastest car on track.
And right now, this pit stop's still be the same length as everyone else's. You're not taking more, you're not having a significant amount of time left on pit lane because everyone's doing the same thing, tires and fuel all the way through. So we'll see what this lap time looks like. He's coming in this time. Yeah, this time it's time to come down pit lane. That's exactly what the race leader will do. Pit stop for Wesley Casper's first one of the race. 51 minutes and 30 seconds in by the time they get to the box, because they have a pit box all the way down at the very tail end of the pit lane. So it's a very slow crawl all the way forward. Begin their service here. Norbert Thomas, meanwhile, gonna try to crawl in what was going into that pit stop sequence a 7-second gap. Would have to be very hard pressed to believe that Norbert Thomas could take the lead away on this pit stop cycle with the pace that Casper was maintaining.
Yeah, no one quite able to match Casper's so far this race, but of course still a very long way to go. And that dynamic shift of the track temp, air temp, the lighting all going down. So it'll be interesting to see how the pace shakes out once the environment changes around these cars. And that's it. Wesley Casper's rolling again on pit lane, and just like that, off of pit lane exit and rejoins the track clear of any traffic, with Norbert Thomas somewhere between 6 and 8 seconds behind.
5.5 out of turn 1. The gap's going to close a little bit because cold tires will have to catch up to Wesley Casper's here. He gained a little bit of time, but obviously when you're talking about a 7-second gap, cutting down just a second and a half, not what you were hoping for in that endeavor.
No, not at all. I think the rest of the field are shocked as we are that the Project Valorant Acura was able to go those 2 laps longer than everyone else, almost making it to 30 laps on that stint, which will get you well towards the end of the race in good time. But a 29-lap stint, the longest we've seen from any GTP in the field so far. I don't know if that'll change as the race goes on. It'd be interesting to see if any of the other teams have seen that and will switch onto that strategy, because that definitely seems like the way to go for now, as that gap's still out at 5.5 seconds. But Magic Arrow only only 7 seconds ahead of the next car behind them, of the Rato Engineering Esports Acura.
Thomas did a lot more to gain on Jan Korbs.
Oh, sorry, Carmen, there's been enough. A little bit of yeah, that's Christoph Tachura and Davide Favaro, both off the road at Cunningham last time through, which allowed Reagan Carty to get right on their tails and try and make something work. I don't know if we can get a replay of what happened there, but I'm going to wind it back myself and have a gander. Let's have a look. Christoph Tachura going for a very late move then, down the inside of Christensen, and not quite being able to get it stopped at all, in fact, and just pushing the number 2307 Racing Cadillac off the road, giving the position back very quickly, but then instantly losing the place to Reagan Carty and costing themselves a lot of time on the run down to Gendarbian.
I don't believe we have an actual good replay here. We have the notice that they did go off track, but we don't have a lot. There's the off track, I think, after the fact there for Tachura.
Yeah, what it's not showing you is the other cars that were alongside him as they just pop into existence there. Yeah, that was Davide Favaro that Christoph just pushed off at Cunningham there. Just a little bit too optimistic on the brakes, and just a little bit of side-by-side contact was enough to send them both off the road. But again, that's allowed Regan Carty to build a little bit of momentum and get right on the back end of Davide Favaro, who gets checked up in the hairpin by one of the Mercedes-AMG GT3s. And it's going to give Regan Carty a brilliant run down to the same section. Regan Carty diving to the inside then, not quite late enough on the brakes to make a move work that time. Still staying on the tail of Davide Favaro on the way down to Tower Corner. Christoph Cicero looking to try and make up for that mistake that he made last time around. Just watching this fight happen in front of him to see if he can pick anything off here. Through Genderby and these two cars go now. Nothing between them at the moment, but Regan Carty definitely on his way to making up that position. See there in the number 16 Cadillac, picking up all of the draft on the run down to Sunset, but it's not going to be enough for now as these guys come around Sunset Corner to take another lap here at Sebring International Raceway. Oh, and that's a massive crash. That's the 07 Racing Cadillac of Davide Favaro off in the background there. Let me try and see what happened there. That was awful.
Yeah, we had that
tremendous
right
bit of contact.
Of our screen, and that car I don't think is going to make it back to pit lane. In fact, yeah, he's going to park it right there on the entrance to turn 1. A huge crash though for Davide Favaro. A huge crash. This is in Sunset. He was the leading car in this trio. Does he just run out wide?
It was all driver error. He takes it, uses all the track on the exit of the corner, but not getting the car back over to the right when it jinks back in. Perhaps maybe a little bit distracted by something there, but as far as I can tell, just drives directly into the wall on the outside of the circuit, breaks the front left suspension, loses control of the car, and then hits the pit lane barrier before spinning right the way across the track between the two cars that were chasing him down. Fortunately, neither of them getting picked up in that collision, but what an awful way to end your race.
That's a horrible crash there for Favaro. And we're right on board with him.
I'm just surprised by it. It doesn't look like there was a steering wheel disconnect or any sort of hardware failure. He just literally just drives the car into the wall. I'd be interested to talk to the guys from 07 Racing to find out exactly what happened there, but I'm just a bit baffled and confused by it, to be honest with you.
We stay green here as we approach the end of the first hour. Casper still leads, but now we're beginning to lose a couple of GTPs in the process. Kuzma on track here in 17th, now happy that they'll be able to gain a spot here on Favaro. Miguel Bento still in pit lane, now 17 minutes for the pick up the pace number 7 machine. Still needing repairs done here, but a little bit of early attrition in the first of 12 hours here at Sebring. The most recent incident, that of Davide Favaro on the last corner, putting that car now in the pit lane for an extended period of time. Here comes some pit stops for GT3 cars now as RPM Racing comes down pit lane. 210 down pit lane. See, I believe that is the Smurf Racing Team Audi leaving pit lane as well right now. 391 it is. Some cars coming in, Sunray Sweden, Winston Eckel there in pit lane as well as Paulo Fonseca for ASR Motorsport. So some pit stops happening for GT3 now, and this is going to be an interesting cycle.
This is perhaps just a little bit short for some of the GT3s here. A lot of them coming down pit lane and getting off pit lane a touch before the hour mark. They're going to have to try and make up for that during the rest of the race, because that's not perhaps the smartest decision. A lot of the guys coming down now will get way past the hour mark, but I'm looking at the the negative delta by Simgear, your previous race leader, who pitted significantly before everyone else and got off pit lane before the hour mark. They're going to have to do a little bit of fuel saving to try and get that lap back that they're going to lose relative to Lorenzo Castellani, who was going to be one of the last guys to pit here. So perhaps that lead of the race at the start was tactical, because they've been able to stay with negative delta by Simgear for the entire first stint and just save fuel all the way. One hour of 12 have ticked by as Lorenzo Castellani comes down into pit lane. At the front of the field though, Project Valorous, number 50 Acura, Wesley Caspers currently leading the way from the number 55 Magic Arrow car of Norbert Tomas by about 8.2 seconds. Behind them, the number 76 Writer Engineering Esports Acura of Jan Kurbs, currently being hunted down by the XPD Racing GTP of Alberto Blasco. The Magic Arrow 55 sister car, the 56 car, currently piloted by Nicholas Gesner even, in P5 in GTP. And in P6 at the moment, Old Firm Racing Purple, Julian Hammond. Been in a little bit of a fight earlier in this race, was one of the first GTPs down pit lane. Dead Bull Racing, Reagan Carty, currently in P7, been doing a little bit of fighting so far this race, been brilliant to see. And then you've got another pair of Project Valorous cars. The 51 car leading the way of the 52 at the moment, and the Race 2 Esports number 70 GTP currently rounding out the top 10 in GTP. And as the Zero Racing 201 Mercedes rolls off pit lane, negative delta by Simgear, Vladislav Shopov cycle back to the front of the GT3 Pro field at the moment, followed by the aforementioned 201 of Lorenzo Castellani. P3 in GT3 Pro at the moment, it's Carbono Esports of Alberto Moreno, who have managed to jump the car in P4 at the moment, RPM Racing. That's Charlie Nilsson on board right now. P5 in GT3 Pro is the Sim Race Sweden esports car of Winston Eckel, who's been followed by the TeamRedX.com SimSport 807 in P6. P7 is AZR Motorsport of Paulo Fonseca right now, who are being followed rather closely by the 276 of Writer Engineering Esports. P9 in GT3 Pro right now is the Core Motorsports car of Orlando Teliero, and Canio Lopez in the 233 XBD Racing Porsche round out the top 10 in GT3 Pro. And a quick look at the GT3 Anfield. Your top three at the moment: Unlucky Luke Racing, Lithia Motorsports, and Carbono Esports JD. Plenty of racing then still to go, and we've seen plenty of it in the first hour. Some pit stop intrigue, some guys we think coming up a little bit short on where they need to be at the moment, but everything's sort of settling into a rhythm now, Carmen.
Yeah, it's a rhythm that we see very often, but it's easy to disrupt depending on where you're at. Obviously, we saw it with Davide Favaro. His rhythm disrupted just once, and now he's stuck in pit lane for what will be a very extended repair cycle here. As we just watch and wait here, looks like we're looking through some of the GT3 traffic. Whoa, there's a car, there's a Ferrari missing an entire front bumper there. Being passed there by, I believe that's Jonas Janum for the Team Red X SimSport 806. And in 14th position at the moment. Favaro falling down the order here, as now he begins to get passed by some of the front-running GT3 pros. Look here at the leader in the GT3 AM class, Andre Campagnolo for Lithium Motorsports, the AM class car that has dominated the season so far, continuing to dominate here at Sebring. Being passed by the 33 GTP, the XPD Racing GTP, that car sitting right now in the 4th position. That's Alberto Garcia Blasco. And I said that Cabanella was leading. He is 2nd place. Still dominating the season, but not dominating this race. That would still belong to Lucas Dirksen, the Jumbo Ferrari, the good old highlighter car, sitting at the front of the AM class field, but not by a wide margin, less than 10 seconds between those two cars here. Dirksen and Campanhalo keeping each other honest here, and they've got a decent gap all the way down to Sergio Ochoa Esposito. Obviously the Carbone Sports GD GT3 AM car sitting about 30 seconds away from the class leader at the moment. But as we've seen, anything can happen, and usually it does. For the AM class, usually later in the race, if there are any major occurrences here, just end up being a swept up casualty of the late race shuffling that usually happens here, especially at Sebring, of all places. But Esposito right now sitting on the final step of the podium. Favaro in his wreck, in his tow, has dropped down to 41st place overall. And that's where we see a lot of the cars that have also encountered issues. Mauro Dragoni, that car, I believe, officially out of this race. Would have to look, I believe the A0 Motorsport white car, the 8th place car in GT3 AM, also out of this race. Miguel Bento picking up the pace, still running. Hugo Valentin also still running for Project Valorous' GT3 car. So I believe we've lost about 5 cars in this race so far. Still 45, still running. It is Wesley Caspers leading the way in the overall standings here. Leading right now by 10.3 seconds over Norfolk
Carmen,
Thomas.
I don't think it's even 5 cars that have retired at the moment. Just looking at the timing tower, I can only see 3 cars that are currently still on pit lane. Everyone else is still rolling. It's the 07 Racing GTP of Davide Favaro that we saw have that massive incident a few laps ago. Team Red X 323 and Team Race Getter Black are the only 2 other cars still on pit lane. So I believe everyone else right now is still running. Good bit of racing spirit there, because they are multiple laps down on whoever they're racing right now. But all points are important.
Well, you also think about how difficult this track is. There's the hope that, hey, other people are going to have different issues as well later on in this race, and that's something that's always in the forefront of everyone's minds here is how much can things change and how quickly can they change. There's not a lot of forgiveness at this racetrack. You don't often get small accidents, and we've seen that pretty well in spades here so far. As we keep an eye on the 55 as it goes through traffic here. Jan Korbs, importantly, catching up and running right now the fastest on the track at the moment, minus that of, I believe, yeah, minus that of the 16 of Reagan Carty for Dead Bull Racing. Korbs right now the fastest on the track.
Yeah, he's been consistently up there as one of the fastest the entire season so far. Of course, this car, your championship points leader right now. He had got the gap down to P2 to only a few seconds, but a little bit of traffic in the last couple of sectors has really slowed him down. But I'm just following on board with Norbert Tamas right now, and I'm looking ahead of him, and he's got 3 GT3s to contend with in one of the most difficult parts of the track to pass traffic, tucking it right under the rear wing of one of the, I believe that's the Simrace Sweden, what's it called? What do they call them? They call them GT3s. On the run down towards Tower, and just coming past current 2nd place in GT3 Pro of Lorenzo Castellani on the run down to Genderbien. So a nice little bit of traffic for Norbert has allowed Jan Korbs to make up a little bit of that time that he lost last lap, but Jan gonna have a pretty difficult time of it coming through Le Mans now, tucked up behind the rear wing of that car that doesn't have a front end at the moment. And it is the Simrace Sweden Esports Academy car of Steven van Kampen. Not much for them to fight for right now, but not making Jan Kurb's job easy as he's looking for a way around the outside of Sunset of P2 and GT3 Pro. And that gap now opening up to 5 seconds between P2 and P3 and GTP.
Yeah, right now Jan Korb's just trying to really catch up. You can really kind of minimize the damage here if you can catch up to Norbert Thomas and go for that second spot here. You want to try to minimize any points loss here because it really does feel like Caspers has obviously a really good advantage at the moment. But also remember, none of the leading cars have had driver changes, and this is obviously a multi-driver affair running the 12 hours of Sebring. Most of these teams will have 3 drivers. I believe Ryder and me, I think they only have 2. I may have to remember, I believe it's Josh Tucker that's the only other driver for the 76 car for this race. But most will have 3.
Check. No, so Reiter Engineering electing to take on 3 drivers for this race by the look of things. Hendrik Ibsen completed the lineup for them today. 12 hours is a really long way to try and take an only 2 driver team. But we do have a couple of them up and down the field. Simrace Sweden Esports and Pick Up the Pace. No, sorry, not Pick Up the Pace even. Simrace Sweden, definitely one of the cars doing that at the moment. But if I have a quick scroll down the rest of the field, 07 Racing, the GT car, RPM Racing, both of the RPM Racing cars actually, and make that all of the Simrace Sweden cars, and XPD Racing GT3, and Lithium, and the Valorous 253, and Code Esports, and one of the sister Reiter Engineering GT3s, and a couple more GT3s actually, all opting to take 2 driver lineups, but a lot of the lineups actually expand into 3 drivers for this one. Because you want to give the drivers enough time to kind of rest and recover where you can to keep them fresh for the end of the race. It's what we were talking about. It's that fatigue that starts to set in as the night draws in and the race gets long. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that dynamic changes as the race goes on, because we're going to see some much fresher drivers in towards the end of this race compared to guys who have just been handing the car back off between each other for the duration. But I think, again, it's one of those things that's super important in prototypes because you're the cars that choose the engagements with the rest of the traffic.
Yeah, so right now, a lot of things still to determine here. We haven't seen the pace of any of those other drivers either, and they're going to be coming into this race pretty cold by the time everything is said and done. They're not going to have all the time on track when they get into this car, and we'll have to see if it's a 2-stint or a 3-stint driver change for these GTP cars. I'm assuming it's going to be 3. You want to run to about 2 hours, I think, is stint. I believe it's the math that, at least that's what we used in LMP2 back in the day.
It's going to be close to that, yeah. It's if the cars are going about 50 minutes on fuel, it's just watching Florian Apazella have a bit of a lock up into the hairpin whilst chasing down Jonas Janum at the moment. Looking at 50-minute stints is going to take you to about 2 hours and 40 minutes for a triple.
Yeah.
So, but the guys in the Project Valorous car doing 55-minute stints is obviously going to take them a little bit longer. And if you're doing triples, it's going to take you a little bit closer to 3 hours at this rate. I'd be expecting 40-minute stints at this track. Well, no, 40-minute stints at any other track. Sebring, a surprising amount of time off throttle allows you to go that little bit longer. But yeah, by the end of those 2 hours and 40 minutes, if you are doing triples, you're going to be, like, well, you're going to be quite exhausted, because I know how that feels, and it's not an easy one.
And now Jan Korb's the third place car in the GTP field, the points that are entering this race. not currently on the A game compared to Wesley Caspers and Norbert Thomas, who have picked up the pace a little bit. Caspers now 16.3 seconds ahead. Thomas a 5.5 ahead. So the gap has extended a little bit more between the top three as this race has pulled along here. Looking a little bit further down the order, Vladislav Shopov continues to lead in the GT3 Pro category over Lorenzo Castellani. That gap is now extended to about 4.5 seconds, thereabout there. Castellani further 10.6 seconds ahead of Alberto Moreno. Moreno sits third ahead of Charlie Lund Nilsson, who is back by 1.3 seconds, so still pretty close there, those two, after the first round of pit stops. Winston Eckel and Simray Sweden sitting in the top 5. And Simray Sweden, one of those cars we saw that was running only a two-driver lineup for this car. So they've taken on the extra challenge here in Sebring. Simray Sweden car, Winston Eckel sitting right now top 5 ahead of Paulo Fonseca for AZR Motorsport. And then you have Dominic Hammer just behind there, that Audi. There's 2 Audis in the field, one in Pro, one in Am in the GT3 field. Amateur looking for a top 10 right now, sitting 7th, and not a bad run so far for the Team Red X car that last time we saw them was not having a good race back in Belgium. Gianni Peroni last season was running around in the GDP field and now running in the GT3 Pro field. Right now carrying that car through despite being the epicenter of a couple of issues already in the first hour and 15 minutes. Sitting right now in the top 10 ahead of Orlando Tejero and Core Motorsports, Sergio Vieira and SR Technic in the top 10. I believe Vieira, is a driver change. I don't believe Vieira started that car. So that Porsche has made a change, I believe. I'd have to double check on that.
We have seen a couple of driver changes in the GT3 field. In particular, the one that I'm following at the moment, though, is the Battle of the Sergios. The 274 of Enosis Esports being chased down at the moment by the GOAT Esports.
It's Vieira, Gomez, and Cacciafero.
Well, look at that. Yeah, Cacciafero has been right on the tail of Gomez the entire way, but just getting a little bit blocked at the apex of turn 5 by the race leader Wesley Caspers. He's going to need to get that slipstream all the way down on the run towards the hairpin. Not able to do much in this braking zone, but certainly just giving Sergio Gomez something to think about as this stint trundles its way on. Picking up all that slipstream once again, down towards, I forgot the corner name, I've been saying it all race, down towards Cunningham. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what a fresh set of legs can do in this stage of the race, because I wouldn't think it would have too much of a performance advantage. But the 288 has been a little bit faster on average than the car in front of it so far. It's a couple of hundredths. It's negligible at the end of the day, but it's clearly enough to give Sergio Gomez something to think about. And here then comes Norbert Tamas, just passing these two on the run down to Sunset. It's probably going to get tripped up by the SR Technic car a little bit, having to run a slightly different line to stay comfy. Norbert Tamas does have another GTP behind him, but it's not for position. That's the number 66 car of Vincente Lara, who is currently running 15th in class. The Carbono Esports JD GTP coming into trouble early on and not quite having the pace we've come to expect from Carbono Esports. As we still follow this lead fight, Yankurb's thinking better of going down the inside of Cacciafero into the complex of 3, 4, 5. Getting a little bit of a wiggle on the apex of 5, but using that 700 plus horsepower to just pull away from both of these GT3s and get on the back of SR Technic on the run down to the hairpin. again, discretion the better part of valor in this case. Jan Kerb's being patient, not wanting to cause any issues this early on, because you want to try and make friends with the GT3s where you can, in the hopes that they'll let you by as easy as possible later on in the race. Cacciafiero now, though, just dropping off the back of Gomez a touch, and the pace difference between Vieira, Gomez, and Cacciafiero just kind of evening out a little bit. Like starting to go as fast as each other. So the fight has kind of stagnated as we're just sort of waiting for something to happen now.
Obviously, a lot of these moves are going to happen over laps. They don't happen immediately. You talk about last time we were on Arrows, the Champ Car World Series at Milwaukee. Those instances, those moves, those passes are pretty immediate. They're pretty quick once you make them happen. That's not the way this is. It's a very different race. It's definitely a different method of operation. But you also got all the time in the world. You don't have 45 minutes or an hour. You have 12 to make things happen. And it definitely put the analogy, Rome wasn't built in a day. You don't get around, you don't make passes quite so easy. You got to line them up and set them up. You got to study the car in front, because it's not just the same equipment. Obviously, this is a BMW taking on a Mercedes.
Again, we've seen this before.
And a Porsche in front. So these are all three different machines that all have three very different strengths to them here. Right now, I think this part of the racetrack, I think probably favors the Porsche just a little bit better than it does the BMW or the Mercedes. I mean, the Mercedes a little bit better the following sector, and then the BMW I think has maybe a little bit right now, at least showing right now, a little bit more of the straight line speed to really kind of keep themselves in that fray. But everyone having a little bit different advantages here, so it's definitely a bit of a chess match here. It's very interesting watching chess being played with three different players at the same time.
Sorry, Carmen, I was just following a change of position in GTP for P10. Andre Villela has managed to get past Arthur I'm going to keep tripping up over his name. The number 70 car of Race 2 Esports, who I believe picked up a slowdown on the run through and out of Le Mans, and has just dropped off the back of the fight for P10 for now. But yeah, not ideal for Race 2 Esports, not having a fantastic race at the moment. Ceding P10 to the AZR Motorsport GTP and releasing them to go and hunt down Ander Gomez in the Project Valorous 52 car.
So some close battles all the way through here. We'll keep an eye on this battle because this is also 410th in GT3 Pro between teams that all need some really good points to get into the top 10 here. Now Gomez in the middle of this battle, and they are nose to tail despite the GTP interference that we've seen blaze by them. Still going through, and I believe that GTP is going to get all the way to Sergio Vieira and got around, and that was fantastic, getting around all three of those cars in time.
Yeah, but you were talking about how it's a chess match at 200 miles an hour, Carmen. Was Reagan Carty just slotting himself in between this GT3 fight here? He's almost looking for a move into turn 5 on Sergio Gomez there, but Cacciafiero in the BMW just being a little bit patient at the moment. I think he knows that if he starts trying to send some moves on Gomez, it means these two are going to drop off the back of that SR Technic Porsche, so it's not really worth fighting too hard right now, when he can do what the 07 Racing Mercedes was doing at the start of this race and just save a little bit of fuel in the slipstream of the cars in front and take that car a little bit longer into the race and keep that shorter stop and push that stop at the end of the race off as far as you can, because you want to take that stop as late as possible. And the 288 team and the 274 team are doing exactly what they need to do right now to try and make that happen. Just being patient, sitting in the slipstream and cracking on and running their own race. Sergio Cacciafiero, though, doing a really good job of being predictable traffic right now. I've noticed that when they've got a prototype coming up behind them, they've been one of the guys that just kind of move over to one side of the track straight away. They don't tend to do it when there's a prototype right behind them. That's when they let the prototype do all the work. But if they can move over and get out of the way and just let the GTP do what it wants to do, they've been one of the teams that's been able to make that happen like really, really well so far this race. As we just watch Ander Gomez slot in between this fight again with the chasing Andre Velia and Arthur Figueredo, who's managed to get back on the rear end of that number 20 car.
Right now, and this is, by the way, this is just ahead of the leader in the GT3 AM class. There is Lucas Dirksen. We want to talk about as we watch this battle. That's where the start of GT3 AM is right now. They're running really good laps against Dirksen's not handed the car off at all yet, so expecting that to change a little bit here as everything goes along. But right now, Lucas Dirksen sitting fantastic, 13th overall in the GT3 field, leading the way by it's like 14.5 seconds over.
It is a long way.
Yeah, so
it is a long way. Again, this is that car that qualified right in the thick of the GT3 Pro class, as they have their number board in slightly the wrong position. You can see that little glossy square over the jumbo board with a very difficult to read 396 in the middle of it. But I just want to highlight for a quick moment, I was talking about how the Race 2 esports car managed to pick up a slowdown a couple of laps ago. But that Porsche has managed to recover really well and is now back on the tail of Andre Velia like it never even happened. So I'm expecting a little bit of a fight to evolve at some point soon as they try and navigate their way through traffic at Sunset Corner. Arthur Figueredo just picking up a little bit of grass on the inside of that very tricky, very bumpy corner on the run down to turn 1, right up to that wall on entry, making the most of all the track that's available as they get fed into more traffic in Sector 1. Well, a little bit of side-by-side action between the Porsche and the GT3 Mercedes there, just hampering Arthur's run through that tricky 3-4-5 sector that we always end up talking about. And that's just allowed Andre Velia to, Villela even, to pull away a little bit more as he's actually trying to chase down Ander Gomez at the moment, who's only a second in front of him.
Now this is Villela in 8th place, trying to chase down Ander Gomez and get around for 7th place. Front of the field, still Norbert Thomas over, not Norbert Thomas over Jan Korbs, because that would still belong to Wesley Caspers, who fell out of our viewing range for a second. Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs still separated by about 9 seconds. Caspers, though, pretty well on his own at the front of the actual field. He's going to have 12 seconds almost over Thomas as he runs through and starting the second half of his lap here.
Yeah, and this is before the pit stop cycle shakes out again. We saw that gap drop down to as small as 5 seconds with Magic Arrow taking that slightly earlier pit stop, using the fresh tires to their advantage to close the gap up a little bit more, but the pace advantage in itself not enough to get anywhere near the leader, who's just gone, oh, you're 5.5 seconds behind me? All right, bet I'm going to make that 11 before we even get to the second round of pit stops. So a brilliant bit of driving from Wesley Caspers, as I've just watched Ander Gomez go around the outside of a GT3 at turn 1 very late in the corner in an effort to run away from Andre Villela. Andre Villela, who's followed him through turn 5 nicely on another bit of GT3 traffic. Both of their runs being hampered on the run down to the hairpin at the moment. The gap between them, 0.2 of a second. As can they both get past this GT3? Yes, they can. Ander Gomez even under lots of pressure from Andre Villela at the moment and handling it beautifully.
Gaspers right now leading the way. This is Valela still battling. 3-car fight once again. As Taylor mentioned, this fight still raging on. As they approach second in GT3 Pro here, I believe. I believe that is the 201 that they're about to approach here before sunset. And it is. They all get around pretty easily here. And pit stop for Gomez. So pit stop's beginning here at the hour 30 mark, almost on cue.
Yeah, again, that Project Belarus car, one of the earlier ones to stop last time around, but perhaps thinking better of getting involved in a fight, taking that slightly earlier stop up on the jacks. But what that's done is that's released Andre Villela to just kind of drive into the gap that they've created. It's all well and good getting yourself out of a fight and into a little bit of clean air, but what you've got to remember, especially if you're the lead car out of those two that are pitting, is what you've done is you've just created a massive space in front of the car that you've been trying to pull away from. That you're not throwing dirty air at them now. You're not holding them up on corner exits. So it kind of unlocks the pace a little bit more of that AZR Motorsport GTP. So perhaps if this is an option to take an early stop, maybe it wasn't the smartest choice.
Honestly, you may not have much of a choice depending on how much you're running those fuel tanks either. Obviously, everyone's got something a little bit differently set up for their cars here. The Cadillac, that powerful V8, gonna chew up a little bit more fuel than normal. Remember that all the engine manufacturers here in the GTP field, they're not the same engines by any stretch of imagination. The Cadillac GTP here running a beefed up version of the Corvette C8 V8 engine. So that's obviously a lot huge display. I believe it's a 5-liter engine. I do believe 5 or 6 liter.
It
engine.
is.
I believe it's 5.
It is. It is a 5-liter Chevrolet V8 or GM V8. It's a beautiful thing. Most similar, I think, to the NASCAR block, which is why you might find you get quite a similar sound out of both of the engines. Loads of footage coming out of the real life 24 Hours of Le Mans from last year, where we had both the Cadillac LMDH running in the hypercar class and the Garage 56 entry Chevrolet Camaro. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful machine. The memes that came out of that race as well, with all the Freebird was absolutely fantastic and my highlight of the race to watch. But you found a very similar sound from both of those engines. But the one thing that always struck me is, is Andre Villela just going for a little bit of a slide into Cunningham there. The one thing that always struck me is you'd have the Porsches coming through with their twin turbo V8s, just kind of like whistling by. Andre Villela getting a little bit wide again and then losing out to Arthur Figueredo. Just, a loss of position there as Andre Villela drops down to P8 in class. A tricky little middle sector there for him. But as I was saying, that Porsche V8 whistling by, then the Cadillac could come by and you get that roar from the naturally aspirated V8. And you'd be like, whoa, that is a sound and a half. And then the Camaro comes through and just blows your eardrums out. And it's just such a beautiful engine and such a beautiful bit of engineering. And again, it's those differences between the manufacturers, which is why I love this class of car so much. So I talk about it a lot, but you've got the naturally aspirated V8 in the Cadillac. You've got a twin turbocharged V8 in both the Porsche and the BMW. Not the same engine, of course. The BMW's is a DTM-based engine. And then you've got the twin turbo V6 in the Acura, which is, of course, a slightly bigger Dallara IR18 Chevrolet engine.
So
not Chevrolet, Honda, sorry.
So that's the interesting thing. So that was supposed to be the new regulation engine in the Acura that we're seeing right now at the front of the field. Twin turbo V6 engine I believe it's 2.4 liters. I believe it's the exact same engine they were going to use for the IndyCar program before that engine formula was nixed during the hybrid development for the series. So instead of them making it obviously an IndyCar engine, now that that program no longer really is functioning at that level, they just put it in this car because they don't plan on making another one.
No, exactly. And I think the one thing that really struck me, that I keep saying this, I love this class. Everything about it strikes me. I remember the Raw Before the 24 last year, just before these cars debuted in their proper full-on race specs. There was footage of all the cars coming by. It's like, oh, that Cadillac sounds like a NASCAR. And then the Acura came by, and I just couldn't believe how much like an Indy car it sounded. It was a beautiful sound, and honestly, this is going to be controversial as I'm just watching the rest of the GTP field come into the pit lane here. I think the Acura is actually my favorite engine sound. I love the big V8 roar, but there's something about that IndyCar-based engine that I just absolutely adore. And I can't explain it. I won't explain it. I refuse to elaborate.
And then you got the Porsche here, the third of the 4 manufacturers we have available in iRacing. Everyone abandoned the BMW. The BMW, a bit of a handful to drive compared to the newer versions of the GTP class machines. Obviously, GTP in real life a lot more expensive than just 4 manufacturers. Obviously, leaves a lot of people with a fantasy list of what should be added next over the next 6 to 9 months. Obviously, you look at potentials, you look at Lamborghini, now that it's made its debut in the North American Championships. You obviously look at Alpine, that may make its debut next year. Some people looking over at Europe, looking at potential cars over in Europe. You look at the Ferrari as a big one, as a potential car you might want to see at some point. Ferrari does have a relationship with iRacing, so there's still a lot of room to grow. And obviously, you look at the GT.
Oh, hang on, Carmen. We've just had a change of position on pit lane exit. We've had a driver change as well for AZR Motorsport and Race 2 Esports. AZR Motorsport, who lost the position to that Porsche behind them before they came down pit lane with a couple of mistakes from the previous driver, now retaking P8 on pit lane exit, just able to get that slightly shorter stop and pull away a touch faster than the number 70. Felipe Silveira coming out of pit lane in P8, 0.9 seconds in front of Marcus Eberhard. Everything can change in a pit stop here, Carmen, and it just has.
Everything can change no matter where you are on track, and we're going to see more of those driver changes. The 51 also changed. Peter Matuzik behind the wheel of 51 now as well. Corey Ratliff behind the Dead Bull Racing 16. Randy Martin behind the Old Firm Racing purple car. Balazs Tarozzi, the second driver in that 55, taking over from Norbert Thomas. Aaron Abner will be in the car next for that 55 car. Caspers we're likely going to see make a driver change as well. We have Hendrik Epson, which is the third driver we mentioned there. We talking about driver changes, potentially Josh Tucker, the third driver for Ryder Engineering. Hendrik Epson in that car first as well as we go into this. Longer window for pit stops here for the GTP field. Casper still on track here, leading the way. Looking at second round of pit stops here for the GTP class field. It's Caspers, Tarozzi, Ipsen, your top three. Casper's yet to make a pit stop and still needs to do so, and expected to do so here momentarily. Now approaching the straightaway here before Sunset Bend. Casper's rolling around, staying out this lap. Will stay out an extra lap once again. This will be about 7 minutes longer of a stint than some of his competitors here.
Yeah, and that's only going to grow if they keep stopping this much later than everyone else. In the next couple of stints, we're going to see them pit in a whole 10 laps after everyone else. But just a quick rundown, we have seen a couple of driver swaps in the fields as we follow on board with, well, not on board, we follow Wesley Caspers at the moment. Balsaz Tarosi has got on board the Magic Arrow 55 car, and Hendrik Ibsen, that third driver we were talking about in the Writer Engineering car, has got aboard that third place Acura right now. XVD Racing have swapped out and put Felix Manzanado on board. Manzanado. Yeah, there we go. And Old Firm Racing have changed out for Randy Martin Mateos in 5th place right now. Deadball Racing have put Corey Ratcliffe on board. Project Valorous 51 have switched out for Peter Matuzak.
Yeah, Peter Matuzak is behind the wheel of the Project Valorous 51. Felipe Silveira in behind the wheel of the A0 Motorsport car, kind of just repeating what I said earlier there. Marcus Eberhardt behind the wheel of the Race 2 Esport. Nicholas Gessner still behind the 56 at the moment. Andres Kisma also still behind the wheel of the 29. Andrew Gomez still in the 52. Mike Arsh taking over the Carbano Esports JD car. Thomas Senglebov behind the Team FFSR car. Apazella still in the Lorandale Racing machine. So a few going with the three-stop stint. We'll see if Caspers is one of those as well. He stays out again, another extra lap here, so he's going to go super long on this stop. But most of the 16 cars still running.
Expecting this should be Caspers in lap this time round. Don't quote me on it. Maybe they've saved 30 laps this time. I doubt it. But at this point, I'm willing to be surprised by the lead car and expect anything from them, because they're pulling off a blinder of a strategy at the moment.
Now looking at second place in the GT3 Pro field, it's Shopov, Castellani, Moreno, Nilsson, and Eckel, your top 5. Made up Delta by SimGear, 07 Racing, Carbone Sports GD, GT3, RPM Racing, and SimRace Sweden leading the way there. Lucas Dirksen will lead the way in GT3M. For Unlucky Luke Racing, so far, luck has gone their way. But we've been here before, we've done this before. They're hoping to be able to extend that a little bit further in this event. But that definitely takes some time to get things ready to go. So far, they're sitting in that leading position in class over Andre Campagnolo and Lithium Motorsports AM. There it is, the 334, running around on track at the moment. The Brazilian driver approaching the second pit stops here in about 17 minutes.
Yeah, not long to go in these stints for the GT3s. A lot of these guys trying to make it to an hour as Wesley Caspers pulls into the pit lane for his second stop of the race, making another 29-lap stint at an absolutely blinding pace, averaging in the mid-45s at the moment as the track temp has now dropped down to 36 Celsius. So expect those lap times to start to shoot up a little bit in this next stint or so. To get stopped in his box, hits his marks perfectly up on the tracks. Are we going to see a driver change? Yes, we are. Project Valorous choosing to swap out the very fast Wesley Caspers for Jeremiah Kaiser. They're going to come out a good 10 seconds or so in the lead once again. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pace dynamic is between Balsaz Tarosi, Hendrik Ibsen, and your new race leading driver, Jeremiah Kaiser.
Yes, Kaiser's going to be in that car now. Tarosi having a chance now to kind of get up to speed just a little bit. Now we've got to see how Kaiser handles everything here. Kaiser leading pit lane.
By a lot, Carmen. The lead is by a lot. The number 55 Magic Arrow car just coming through the apex of sunset now. That's a good 20 seconds or so. Brilliant stuff from the number 50 so far, building all the margin they need for things to go wrong should it happen. And that's the really important thing about endurance racing. As much as you do need to be patient and take your time, and you have a long time to get things done, at the end of the day, anything can still happen. It's still motorsport. So if you can build yourself a margin so that you can kind of allow bad things to happen later on in the race and still be far enough in front for them to not affect you too much, that's exactly what it's all about. And that's exactly what Wesley Caspers has done. He's given his team what is currently an 18-second advantage. And the extra, what's it going to be, 9 laps these guys go if they stick to their fuel strategy? It's insane. It's a brilliant bit of driving, and now it's just a hope for them that Jeremiah Kaiser can follow on from from the pace that Wesley Caspers has set, as he nearly gets rear-ended by Jonas Janum coming into Gendebien and Lamar. Just struggling on those, not struggling on those cold tires right now, but Jonas Janum very much on warm tires right now, and was hounding the number 50 Project Valorous car for a second there.
Yeah, Janum, the first car a lap down in the GTP class, down in 13th at the moment. This kind of speaks to the speed that the Project Valorous team has gotten so far out of that Acura at the front of the field. They continue to work on that as we approach the second round of pit stops for the GT3 field here in about 14 minutes. Some fun racing going on here. Sergio Sanchez Cachefero has dropped behind Lucas Derrickson. So Derrickson now sitting top 10 overall in the GT3 class, but it's still a little bit of a pocket of talent here, because there's Sergio Gomez just up in front as well. There's the Mercedes of Enosis Esports. Everyone trying to make some inroads today.
Yeah, a very early look at the pace dynamic between the top 3 in GTP at the moment, though. Hendrik Ibsen's last 5, about 0.2 of a second faster than Balzaz Terozzi. That gap now down to 3.6 seconds. Hendrik doing a fantastic job to bring it down and try and put the Reiter engineering car back in second place. Those guys on a very similar strategy at the moment, both of them going for 27 lap stints right now. So this will be a race for position when they get there. Hendrik Ibsen's last lap time of 46.0 compared to Balzaz Terozzi's 46.7. So that's a whole 0.7 of a second already essentially down the drain for the 55 Magic Arrow car.
Hendrik Ibsen continuing to crawl forward, and he's got some clean real estate too. He doesn't have a lot of traffic right now on this lap to really try to make things happen. You have to maximize laps like this where you do get a lot more clean air. And we're seeing that. He's going to take a shot here around one of the Ferraris. He does so pretty successfully, and I believe now he's taking on one of the negative Delta cars. And he does that as well without much fuss.
Yeah, plenty of pace advantage in that Acura as compared to a GT3. Loads more downforce, I say loads less weight. It used to be loads less weight. A little bit closer on weight nowadays, only about 200 kilograms in it compared to what used to be 400, and plenty more horsepower to make that happen. But that's of course why GTPs can get held up behind GT3s so much. The different levels of downforce, power and weight just changing the pace of, there's a pace difference between the cars between the corners, as we've seen so far. The GTPs managing to put laps on the GT3s at the moment. But that's where that traffic management comes into it. You want to go fast, but you don't want to go too fast that you're going to get held up by a GT3, particularly on corner exit when you're driving one of these prototypes, as Hendrik Ibsen does get held up just a little bit on the exit of Cunningham, almost running into the grass on the run down to Tower. But dispatching that Audi relatively easy. I think that's about as nicely as you can expect to get through a GT3 in that section, but it is all about how you manage getting through the GT3 traffic. That is where a lot of the pace over the course of a race comes from, because you can be tenths of a second faster per lap on your competitors, but if you can't get through the traffic cleanly or quickly, your pace is going to suffer a lot more than I think you might expect it to, as I think that was the Lithium Motorsports M car setting a race best in class, so a good little bit of driving from them there. And speaking of a good little bit of driving, Hendrik Ipsen just managing to maintain that gap to second overall right now and kind of chunk it down a little bit, still running those 0.6 or so faster per lap on average than the car in second place at the moment. Writer Engineering then looking like they're going to start hunting down P2 and make a move for it relatively soon.
Yeah, right now the gap is 4 seconds between third and second. It's Ipsen and Tarosi, Writer Engineering and Magic Arrow. Ander Gomez right now trying to chase down Marcos Eberhardt, the Spaniard and the Brazilian, battling for the 9th position right now. And here he goes. That is a late move. That was to get around Dirksen. That's a slowdown. It'd have to be for the 52. Gomez once again being aggressive, trying to get through some of the traffic, and it didn't quite pay off. He almost T-boned the 70 of Eberhardt. But they did ultimately get around the GT3 traffic, but that was a wild move into the final sector.
Yeah, a smart choice there from the Cadillac driver to not completely destroy the rear end of Marcus Eberhardt. I can't lie, having some flashbacks to last weekend there. Yeah, just perhaps Marcos Eberhardt being a little bit more cautious on the brakes alongside that GT3 traffic, but Ander Gomez wanting to make up as much time as possible to get right on the tail of this Porsche. He's made that happen, to be fair. He's right with him, but not without losing a little bit of time in the last sector as he's picking up the slipstream through Big Bend on the run down to the hairpin. Not close enough to make anything happen this by, but just weaving a little bit and pulling out of that slipstream to let that white and yellow Porsche know that he's there and fill those mirrors full of that black and green Cadillac.
Yeah, Gomez fighting everything tooth and nail right now just to try to get around Eberhardt as the racing continues on. We are almost 2 hours through this 12-hour event. For everyone that's been joining us for this race, we appreciate it. It's been a wild one covering qualifying and the race here at Sebring. But we greatly appreciate everyone being with us for this event. Here we go, contact. That was the Core Motorsport car that was being forced 3 wide. Gomez not wanting to be denied, but the Porsche a little bit better straight line speed. A little bit of draft for the Cadillac. Is it enough to send it into sunset? Answer that question, no. They're gonna try to split 3 wide the Audi of the Team Red X car. They will go 3 wide, and they'll be side by side. Gomez in the Cadillac. Eberhardt in the Porsche. Side by side still through turn 1. And Eberhardt holds the position. That was wild.
Yeah, brilliant little bit of driving from the Porsche driver there, just to take that wider line through sunset, knowing that Ander Gomez would have to take the alternate line to try and make something happen. Just carrying the momentum off the corner that Ander Gomez wasn't quite able to carry, but it goes onto the grass as Ander Gomez. Wow, that was tricky. Thank God the grass is like it is now, because on the old grass, that might have been the end of his race. But yeah, the Porsche driver being very smart there, just to carry all the momentum out of the corners, both corners at turns 1 and 2, and not allow Ander Gomez the route to get through. But Gomez is still there with him, and a little bit frustrated, is probably going to be looking for a very dangerous move in the next half a lap or so, as that Porsche is now getting on the back of the GT3. GT3 gonna not stay out of the way completely, pinching him to the inside of tower. That's gonna give Ander Gomez all the impetus he needs to get a run on corner exit, as they are side by side on the run down to Genda BN. hard on the brakes are they going to be now? Who's going to come out in front? It's going to be the Porsche for now. Ander Gomez choosing to stay behind through Le Mans, but able to get the better run through that corner for these last couple of laps into the slipstream on the run down to Sunset. There's going to be a little bit more traffic for these two to contend with. How's it going to affect the fight this time round?
The slipstream there from the Sim Race Sweden Ferrari gave both of them a little bit of draft. Here we go. That was close. Once again, Gomez shot to the outside lane. Couldn't make it happen, though. Eberhardt driving defensively side by side. Now the favorable line belongs to Gomez. Once again, approaching turn 1. Is this where the Cadillac gets ahead? Just barely does. The pass finally makes sense and happens for Gomez, who's been trying for the better part of an hour to make his way around the 70. Gomez now in position here, doing an outstanding job in that fight. Eberhardt did a fantastic job as well. Props to him for being so defensive, but also keeping enough space to allow for some flexibility as they both approach traffic. But Gomez, 110% right now. And Eberhardt taking it a little bit easy, not overstepping the boundaries with the GT3 traffic here. Gomez not being denied and now trying to set sail. He's trying to catch up to Peter Matuzik. His teammate, technically, it's the Project Valorous 51, and obviously we're looking at the Project Valorous Academy number 52. But Gomez going ham, trying to get that position, and he has done so, and that was only for 9th place. There's Tarosi and Ibsen, who have popped back into our viewing area. There's Tarosi, taking over the work that was done by Norbert Thomas in the first hour and a half of this race. Currently sitting about 3.5 ahead of this man right here, Hendrik Ibsen. For Rider Engineering right now sitting 3rd in the race. Felix Manzanetto, XPD Racing, taking over from Roberto Garcia Blasco. Some of the GT3 traffic as well. Jeremiah Kaiser back down pit lane. This is not a scheduled stop for the number 50. What is going on with the 50 car? The Project Valorous car that was leading this race. This cannot be a scheduled stop.
No, that is extremely early for these guys. I think there's a bit of damage on the front left side of that car. I'm just going to wind it back and say, oh, I think I got it. Just trying to see. Oh, yeah, no, so the number 399 Slippers Racing Mercedes got into a bit of an incident through Sunset. I think just losing the back end on entry. Yeah, that's what happened. And just got moving at the wrong time for your race leader. Just pulled forward onto the racing line and closed the gap that Jeremiah Kaiser was trying to squeeze that Acura into. Clips the front end of the Mercedes, taking the front end off that GT3, damaging the front left corner of the Project Valorous Acura, and that's going to cost them the lead.
Big time.
With 10 hours on the clock, that's going to cost them the lead. Still plenty of time to make it up. They have been the fastest car on track, but the important thing is going to be to see just how long that pit stop's going to be. They are still stationary, but it has handed the 55 car of Magic Arrow the race lead, but with Writer Engineering only 3 seconds behind.
Closing.
How long can they hold on to it for?
2.2 in closing.
Yeah.
This is
exactly
huge.
How long are they going to be able to hold on to it for? Hendrik Ibsen has been closing this gap down since the start of the stint, and we could see 2 new race leaders in the space of about 10 minutes or so, as Hendrik Ibsen just threading his way through traffic, cutting to the inside of that Porsche. Gap now less than 2 seconds to the lead for the first time all race.
Yeah, everyone trying to make magic happen now. The gap is open, and Kaiser's going to be a lap down now. So that is a costly repair that they're going to have to try to make up now over the next 10 hours, and they're still on pit lane. Like, that's not an easy fix. If that is a suspension piece that needs replaced, you're losing maybe 2, maybe 3 laps on this.
It is. It is a suspension replacement. Project Valorous have picked up a meatball flag off that incident. Definitely a steward's report going to be going in for that one. And to me, that feels like it's going to be slam dunk against that Mercedes. Such a damn shame. Actually, interestingly though, Carmen, I think that if it does go through as a report, it's going to be the first report of the race, which is, if you ask me, quite impressive.
So there are reports that are going through. I was actually looking because they've moved where the reports are located. There have been, looks like 28 different reports. A lot of warnings here. Let's go through some of the penalties that have already been served. All right, so there was a report on the 220 A0 Motorsport car between Pro and AM and GT3. No further action between those two cars there. No further action for the 220 A0 Motorsport car compared to the 276 Rider Engineering car. There was contact here, but it was considered a racing incident there. The 276 got the 50 got a warning on the contact with the Rider Engineering GT3 car. And that was because the number 50 cut off the 276 car and caused a little bit of contact there between the two, but that was a warning. The 276 got a warning for cutting off the 16 Dead Bull Racing car. No further action between the 51 and the 99. That was back at the start of the race. No further action for a lot of no further actions here in this. The first actual penalty was between the 255 and the 233, and that was the 233 that had a penalty to serve. So the 233, that car not being driven by Mark Luna Heredia, but they had a drive-through early in this race. The 207, cutting off the 396, that was the that's the pro leader that was cut off there. Official warning there for the 207, Firefly E-Racing Blue. No further action between the 396 and the 56, considered a racing incident there. A lot of warnings. First drive-through there, only a couple drive-throughs. Drive-through for the 364, the Team Race Scooter Blue, so insult to injury there. The 293 given a warning as well. A warning between the 23 and the 51. Obviously, that was early in the race before the 23 had that incident on the front straightaway. Nothing super special here. No further action between the 299 and the 396. No penalty between the 296 and the 56. Stop and hold for 5 seconds. That is for the 320 A0 Motorsport White, which is why they've fallen off of the podium, off the top 5 really, in this race. The most recent incident, a no further action between the 220 and the 52. So, a lot of warnings, a lot of no further actions here in Sebring. This track very difficult as it is.
For the most part, I don't blame that. Let everyone settle into a rhythm. There's going to be silly errors that everyone's making at this stage, so get them out of the way. And then if people still continue to do it after being given those warnings, it's like the single file restarts in Champ Car. Once it all goes wrong the first time, that's when people kind of get it into their heads that they need to sort it out and then crack on. But I think definitely in the case of the incident we saw that have cost the Project Valorous 50 car the lead, that is 100% a slam dunk penalty for an unsafe race train. And it's probably going to be the biggest penalty we see all race today.
Knock on wood on that one.
No, we want drama. I will not knock on wood, we want drama.
I think we've had enough drama for at least the first couple hours. We've been live for the first 3 hours here, including qualifying in the opening 2 hours here of the 12 hours of Sebring. For everyone tuning in ABN Esports 1, we're going to step aside for a few minutes, kind of just recharge and refresh here. We got a long race ahead. For everyone tuning in here to ABN Esports coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, I'm Carmen, Sienna, alongside me, sports car champion Taylor Mills. We'll be back in a few minutes, non-stop coverage here. Cameras will stay alive and focusing on cars throughout the field as we refill our drinks, get a snack or two, and to make sure that everything's ready to go for the next couple hours here on ABN Esports 1. coming back a couple minutes early from our hydration break, Eberhardt and Race 2 Esport from bad to worse during the break, having issues with one GT3, and now they've had issues with another. This one a lot more serious. It was an issue between Eberhardt and Kiko Lakai. No longer the issue, as Eberhardt now completely just out of it. After an issue on the final corner. We saw that live on our cameras. Gonna see if we can jump back to it. It's Lemmy Mishk. Wow, oh my goodness, Lemmy Mishk involved in that one. Not often you see something with Lemmy Mishk in it.
Yeah, a very, very messy bit of driving from Marcos Eberhardt there. Trying to sneak around the outside of the GT3 on corner exit, but I don't know where they really thought the speed was going to come from there. Because with how far back they are at this point when they commit to it, the GT3 is already committed to that corner exit as well. And it looks like Marcos just tries to cut back in really, really early. But the GT3, at that point, there's nothing they can do to really change their line. So I'm really confused as to why Marcos didn't just cut to the inside early in the corner and go from there. Interestingly enough, I don't find him at fault for the earlier crash that we caught on camera as well. I found it pretty pointless the BMW kept their nose in around the outside, but yeah, no, just a massive bit of miscommunication between the GT3 and the GTP there that's going to effectively end the Race 2 Esports race early.
Yeah, that was a huge disastrous crash, and you see Lemmy Mishk and Marcus Eberhardt both involved in that incident. Just an absolute nightmare scenario there for Eberhardt. Still on pit lane. And this was during a time where we were talking about off the camera, trying to figure out what the situation was. A lot of cars have decided to come down in the GTP class anyway. They've decided to come down early. Over half the class has abandoned the stretch strategy that was being employed by the number 50 Project Valorous car. That car no longer leading this race, no longer even close to the lead lap, 4 laps down. Everyone's abandoned that strategy, minus the 55 and the 33 and a couple of others. Everyone else has decided to come in early. Looking at the tire data that they have now been able to collect over the first 2.5 hours, they're pitting between 6 to 7 laps early. So I have to see what the shift in the strategy has been and what's caused that shift. But no one really any longer matching the fuel numbers. Everyone looking at the tire data now and the fall off of those tires. Everyone looking at the shorter pit stops now, at least with what it's looking like right now with the high temperatures on track. Tarosi now on an island.
So in actuality, Carmen, you called it when we were off air for a second. You said that everyone was jumping off the fuel save strategy after the 50 essentially got taken out of this race, and you were dead on. I've been talking to Jan Kurbs, and he says they pitted really early to try and overtake the Magic Arrow 55 car, and their race is basically surviving with the 50 gun. So yeah, everyone's like, right, we don't need to fuel save anymore. We could just go full push to the end of this race, basically. And I think Riser Engineering know they've got the pace to win this now, so it's just a case of waiting for the Magic Arrow 55 car to come back to them. But Balsas Tarosi and the 55 crew thinking they can maybe make something happen if they stay on this fuel save strategy.
That's what I was looking at, because I was looking at the numbers. I'm like, well, it makes sense. You're not worried about fuel saving anymore. You're not worried about clutching and coasting. You're worrying about tire longevity at this point, because your battle in the fuel save game, Ryder was losing to Magic Arrow and Valorous. Valorous is out of the equation. They're 4 laps down and wounded still. Their time's not come back to where they were before that incident. They were catching up when they were just full bore pushing on the 55. They were catching. They got within a second and 3/10 of the 55 before they made that pit stop. They definitely have pivoted strategy. And I was saying though, it's like, okay, well, there's no point in saving fuel because you're not going to outsave the 55 camp. We saw that. You saw them try, but you can definitely outpush them, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And especially with Tarosi now having to worry about the fuel mileage, she's now on an island. Now, it's not, as you mentioned, it's not out of the equation, but I don't know if the 55 is going to be able to do what the 50 was doing. The 50 was untouchable for a period of time. The 55
No.
very much still vulnerable right now.
The 55 team aren't going to be able to go as fast as the 50 or as long. As I say, it was a almost miraculous bit of driving from those guys to go as long as they did, as fast as they went. But just looking at the average pace that I've been using as a nice little reference for this last week or so, Ryder Engineering are still maintaining that few tenths of a second pace advantage over the 55 crew. So if they can keep that up for the rest of the race with all 330 laps we've got to go here, that should be able to cut out a pit stop if Magic Arrow stay on this fuel extending strategy. I have reached out to the 55 crew to see if we can get a comment on how come they're sticking with the fuel extend strategy as everyone else has abandoned it, as XBD Racing come down pit lane and completing only a 26 lap stint. So I'll definitely keep you updated on that if any information comes to me.
Yeah, it's been absolutely wild. A couple of new things that have come into the fore here. The 399 and the 50. Obviously, we talked about that was a slam dunk one. It is 2 minutes stop and hold for the 399.
Yep.
Currently, two things being reported, two things being reviewed right now. It is the 366 and the 218 being involved in an issue. It's Scribono Esports' AM car and the 218 Esports Academy car for Simrace Sweden. They're being reviewed right now, as is the 293 and the 99 Team FFSR. All that's being reviewed right now, and it looks like the 293 is an appeal at the moment. So there's two things that are actively going on right now. I'd be surprised if the 70 and the 276 is not also under review at some point here imminently, and that would have been the issue with Race 2 Esports and the Ryder Engineering GT3 Pro car with Lemmy Mish behind the wheel of that car. As Tarosi's come in.
Yep, there you go. That's them staying on exactly the same strategy that they've been on the entire race so far, those 27 lap stints, as opposed to everyone else's 26 at the moment. Of course, we have the Ryder Engineering car come down the pit lane very early relative to everyone else, trying to just get out a little bit of traffic to try and gain some time. Wait, is that the 56 car on pit lane with damage?
56 car, the Cone
Magic Arrow car.
Yes, it is. A lot of damage on the 56 car. Let's see if we can get a better angle of this car as it's being repaired. That's definitely not it.
It's got no front end, I'm telling you that, yeah. You don't really want to see the Dallara suspension underneath the Cadillac bodywork. That's how you know everything's gone a bit wrong, but I don't really know what's happened there. I wasn't able to...
Let's see if we can find a report on that, because I'm not seeing a lot there. I see off tracks by Oscar Gonzalez, Florian Appenzeller.
Hold on, Carmen. Just as we were going to go having a look at that, Hendrik Ibsen has cycled through into the race lead. That is your third new race leader with 2 hours and 26 minutes. 2 hours and 27 minutes gone. They are 10 seconds ahead of the 55 crew. 10 seconds ahead. Brilliant strategy call from the Ryder Engineering gang to get the 76 car out way in front of the 55 crew. Now it's just a question, do the 55 crew have an answer to this?
So you either stay the course now and you hope that you can somehow cut out a minute and 30, because that's the goal now. For Ryder Engineering to open up a 90-second gap. 90 seconds is what you need to pull. You know that. You know the number. For Blasterosi, they need to keep that number within so they can cut a pit stop out of it and have an advantage at the end of this race. However, that gap right now, the Ryder's already got a good start on it. 13 seconds is the gap. They've got a good start on it.
It's not helping that they're picking up a little bit of traffic there as well.
The worst possible point, yeah.
Yeah, literally, we've been talking about it all race so far, that is the one spot you really don't want to pick up any traffic. Credit where it's due, I think he dealt with it quite well, but just... it's so tricky to manage. It's race cars. It's multi-class racing. There's no such thing as an easy race win in this sort of racing.
I'm trying to see. It looks like whatever the issue was, Garrett's was able to drive it back. It looks like. I'm not seeing anything saying that he towed. There was an issue with that was Corey Ratcliffe and Felipe Silveira. I don't know if they were together in that, but that would have been Dead Bull Racing and AZR Motorsport. Let's see if we can grab a look at that. We have some things to keep an eye on today. This is Corey Ratcliffe for the 16 at Dead Bull Racing, the American driver. going to the inside, and he's going to come to a spin, and he's going to come to a tire barrier stop. And this is where, yeah, that's where AZR Motorsport gets involved there. And obviously, they were already committed on the exit of the corner, which is kind of blind at that particular point. And you see everyone else already committed. Ratcliffe doing a great job of getting away from the racing line. He's going to take the penalty to come down pit lane early.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be what that is.
Got to give some credit to the American driver. That was a very smart way to deal with that. Doing the exact opposite of what we saw that Mercedes do earlier and waiting for everyone to go through before they decided to get out of the way. But that's the AZR Motorsports car that we slowing down for turn 1. I think they've got a bit of damaged suspension, so that's gonna.
Yeah, they hit the. That's who hit the 16 of Ratcliffe. So they had to tow because they couldn't make it all the way back.
Yeah. Let me just quickly check. Do they have a meatball? They are in. Do they?
I don't know if they're even. I think the 20. I think may be out of this race. I believe they are out of this race. They are out of this race.
Yeah, the 20's on track.
I believe the 20's on track right now. Yeah, they are on track. There they are. The 16 still on pit lane at the moment. So the 16, the 56 on pit lane. Same with the 29. Ambrust Istvan back in the car for Really Slow Motion Racing Red. And Eberhardt, who is obviously still on pit lane after that crash with the 276 Lemmy Mishk. I'm not seeing anything for Cone Garrett's. So I don't know what's happened there in that 56 car. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's happened here. I'm not seeing anything on that. See if we can have someone go back and look at that. But a lot has popped off here after the first 6 of this race has been concluded. The issue between the 366 and the 218 reviewed as a no further action race incident. So some more reports coming through there.
Yeah, again, it's going to be one of those things to keep an eye on all race because we're definitely going to see a lot more incidents. That's the tricky business with having an AM class on the track with that GT3, the GT3 AM class, perhaps not as experienced in multi-class racing, are going to make perhaps more mistakes than their pro driver counterparts, and how that's going to affect everyone's driving and racecraft and driving ability. And it's all still yet to happen, but we're making mistakes this early on.
We just got disconnected.
Oh.
So that's great. So
I'm seeing a feed.
Well, I get disconnected from iRacing. For whatever reason, the internet completely dropped. So great.
Yeah, so bear with us just a minute. This will turn into a radio show for a second. Once again, I'm just following the battle on track between the GT3 Pro class. Luke Tunizin, Mark Heredia, and Kiko Lascelles, Lacale all on track right now. It is Ferrari, Porsche, BMW as they're fighting for track position over P11 in actually the 396. That is one of the AM cars leading to Pro cars. So it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that lead relative to these two cars. They're on pace right now to stay in front, but the general speed of that car has actually dropped off just a little bit. A good exit from Le Mans for Mark Heredia, getting up alongside the AM car of Luke Tunizin, pulling alongside into Sunset. It's going to be a pass on the brakes at this rate. The Ferrari, thinks better of it, backs out, lets both of the Pro cars go through, and that puts Mark Heredia up into 11th overall, as the 396 car does not concede the AM class lead. Brilliant bit of racing, good racing room left by everyone there. And now Kiko Lacale can continue to hunt down on Mark Heredia. This is the closest fight on track at the moment. A couple of cars on pit lane, nothing that's going to be affecting the races that we're keeping an eye on at the moment. It is all still to play for in this fight for P11 in GT3 overall. The gap at the front of the field, though, Writer Engineering with Hendrik Ibsen, it has come down just a little bit, now to 10 seconds. Magic Arrow 55 picking up that pace again, perhaps abandoning that fuel save strategy and thinking now is time to go.
And we have live pictures back after we got completely disconnected from iRacing for some reason, but we're back.
Yeah, this is that fight we were following, Carmen.
Still going forward here. This is Lakai. And now it's Randy Martin and Mateos. Sitting right now 4th place in the position battle here. Looking at Jeffrey Arroyan, Project Valorous Academy right now. And Thomas Senglebuff. Sitting there in 7th place, just behind. So this is where the interesting question does get to become asked here. With Ipsen, the gap slowly coming down once again between Ipsen and Terozzi, 10.7 now the gap. How viable is the strategy right now? What strategy? I'm going to ask you this because you're the GTP driver. I've not driven the GTP in any race whatsoever. My experience in sports car stops at LMP2. What strategy do you prefer being on at this point? Are you preferring to be on the 55 strategy where you're fuel saving, or do you want to be in an Ipsen situation where you can just go all out, but you know you have an extra stop in hand?
So in my opinion right now, I don't think the 55 team are on a fuel save strategy anymore. With the way their pace has kind of taken an uptick since the last pit stop, I think they realized.
Do you think that they've cut out?
They've realized that they can't win this race on a fuel save strategy, so they've turned the pace up, and you can see that because the gaps come down. But the thing I always say to the team is, if you can get an extra lap of fuel out of the tank, do it. Like, if it's with very little effort, go and do it, because it's going to save us come the end of the race, and it's basically free race time. So I like the fuel save strategy. I don't know if I like an overly zealous fuel save strategy. I've pulled it off a couple of times. There was an opportunity to do it at the IMSA endurance race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway a couple of seasons back, where, because the Acura was so much lighter on the fuel burn than the rest of the field, with admittedly a significant amount of fuel saving and a ridiculously slow pit lane, you could actually get away with a 2-stop. So it ended up being like 53 and a bit minute stints every time to get you to the end of the race. But it was hard, and it wasn't very fun because you had to just keep letting people by, and even at the end of the race you couldn't push as much as you wanted to, and that's what it's all about. That's the way you get the pace out of these cars, is by pushing. So I'd much rather get the pedal to the metal, get my foot on the gas, and go full send for as long as it takes to make something happen, and that's, I think, exactly what everyone's trying to do right now.
That's the thing, you have a little bit more control in your hands if you are pushing than if you're trying to save, because you're also in the hope that everyone else doesn't either. And I think that 55 crew, and this is another thing too, everyone started this race based off of what the 50 could do. The 50 was the class of the field. We saw that in practice, we saw it in qualifying, we saw it at the start of the race. Again, the 50, so the leaders are on lap 88. Jeremiah Kaiser in the 50 car is on lap 83. They're 5 laps down right now. They are well and truly, if everyone just goes full bore, they're out of it. They're gone. They're clearly out of it. If you slow the pace down and you allow them to get back into it, obviously a long race left to go. We're coming to 9 hours left to go here in about the next 22 minutes. That's like the last case scenario, especially if you're someone like Ryder Engineering, who are looking at them as your biggest competitors right now.
So I think 5 laps is way too much for anyone to overcome, even given the 9 hours we've still got left here. You need to be with a 1 minute 40 odd second lap time. You need to be seconds a lap faster to pull all that time back. And Project Valorous, that 50 crew are fast. They are fast. That's undeniable. But I don't think they're fast enough to be able to make that happen. Like, they'd need to be in an LMP1 car if they wanted to make that work, and sadly for them, those aren't an option for this race here today.
Well, and I'm going to bring this up because I've seen this happen so many times, not just in sports car racing, but in all types of racing. When you're saving fuel, you're not running 100%, and that is sometimes harder to do than just running 100% because you're thinking all the time. Just like this, Terozzi just went wide in turn 1. You're thinking all the time, and you overthink so much because you're having to follow all the information that you're given by your teammates, by your team, by the car. What becomes what would be a goal becomes a nightmare to try to micromanage because you have to try to process all this stuff while still trying to hold up speed. When Terozzi was fuel saving, he was 3 seconds slower than the 50 car than Kaiser was before the most recent pit stop. Kaiser's still faster than Terozzi right now. So
yeah, it's not by a significant enough margin.
But
again,
it would be more significant
5
if they were saving. That's the sort of what I'm sort of saying. Like it's more significant there, and those that are saving are more susceptible to making mistakes because you're not focusing purely on just what's in front of you. You're not focusing on just taking on cars. You're focusing on fuel numbers. You're focusing on data. That's the driver. That's like me from the open wheel background. As quick as these cars are, because these cars are some of the quickest cars we have in the world. That is very quick, and we already saw it with 70. We've already seen that.
So, I think yes and no. The thing is, the 50 crew will have been, and a lot of these guys knowing the strategy, but especially the 50 crew, will have known that they want to go those 29 laps every single stint since they started practicing. So at no point will they have been realistically practicing to go full push during a race stint. They'll have got the car set up and got their muscle memory all dialed in for a sort of fuel save strategy. So when you're practicing, there comes a point where the fuel saving just becomes completely automatic. You don't have to think about it, and it just kind of becomes part of the cycle of going through a lap. Because whereas if you're going full push, you build the muscle memory of brake, turn in, throttle, brake, turn in, throttle, brake, turn in, throttle. All you're doing is adding one extra step at the start of that, and that's lift. And even if you're having to pull a clutch in or press a button to pull the clutch in or whatever it is you need to do, it just all becomes completely automatic. So the only time that I think it becomes more mentally taxing to fuel save is if you realize you have to do it late on in the race. Bits of movement into your muscle memory, and then that's when the mistakes occur.
We can agree to disagree, but we can agree on one thing right now, and that is that Terozzi is no longer gaining on Ipsen. The gap went from 9 seconds to 13. Now it's back to 12.5 seconds. So Terozzi caught a really bad break on that set of traffic, and where he caught it, because Ipsen's opened that gap right back up. Now, if everyone deviates from that strategy, this is just straight up sprint. So Terozzi definitely knows what the margin is now, and he just needs to manage and keep that gap from growing. But he still has to worry about an undercut, because that's what Ryder used significantly. And he really, or at least Ipsen at least, very much exposed Terozzi to now having to be this far behind. If you're someone like Terozzi, you've pit so many laps later than Ipsen. How do you try to manage that undercut? Because the undercut now is going to be a persistent problem for the 55 to overcome. And you don't want to just give up a stop as early as the 55 to try to match them. How do you manage that if you're in Terozzi's case? Because you're always going to be the one on the overcut.
So as far as I can tell, the main reason that the 76 gained as much time on the 55 as they did is more due to the fact that the 55 committed to the fuel save on that stint, whereas the 76 crew were like, right, 50's out, go full push. And we talked about it, that time loss you lose from having to do fuel saving is exactly what's, I won't say shafted the 55, but it's what's really negatively affected their race up to this point. So as much as they are now going to be on the overcut the entire way, I don't think it's going to be as significant a time gain for Ryder every time they pit as perhaps the last one was. But we will be coming up to the pit cycle in about 10 laps or so, so it'll be really interesting to see how it all shakes out. But I say watch this space. I think Magic Arrow are going to be able to maintain that gap for now.
Well, they've definitely got to, but the gap is a lot more simpler to understand than what it would have been if we were playing the strategy game between two different methods over the next 9 hours. It's 12 seconds. Pretty easy to just say, hey, you're 12 seconds behind. You've got 9 hours and 15 minutes to make it up. Hey, good luck. They do have over a minute all the way back to third place. Felix Manzanato for XPD Racing GT3 doing a fantastic job sitting in third, but they are over a minute behind. It has become a 2-horse race, but it's not the 2 horses we were expecting when we looked at qualifying and practice times here. Manzanato, though, very firmly in third, just barely, though, over Randy Martin and the Old Firm Racing Purple team, the French team, sitting in 4th place, looking for a potential podium in that number 10 if they can do it. But there's some traffic they got to get through as well. Matuzik further behind by 25 seconds on lead lap, but not by a whole lot right now. Remember, a lap time around here is a 1 minute 46 seconds. They are 140 behind the leader. Not many cars between them and the race leader at the moment. Ibsen going through the exact same piece of real estate right now, trying to put cars a lap down. Jeffrey Arroyan, the Project Brothers Academy car, the first car off the lead lap in GTP over Thomas Sengleboeuf, another one of the French teams in the GTP class field. Sean Brown still in the car. I have to mention there the number 86 for Team Redux Simsport. He's been in the car for a long time. You'd have to imagine the next pit stop will be a driver swap stop for Sean Brown. Same with Florian Appenzeller. Florian Appenzeller should be getting out of that car here soon. That's a lot of damage. I would assume that car is going to make a trip down pit lane sooner rather than later. That is a car missing the entire front clip, and you can see everything on the front of that car.
Yeah, is that exposed Delaro suspension that you don't want to expose?
We're getting a lot of full frontal here that I'm not sure we were approved for going into this race.
So I'm just watching the replay and I can't seem to see the point that you lost that front end, because it looks like it might be a little bit of netcode damage. He's about 0.8 of a second off the pace on average of the car in front. That doesn't look like it's front end gone sort of lack of pace. That just looks like a general lack of pace. So I'm really not sure what's going on there. Have they lost their front end?
That car's not behaving like it's lost its entire front end. It's still got a lot of grip to it. His last lap was a 1:47.50, which is right there on par with the 86 of Sean Brown, and it's just a little bit slower than the Team FFSR car of Thomas Sengleboeuf. So he's definitely hanging in there.
Yeah, so there you go. I don't think it's actual damage at all, but it does give us a very unique opportunity to get a nice look at those brake cylinders on the front of that car there.
Gang,
unfortunately, no animation that we can observe as that goes on. As we cut to Randy Martin, Mateos in the old firm racing purple car, hunting down another car at the moment through turn 1. Trying to see if I can follow that one on my end.
Yeah, this is the battle for P3 on the track between Manzanato and Randy Martin. Randy Mateos
has been about a second a lap faster on average in the last 5 or so. So an opportunity for the Old Firm Racing Purple team to jump up onto the podium as he goes a little bit deep into that hairpin and destroys his run on the run down to Cunningham. Felix Manzanato even having a moment just to breathe without the number 10 Cadillac all over his rear end for now. But from the look of things, that gap is going to tumble down quicker than it extended.
A little bit of desync there. Dipping right down the order, here's Kiko Lecal. This is in GT3 Pro, battling with Mark Luna Heredia. This is the 233 and the 288 battling for 10th place in GT3 Pro. Kind of just picking and choosing through the field here. It's been a very interesting race with technical issues all put aside. Vladislav Shopov still in the lead. with native Delta by Sim Gear over Alex Cowan now, who is in the car in place of Lorenzo Castellani. The gap is 11.1 seconds between first and second. Ruben Llorente in the third spot with Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro. Tom Sachetto behind the wheel of RPM Racing's Mercedes in fourth. Vincent Awesomes as we pivot on down, one of the Sim Race Sweden cars. This is the senior car for Sim Race Sweden. 219 sitting in the fifth position. Daniel Cruz for Chrome Motorsports in sixth. He's been the center of attention, whether he's wanted it or not. Mohit Raina behind the wheel of the TimRadix.com SimSport 807 car. This is the 286 Audi that we've seen a couple times as well. Jorge Mendez Pinheiro behind the wheel of the 213 in eighth, and obviously Samuel Santos with Strumenti DS Racing in ninth. We've talked about Heredia and Lakai going after the 10th position. Pablo Fernandez Alonso sitting behind the wheel of the 12 machine there in the 274 for Enosis Esports. Luke Tennyson leading the way in the 396 for Unlucky Luke Racing. But there's not a gap between Tennyson and Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsports AM. They are the next two together. 15 seconds separates the two, and Lithium has been gaining over the last hour and change. So keep an eye on that battle in the lead of GT3 AM. Those two cars have been the pace of the field so far today, but we've seen luck has really usually gone the way of Lithium Motorsports as they lead by 20 points in the AM class standings.
Just a quick update on something that's happened in the GTP field whilst you were giving us a rundown of the GT3 Pro and AM classes. Really slow motion racing Red coming into the pits a couple of laps ago to take a bit of rear end damage repair with Istvan Desi on board, then proceeded to spin on pit lane exit and take the rear wing off the car, and they've towed back to pit lane and are currently taking repairs as we follow this battle between XPD Racing and Old Firm Racing Purple, looking for a way down the inside into turn 5 is going to compromise XPD Racing's run off of that corner. Felix Manazedo looking to defend that inside. No, stays and defends the outside. Old Firm Racing Purple car thinking better of a move down the inside on this particular occasion. Randy Mateos just staying behind Felix Manzanedo for the moment, trying to fill that green car's mirror with purple. Has a little peek down into Cunningham, but a little bit of traffic at the Carbono Esports Ferrari to deal with here. Felix Manzanedo doing a great job of dealing with that bit of traffic as Randy Mateos just tucks back in as they eye up the Swedish Ferrari just in front of them. Not a fantastic run off Tower Corner for Randy Mateos, not able to make anything happen on the run down into Genda BN. But this is where we've seen a lot of the moves happening, is the cars in front getting poor runs out of Le Mans corner. Enough of a gap between the two cars for the moment then to keep the XPD racing car safe for another lap.
And this is about to be the best Cadillac in the group. This is both Cadillacs here, so they're going to be a lot more similar than if they were battling one of the Porsches or the Acuras here. They're going to know a lot more about how each other's cars are going to be reacting here. So it's going to make this, what makes this fight so interesting is that it's so different than what we have seen between the cars in the class, where it's been Acura versus Porsche, Porsche versus Cadillac, Cadillac versus Acura, you know, go on so forth.
Well, this fight all comes down to driver skill and setup. It depends on who's got it more attuned to the driver currently in the car, and at the moment it's looking like it's the 10 crew, but just not quite able to get right on the back of the 33 just yet. Exiting the hairpin very, very evenly there. Nothing to be gleaned between the two right now. Absolutely matching each other on pace. Brandon Mateos looks like he's got, I don't know, a good amount of stopping power coming into a lot of these corners that Felix Manzanedo just doesn't quite have. A little bit more traffic for these two to deal with again. I think
the
that's
worst part of the racetrack, they counter it too.
Oh, and they're going for it though. They ain't lifting. I think they're both going to get both of them here. Oh, Randy Mateos thinks better of going down the inside.
One of them went off the track.
Nunez, yeah. Carlos Nunez realizing what might have happened there and choosing to just drive the car off the road to avoid a collision. No position lost for the 342 team there as they slot in behind P3 and GT3 Pro. That's Tom Cicchetto, as this fight for P3 in GTP does continue.
Yeah, a little bit of space opened up there for Manzanato. Sort of take a breather going into turn 1 once again. Some GT3s coming down pit lane. We're going to start seeing a little bit of an overlap here shortly between the GT3 and GTP pit stops. Here we go! Cicchetto had to check, not Cicchetto, Manzanato had to check out big time for the GT3 in turn 1. Randy Martin had the ability to sort of just pick his poison and stick it there, so the gap closed up significantly that time through. But still, it's Manzanato in charge of this battle as they roll down now, and here we go. Oh, Martin looked but couldn't actually find a way through the chicane, and now into the middle of the racetrack.
More GT3 traffic to contend with though, Carmen. Is he gonna go for it? Yes, Felix Manzanato trying to bookmark a GT3 between his competitor right now. Checking that GT3 up just enough to give the 10 car something to deal with coming through Cunningham, and that opens the gap up just a little bit, and again gives Felix Manzanato just a little bit more room to breathe. But that 10 car is coming. That 10 car has been fast these last few laps. So Felix Manzanato going to be sweating a little bit under that race suit.
Just a little bit. Obviously coming down in towards Sunset Corner once again. As we approach the 3-hour mark in this race. This race has flown by so far. A lot of action here amongst the 50-car field, as there is the championship leading 201 being passed by both these cars here on the outside. They thread the needle there, but Alex Count, I don't think, also made it too difficult for them.
No, it's the smart thing to do as the GT3. If you can lift off a little bit and just let these guys go through. There's almost a little bit of contact on exit. That was Manzanato. Manzanato just having to check up a little bit for that BMW on corner exit, almost giving Randy Mateos what he needed to get through. But Manzanato just placing that car perfectly to block that line for now, but there is going to be a little bit more GT3 traffic to deal with into the hairpin. Mateos looking for a line around the outside, just setting up for a better run through the hairpin. Manzanato just trying to find a way through on this Ferrari without trying to hit it. Going for the outside line at the Fangio chicane. But this is the run down to Cunningham. Plenty of slipstream here now. We've seen how Mateos can get on the brakes. He peeks out again, but doesn't do anything this time. Just trying to fill Manzanato's mirrors with that old racing firm purple car. But again, it's just he's doing what he can to try and knock that Cadillac out of line without actually touching him. But Manzanato holding firm for now.
I hate saying this because like they're not really applicable, obviously, but like this kind of racing right now reminds me of like the old '90s kart racing at like street circuits, where like they had the long wheelbases and they just danced around every time you got to the brakes, and they just jolted from lane to lane. That's what it reminds me of right now. That's what Randy Martin's reminding me of right now. Just that type of racing where it's just so free flowing. It's like almost like a dance as you get into the braking over each corner there, as he just tries to find a way around the 33 of Manzanato. It's just the first thing that came to mind, because like it's an almost hypnotizing sort of thing to watch, because you can tell just how much Martin is pushing, trying to get around and try to get to that third position. But Manzanato is doing a fantastic job defending as well, as you mentioned there. He did an amazing job finding where he needed to keep that car. Once again, had it picked out going there through turn 4. Pushes that. That is the leader of GT3
Yeah, a little bit of contact there as the 07 Racing GT sets the fastest lap of the race for the GT3 Pro field. But yeah, just a little bit of contact between the XPD racing car and that purple Ferrari in the background. Doesn't really affect him too much. I don't think they picked up any damage from it. It was a relatively minor contact that I don't believe anything's going to become of for now. But we're still in the same position we were a lap ago. Mateos just another couple of tenths back relative to where we were, and still not able to make anything happen. It's that level of frustration has got to be climbing inside that cockpit as Randy Mateos is trying to take P3 away from XPD Racing.
Right on board here with Mateus right now as he tries to chase down Manzanato through Le Mans. Now down the main straightaway towards Sunset Bend. Turns on his windshield wiper. There's no rain there, buddy. Gets around some of the GT3 traffic. Here he goes, sends it through. He's got to go to the inside, but it checks up both the 33 and the 10. Here we go. Oh, he's close. He's really close.
He might have a little bit of a run, just tucked in that slipstream down the start-finish straight, pulls to the inside. He's going to get that shorter run towards the wall. But Manzanato just carrying all the momentum on that outside line is able to open that gap up again with very little effort. Mateos doing everything he can to try and find a way through, but Manzanato just has an answer for everything at the moment. This is a brilliant game of chess, and it's not checkmate yet.
Been
9 hours to go in the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Sebring, as we watch the fight for P3 overall and in GTP go on through all of this traffic. Writer Engineering Esports lead the way from Magic Arrow. XPD Racing, who were currently following, getting hunted down by Old Firm Racing Purple. P5 in class at the moment is the Project Valorous 51 car. And P6, the Project Valorous Academy 52. These guys have been pretty close to each other, or at least a position away from each other for the entire race so far. Team FSR sat in 7th right now. Team RedX.com SimSport with Sean Brown currently at the wheel in P8 in GTP. Randall Racing, who have been threatening to overtake that RedX car over the last few laps, dropped back a bit now. Currently in P9. Carbono Esports, the Porsche in the background of this particular fight, currently rolling around in P10. P11 at the moment is our ex-race leader, Project Valorous, with Jeremiah Kaiser on board, who ran into a little bit of trouble with a Mercedes GT3 coming out of the final corner. Not able to yet recover, still 4 laps down. Alex Kaon on board the 07 race in GT currently leads the way in GT3 Pro. Second at the moment is the RPM race in Mercedes of Tom Cicchetto. Negative Delta by SimGear are currently rounding out the podium overall in GT3.
I believe they just made a pit stop.
Yes, we are entering the pit stop cycle for GT3s.
Never mind. Goodness.
Never mind the race rundown. What have we just seen there?
That is Hoib Schurik for RPM Racing Orange, the Ferrari, the second car for RPM Racing in the final corner. They are not alone in that, and that almost took out the championship leader. That was Hoib Schurik, and I'd have to see who else it was. I believe it was Daniel Cruz in the Core Motorsports 299. Tom Cicchetto came down pit lane, but that was a huge impact in the final corner. And this is why. This is side-by-side with Smurf Racing Team. Does he get loose into the final corner, or does he get help?
So, RPM Racing Orange, it was pit stop cycle time. It was time for them to come into the pit lane, and they were trying to come across and slow down to get down to the pit lane speed limit. The Audi of Smurf Racing not quite getting that message, driving through the corner as normal, but unfortunately there was a Ferrari in the way, slowing down on the racing line. A bit of a poor bit of driving from the RPM team, I can't lie. They needed to have let that position go if they were pitting.
Well, they
definitely the cause of that one.
Like, because they have the preferred lane, they have the inside lane there for the corner. They just overdrive it big time. It almost feels like they weren't aware that they didn't have the fuel to go another lap. And that we've seen that a decent amount too.
Yeah, just a bit of a silly choice to try and carry the speed through and then cut across the nose of another car. A penalty probably coming their way. But David Narbonne, fortunately, gets away relatively cleanly from that, and it shouldn't affect their race too much.
Yeah, the RPM just kind of checks up because they overshoot the pit entry by a mile And Narbonne, he's trying to stay off of him, but like when the RPM just slams the race again, not a whole lot he can do there. And this is on board. This is with Hoy Schurink.
Listen for that rev drop. It just doesn't accelerate out of that final apex, which is exactly what the Audi is expecting him to do. Like if you're following that Ferrari through there, you're expecting them to accelerate out of a corner unless they've told you otherwise. But the behavior of that car on track just, it didn't look like they were coming into the pits, so the Audi driver not really having any reason to expect them to.
Yeah, I see. And you see the core motorsports car, Daniel Cruz. He saw he was gonna shoot for the gap because he saw that the car got spun, but then Schurink just kind of backed it up, and Cruz had to try to abandon ship. Takes the penalty here for violating pit entry line.
I was going to say pit entry,
but I think that's all pretty well minimized compared to the damage that was sustained to that BMW. Schurink, that car completely destroyed. Looks like they're going to try to put that car back together, but that's going to be a huge loss there for both of those cars that are now sitting and looking at each other on pit lane.
Yeah, fortunately for the RPM racing crew, that Ferrari, the almost brand new 296 GT3, built like a prototype. It literally comes apart in about 3 pieces. I don't know if anyone's ever seen even the road car equivalent. It's exactly the same. It's one of those almost homologation specials that's built in a way that makes it really nice for racing. Because it's literally, the whole front end comes off and the whole rear end comes off all in one piece. So it makes changing those front and rear end aero parts very, very easy, and particularly convenient for racing teams by pure coincidence.
Look, Tennyson still leading the way. He's had a couple of near misses in the last 15 minutes, but still leading the way in the GT3 AM category. Milo Spielman not far away. This is the closest he's been, 3.7 seconds away from the GT3 AM lead. But Tennyson going to try to hold on, looking for a first win in the series if they can do it. But they got to complete the underdog story here. 4 seconds the gap. And then you have to look all the way down. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds all the way down to Negative Delta Academy and Smurf Racing Team. They're pretty close together in this melee as well. Drew Glover also in that mix as well for Slippers Racing Team. So you got a battle for third here, kind of raging on a little bit. It's more strategic, I think, in how they move because they're not close together.
Mm-hmm.
But this battle for first and second in GT3 AM could definitely become a lot closer as pit stops have really kind of played their factor in the hands of Flipping Motorsports just a little bit more every single time. Meanwhile, pit stops have begun for the GTP class. That's another driver change. Jeff Morlon behind the wheel of the 99 as he comes down pit lane. Lorenzo Safoli back in pit lane as well. Alex Cowan staying in and now leaving pit lane once again as well. Vintislav Rachinov will take over the race lead once again as Cowan leaves pit lane, but the gap's not that far away either.
Indeed, yeah, we got a little bit distracted by all of the drama in GT3 for a moment there, as the pit window did open for the GTPs. Reiter Engineering have stopped. Hendrik Ibsen stays on board. So the question is now, with that 1 minute and 8 second gap, are they going to still come out in front of the Magic Arrow 55 car? My answer to that question is yes, I reckon so. But this is the 12 hours of Sebring. Anything can happen.
Rachinov leads the way now once again, but only by 3 seconds over Alex Cowan, who is fired up and ready to go. Rachinov, a new driver in that car, taking over that car on the last pit stop here. Looking at the pit stop, they took about 7 laps ago. So they've had a little bit of time to really fire up, but it's the undercut that's saving them right now at the front of the field. Alex Cowan opening the pace advantage up, though, a little bit more over Rachinov, and now able to really exploit that under a longer green flag stint this time. Although we do expect Alex Cowan to come out of the car on his next pit stop there, sort of in line with where Castellani was as well.
Yes, indeed. Florian Apazella has come down pit lane in the last few moments or so. We were expecting him to get out of the car at the end of the stint, but he has in fact stayed on board. The 36 crew opting to go for a triple for that driver, I believe.
I think he started the race.
Have a look.
Yeah, so you have the ability to look at that.
Yeah, no, they're going for a quad for Florian Apazella.
Like he's fine. I think he's the only driver in GTP that's not left that car.
No, but as I was saying that, the engine for the really slow motion racing red car just blew up in front of the Cadillac, and yeah, that threw me off a little bit. That was a little bit funny. Unfortunate for them, but a slightly humorous moment was to go through the pit stop cycle.
Really slow motion racing red. They're not in a good look anyway. Amherst Istvan has been in pit lane for 22 minutes. Make that a little bit longer for an engine change as well, but I think that their race is pretty well done. I believe, and that they are officially done with this race. Dominic Facete for the 56 also, I believe, done. So that's 2 retirements for GTP.
Mm-hmm.
We are seeing more retirements out of this race. We have the Team Race Getter Black car out of this race after only 5 laps. Team Red X, the 323 car, out of this race after 12. Simrace Sweden Esports Academy out after 61. Kevin Nguyen, sorry, it's Kevin Nguyen is the way it's pronounced. Lithium Motorsports for the 234, they are out. That is the Pro car out after 72 laps. Magico 56 out after 72 laps as well. Amherst Istvan out after 83. I'd say they're still in pit lane, but if you're losing an engine, you're not scoring points because you need to score 90% of the race leader's distance and take the checkered flag. You're not doing that sitting out for an hour.
Whoa, Carmen, a little bit of action in the fight for P3 and GTP. Felix Manzanado just getting a little bit checked up behind a GT3 through turn 1. Gave Randy Mateos the run he needed into turn 3, but not able to make anything of it as he tried to make his way around the outside, but getting on all of the marbles that have built up around there. Losing the back end a touch, but Felix Manzanado kind of answering that with a mistake of his own. Lock up into the hairpin is going to give Randy Mateos a run, potentially down into Cunningham as he pulls out a little bit wide, looking to the inside, but doesn't go for it this time by. The battle for P3 very much resumes, but we are looking and staring directly down the barrel of the end of this stint for these 2 drivers here. So, will Randy Mateos make the call to come down pit lane early and try and get out from behind Felix Manzanado, or are we going to see these 2 come down pit lane and are we going to get a fight of the pit crews?
My very interesting questions are going to have to be answered here, running on board here with Mateos. Behind Manzanado, behind a GT3 car. They're going to wrap around here. I believe that was the Carbano Esports GT3 AM car that they just got around there. Mateos losing a little bit of time out of the Lamar corner. Down the front back straightaway towards Sunset. Ironically poignant looking at where the sun's at in the sky right now. We're going to see sunset here in a couple hours. Oh, really good run. I had to check up though because there comes the 33.
All right, this is it then, Randy Mateos. It is all you, buddy. You've got hot rubber. You've got less fuel in your tank. It is your job to get your foot down now. You've got 15 seconds to the next GT3. Use that gap. You're not going to reach them. Full push. Get yourself in front of that other Cadillac. This is what matters. Noticing an instant uptick of pace from the Old Firm Racing Purple as well. Not having clean air for the entire stint so far. Already up a couple of tenths on their personal best lap time. And in fact, flicking into a purple microsector there as he comes through the hairpin. Mounting the curbs all the way through the Fangio chicane. Very much making the use of all the clean air. This is the first time he's probably going to have braked online for Cunningham Corner as he's been diving out of the slipstream every single time to try and fill the mirrors of that XPD racing car that Pablo Alvarez is now on board. So are we going to see a driver change for Old Firm Racing Purple? Only time will tell. We have about half a lap before Randy Mateos makes it round to the pit lane. The number 33 car now just getting rolling with Pablo Alvarez on board. He might actually come out in a little bit of traffic. There's going to be almost getting involved in the fight for the lead in GT3. Actually, he slips out just in front. Pablo Alvarez having a little bit of clean air that he can take advantage of here as Randy Mateos is coming up to Sunset. It looks like it was going to be a brilliant lap for the driver of the 10 car as well. But Is he? No, he's staying out yet again. That traffic that I said he was going to catch, he's actually going to get involved with this lap. This could be disaster for their push for P3 right now.
Yeah, not a great look there for Randy Martin. Trying to get around some of the GT3 traffic. I would have just come in. I think I agree with you on that. I think I would have just like bowed in and sort of just came down pit lane.
Yeah, everyone's on the same strategy. It wouldn't have affected the results at the end of the race, but what he's doing now is he's putting himself in some traffic and potentially slowing himself down on what should be his in-lap. And if he had enough fuel on board to go this extra lap, if he'd have come down there and then, it would have been it would have actually been a faster stop relative to the number 33 crew, because he'd have had to have taken on less fuel. And just as we're saying that, Magic Arrow came down pit lane in the last few moments to complete the 27th lap of their stint. Norbert Tomas still on board for now. Hendrik Ibsen looking to close that gap during this pit stop cycle. They should cycle back out into the lead, but as we say, anything can happen in endurance racing.
Martin and Mateos, a little bit of problems there for. Did they disconnect? Uh-oh.
You could have. I'm going to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on the number 10 machine. Matuzik in the 51 up next, as well as Pablo Alvarez, who is still rolling on track as well, the 33. I think there may have just been a disconnect for the 10 car.
It certainly looks like it. I'm waiting to see if he pops back in, or whether we get a message from Virtual Race Control as to whether or not they have disconnected. The tension is palpable. I have no idea what's going to happen in the next few moments here, but this is going to decide the fight for P3 for now, if it does turn out that the 10 car has been disconnected from the session.
Yeah, that's a nightmare situation to be in.
Oh, he's gone.
That's heartbreaking. So we'll explain this, since we don't get to talk about this very often. That's not the end of the world. Unfortunately, the car has to tow back to pit lane before someone else can jump into it, but a teammate can jump right back into that car, and because it's an undamaged car, they can just pick up the race where they left off. They're going to lose time. Obviously, you're going to lose just based off how long it takes to tow.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not race over. But it's definitely a very costly setback. And in fact, someone's already in that car. Julian Joy has jumped into that car waiting for the tow time to end. So they already know the contingency plan in effect there.
Yeah, good recovery straight away to get Julian Joy on board. Almost straight away as soon as that disconnect happened, as Pablo Alvarez slides through towards turn 1, and they're just going to watch that gap extend for now, and perhaps might lose a position to the next car depending on that tow. It should be a good couple of minutes depending on where the server decides they disconnected from, but it's a setback. It's a setback for the Old Firm Racing Purple crew, but as you say, Carmen, it's definitely not race over.
Yeah, they're in a better position than some teams are, just because they have that car that's in good health at the moment, unfortunately. And you look at where the 10 car is, the worst case scenario is they're going to lose, they're going to drop down to maybe 6th. So that's not by any means unsalvageable. So there's definitely like, okay, don't panic. It's not great, not terrible, as I believe Julian Joy rolling once again.
Yeah. Back out on track, I believe that is going to be P6, just ahead of Sean Brown by 6 seconds. So fair play, good recovery. It's now up to Julian Joy to get his head into gear and crack on and bring that gap back down. It currently sits at about 50 seconds as the Project Valorous 51 crew pits, I believe. Daniel Lawson now on board that car. I'll tell you what, Carmen, we didn't address it because it happened during the whole pit cycle between XBD and Old Firm, but we were talking about how the overcut and undercut would affect the race lead. In actuality, it's brought it down. Norbert Tamas on board the Magic Arrow 55 car has brought the gap down to about 7 seconds. It was 5 seconds when I had a look at it a moment ago, but he's just been caught up in a little bit of traffic. And yeah, he's brought that gap down quite significantly. That running on lighter fuel for a good 5 laps or so longer, really helping these guys out as Magic Arrow tried to hunt down Writer Engineering.
Daniel Larson in the car, new driver in the 51 car for Project Valorous. The 51 now carrying the banner for the team here in Sebring. Right now sitting in 4th ahead of the 10 car by a healthy margin, thanks to that disconnect by Randy Merton and Mateus. A little bit further down here, it looks like we had a little bit of a battle between Spielman and Miklos Gall. So Amon Pro fight here, 293 taking on the 334.
Yeah, if you're in the seat of the 334 Lithium Motorsports car, you know you shouldn't really fight this so hard. You're only scoring points in the AM class. That's the fight you've got to focus on. So if you can, you know, let Miklos go and try and follow his lines, gain some knowledge from a pro class car, perhaps that's the smarter thing to do. But we'll see if that does happen to happen. Not this time. Spielman deciding that he wants to stay ahead for now.
And I think for Spielman, it's all about just mostly just keeping nothing in between you and the car in front. Obviously, the race leader in GT3 AM, the 396. You want to try to keep a clear sight line. You don't want to deal with that dirty air. But yeah, Miklos Gall, I think, has definitely got the pace right now to try really not only get past the 334, but maybe get past the 396 as well, because they're going about the same pace here at this stanza of the race.
Yeah, the average pace between these two cars looking almost dead on. Miklos Gall with the advantage of 4/10 at the moment. Just maybe trying to take advantage of that prototype sliding through on Milo Spielman to get a run into sunset, but it's not quite going to be enough at the moment. Milo Spielman is, though, slowly catching the car in front. Gap down under 4 seconds at the moment. And Luke Tunison doesn't really have an answer for the pace of the Lithium Motorsports car right now.
Comes GT3 on through. They're going to give that space in turn 1.
Oh, this is going to give Miklos all the impetus he needs. Milo Spielman having to check up a little bit for that prototype and doesn't fight it too hard. And Miklos Gall goes through. Yeah. P14 overall in GT3, but doesn't change the position for Milo Spielman as he's still trying to set off in pursuit of Luke Tierneson. He's lost a few tenths of a second there, letting Miklos through, but as I say, if the average pace is anything to go by, he can probably get caught up by the end of the stint. Listen to the sound of that Porsche. What a gorgeous noise that flat six makes. I'll tell you what, it's the one thing that I'm really going to miss about the death of GTE. The fields at Le Mans used to be full of 911 RSRs, and the sound of all of them just coming past you lap after lap for 24 hours was unmatched by anything else on the grid. The only thing that really got close to that thing in terms of how good it sounded back when I went in 2022 was the Glickenhaus and its massive V8 in the back of that thing. But yeah, there's just something about the scream of that flat six that's unmatched by anything else in the GT3 field right now.
They're watching Miklos Gall try to close in on Tennyson. Has done so. Already closed the second up on the 396 here.
It's just realistically waiting for the really slow motion racing car to get on the back of the Unlucky Luke racing machine to try and set them offline a little bit and bring them back to him a touch. But Milo Spielman doing a great job right now just to stick with Nicholas only losing a second so far in a couple of laps, but the gap's really coming down to Luke Tunizin. In fact, it's come down by a good couple of seconds in the last couple of corners, so perhaps a problem
He's stuck
for
behind.
Luke.
He's stuck behind the GT3 leader.
He lifted off to let Alex Kion go through, so that's going to sacrifice a little bit of time to the cars behind.
Yeah.
Because now Nicholas Gall and Milo Spielman are really coming for him.
I see the car, that orange car right there. That is Florian Appiso at 36, who is still in that car. Getting around Tennyson, who doesn't fight that either. Neither will Alex Kion. Perfect place to get around some of those cars there, but as you see the cars behind, that is for on-track position, and in the case of Spielman, actual position for the lead of GT3 AM.
Spielman has been absolutely loving this, just sat watching Luke Tunizin come back to him with little to no effort on Spielman's part. The Lithium Motorsport AM car just closing up by over 2 seconds so far this lap. Luke Tunizin needs to get a look in his mirror, see exactly what's behind him, and realize he needs to get a bit of a shift on if he wants to hold on to this lead right now.
Yeah, he's given up a lot of time this lap that he arguably didn't need to. I mean, props to him for actually getting out of the way for some of the leaders here, but you gotta race the manage too. So
yeah, perhaps sacrificing a little bit of time now to save themselves in the future. You do save a little bit of fuel in doing that, so perhaps a shorter stop in the next pit stop to come. Milo Spielman and Luke Tunizin have been relatively close on pace on average so far this stint, but Milo Spielman has got something to chase now, and perhaps that's going to have lit a fire under Luke Tunizin's the rear end of that Ferrari to try and push him along a little bit. He needs to get the afterburners on and run though, because Nicholas Gall is coming in. If Nicholas Gall gets through, then it's going to leave him vulnerable to Luke Tunizin. To Milo Spielman.
the gap between those two Porsches and a Ferrari is less than 2 seconds. And for Nicholas Gall, he's got to get the pressure going too, because he's only 3 seconds away from Pablo Fernandez Alonso for Enos Esports. So he's getting closer and closer to a top 10. So definitely imperative for him to keep moving forward here. So he's not going to just be nice to Tennyson at any point either.
Yeah, Gall's pace has been electric so far this stint. He was over a second faster a lap. A second a lap faster than Pablo Alonso last time by, as they're going side by side with Luke Tunizin into Cunningham, and does make that move stick. Luke Tunizin not fighting anything so hard right now, but now in his rearview mirror, who's that? That's the car he's racing for the lead of GT3 AM. Milo Spielman been gaining every lap for the last few. The gap now down to 1.1 seconds. Luke Tunizin is going to have the advantage of slipstream on the run down to Sunset, but Milo Spielman still 1.1 seconds behind. Unless he can close that back in, he's going to be left to hang out to dry a moment, but he has got within that 1 second window. He's going to feel the effects of that slipstream all the way down the straight. The fight is on for GT3 AM.
A big time fight here. Tennyson are going to try to hold on to the draft here of Nicholas Gall. Going to be a multi-car fight here as everyone tries to close in on the Enosis Esports 274.
Here come a couple of the GTPs perhaps to break up the argument a little bit here. That 33 car of Pablo Alvarez, who were following earlier on, XPD Racing still comfortably sat in GT3, but only 16 seconds ahead of Project Valorous at the moment. But we're still focused on this fight for the GT3 AM lead. The gap now down to 0.6 of a second. Milo Spielman has been on average 0.8 of a second a lap faster than the GT3 AM leader right now, and has closed the gap down to half a second now as we approach the end of the lap. He's going to have a boatload of slipstream in that final sector. Milo Spielman is cooking on gas.
He keeping an eye on Tennyson. This battle for the lead in GT3M. It's Tennyson in the lead, the 396 for Unlucky Luke Racing, and Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsports in GT3M, battling for the lead of the class.
A bit of a miscommunication with one of the GTP cars there. That's the AZR Motorsports GTP. Just sliding on through eventually, but Milo Spielman just tried to let him through and get out of the way. But yep. Oh, and here comes another one as well. That's gonna really, that's the race leader screwing up Milo Spielman's line there. But he's still within 0.6 of a second. But Luke Tunison is gonna have the better end of the traffic in this particular sector as the gap opens back up to 0.7 seconds. But Milo Spielman's run or momentum out of Le Mans going to have been completely destroyed by Hendrik Ibsen slipping through in that Acura, and he's going to have to wait at least another couple of laps before he even thinks about having a go at Luke Tunison for the GT3M lead. This is your closest fight on track at the moment. The current closest gaps, Race 2 Esports are closing in on pick up the pace at the moment. But it's the race for GT3M that we really want to focus on right now, as two more GTP Porsches slide through, not giving each other much room at all. And it's going to open that gap between Luke Tunison and Milo Spielman back to over a second. Milo Spielman really not getting the look of the traffic in these last couple of laps. Average lap pace dropping off under over 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Oh, and there's contact at the hairpin. I believe that was one of our fights for position, actually. No, it wasn't. It was the P4 car of Daniel Lawson and P14 in GTP. The Carbono Esports of Pablo Riestra just getting it wrong into the hairpin. It looked like, oh no, it was the GT3M race leader. The GT3M race leader hit the back end of the Project Valorous car, because the Valorous car came back in front of it onto the racing line after they both committed to the brakes. And that sent the Valorous car into the back of the Carbono Esports Porsche. And that's going to be damage for the GT3M leader. And as quickly as the gap opened up between these two, the positions have flipped, and Milo Spielman now leads GT3M.
Couple replays there of the incident there in the chicane. And that is now the second Project Valorous car with issues from a GT3. Now losing time to Alvarez once again. 25 seconds the gap between third and fourth. An absolutely wild turn of events there. And Tennyson's had to come down pit lane. Could not stay out on track with a missing front end at that much as well.
Yeah, I was surprised to see it was that much damage, but to be fair, it was a pretty hard hits with how much less speed the GT3s are carrying into these corners relative to the GTPs. As much as they have a load of downforce, you can see the damage on the side of Daniel Lawson's car. They can still brake around the same point, if not a touch later than the GTPs, depending on the car. The Porsche, we know, doesn't have fantastic brakes, and so perhaps Daniel Lawson's struggling to get the car stopped for the hairpin, having to brake a little bit earlier. But I was surprised to see that the Porsche driver came back across in front of the GT3, because you don't really want to do that unless there are a good few car lengths behind you, due to that accordion effect, the concertina effect we so often see in braking zones. So perhaps the Project Valorous driver just misjudging the gap they had on the GT behind and pulling across way too early to open up the hairpin in the way that he wanted to. And ultimately, I think, is what resulted in that contact there.
Yeah, nightmare scenario there. Larson obviously now with rear damage to that 51 car. That's not going to be comfortable the longer he goes in this race. That is a guarantee. I've driven around here exactly once. It's not a fun time in the LMP2. the GTPs even more so, with the balance that is so pivotal to making these cars run as quick as they need to. Because these cars are a little bit heavier than the LMP2s. They've got hybrid systems. They've got obviously the different engines, the larger engines, and mostly, in the case, especially in the case of the Porsche and the Cadillac. So a little bit heavier, and that weight balance is super important, and that changes the downforce levels as well. So Larson now having to try to deal with that and cope with it. You see the damage on the side as well when he made contact with that other other GTP as well.
Yeah, of course, this new class of this new regulation set of top class prototypes having relatively similar downforce levels to LMP2 due to the lack of multiple aero kits that were present on previous top class prototypes. You'd often see the dropping and gaining of dive planes, whole bits of bodywork, especially in the LMP1 era, but that's all gone. For the GTPs, you homologate one aero kit, which means these cars have significantly less downforce than they would otherwise be running at a track like Sebring, relative to the old class of car, because they've got to have cars that are capable of running both at Daytona and Le Mans, which require extraordinarily low downforce aero kits.
Now we're watching the race leader in this event, Hendrik Ibsen and Rider Engineering Esports. The reason why it's interesting is because the gap is now down to 5.7 seconds. Norbert Thomas in second place at the moment for Magic Arrow. And then it's 1 minute 30 all the way back to Pablo Alvarez. So once again, just reaffirming that it's a two-car field at the front of the field to battle for this race win. And Thomas back in the car instead of Aaron Avener. Very interesting. So they're going to have Avner do something like closing runs here in this race. You see the sun setting, sunset now firmly on us here at Sebring as we get ready to approach the 1/3 mark in about 24 minutes.
Yeah, this race flying by so far. Hopefully just as entertaining for you lot at home as it has been for us in the booth. This is the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Sebring, brought to you by our fearless leader Carmen, Sienna, and me, Taylor Mills, as we take you slowly into the night here at Sebring International Raceway in the middle of Florida. The weather's set to be relatively dry throughout, dry all the way throughout this race. Of course, no rain in this series for the moment. But the race leaders, Rider Engineering and Magic Arrow, doing exactly what they need to do so far to maintain the gaps to all of the cars behind and make this very much a two-horse race at the front.
Yeah, the gap opening up a little bit here. Rider Engineering opening up a 6-second gap now. 6.3 seconds between first and second. But Thomas has done a really good job of keeping that gap close. It was 12 seconds when that strategy call was made to pivot from the fuel save down to just outright sprint pace. And it's worked so far. Thomas has matched it. So not a bad effort there.
The gap opening up a little bit in the last lap or so. Hendrik Ibsen perhaps finding a little bit more pace, but we know Norbert Thomas is fast. I remember joining you for, what race is it I joined you for last season? I'm trying to think now. Hold on. All I know is I remember Norbert Thomas, was it Monza? I know it was Monza this season. Carmen? Any idea?
I don't remember.
I remember it was my first ever commentary, and I joined you in the middle of the night during the race, and Norbert Thomas was very much the race win contender in that one, going Hockenheimring. It was the Hockenheimring. I remember, yeah, Norbert Thomas was in a Cadillac at the time, very fast, and was absolutely flying, and it all came down to the final stint. It was a bit of a checkup in the fight for P3 and for P2 and P3 in GT3 that I've just been following. But yeah, Norbert Thomas very much has the pace to make something happen here. So it's very much one to keep an eye on as he gets as wide as he can on the exit of Sunset Corner, mounting that new bit of concrete. as I'm just watching the 266 Carbono esports car slide through a little bit of GT3 AM traffic through the Fangio chicane. There is actually a relatively close fight in GT3 Pro as Tom Cicchetto tries to go down the inside of Rachanov into Tower Corner, not able to make it stick and making contact just before the apex. Back end of that Mercedes coming round a little bit, but he's able to gather it up relatively quickly and is well on his way to getting that gap back down to where it was. Rachanov clearly struggling a little bit in that Porsche, not able to pull away from Cicchetto in the way that he wants to.
Yeah, right now this is a 3-car battle with Ruben Llorente and the Carbono Esports JD in second, just ahead of this group as well. So 3-car battle for second place here in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, lots of GT3s on track together at the moment as well. About halfway through their fuel stint, with a pretty big disparity between the pace of these 3 drivers that we're trying to follow in the fight for P2 at the moment. 07 Racing very much in a world of their own right now. 14 seconds ahead of this fight. Tom Cicchetto just making his way back onto the rear end of that Porsche that he tried to make a move on less than a lap ago, as they do filter through one of the lap down GT3 AM cars, with Pablo Alonso leading this fight for P3 down into the hairpin as Rachanov goes for that move into the hairpin. Tom Cicchetto closing right up on those brakes, tucked under the rear wing, and makes it past the 14th place car as well. Tucked right up in the slipstream of Rachanov, looking to try and make a move work again. And there is a bit of GTP traffic to try and contend with here. Alvarez only going to try and make it past one of these cars into Cunningham and gets the Porsche on exit. That's perhaps going to slow Rachanov down just a little bit, but not enough to affect Cicchetto's, or to give Cicchetto an opportunity into tower this time by. That's Jeff Morlan in the 99 Porsche behind, sliding on through, and Rachanov getting a slow run out of tower corner. Side by side then on the run down to Genda Bien. They are going to stay side by side on the brakes. Cicchetto making the move stick into Genda Bien, comes out in front as Felipe Silveira in the Cadillac behind, just helping squeeze Rachanov off the track a little bit.
There's the race leader, Ibsen.
And he gives Cicchetto all the gap that he needs on the run down to Sunset, and Rachanov isn't going to be able to respond. That's going to be RPM Racing up into P3.
Interesting battle here in this P3 fight. Keeping an eye on Llorente, who is just now up ahead by 4 seconds. Due to this battling that we're seeing going on here, there is the 55 of Thomas getting his way through. And Rachanov now stuck by, and I believe it's an off-pace BMW as well.
Yeah, that Lenny Mishk who was involved.
Yeah, who had a penalty. He had a stop and hold for that contact with the 70. They did assign that to this 276 being at fault for that incident that took the 70 out of this race.
I believe the Mishk. Yeah, Mishk was part of that incident at Sunset. I honestly don't believe that was mostly him to blame, to be honest with you. He was in front and had the opportunity to take the line he was on. It was on the Porsche to get through safely, but I don't know. I think people are going to have opinions on that one, and that's certainly mine, but very much an unfair penalty for the BMW in that instance.
Yeah, so now Mishk just trying to recover something out of this race as we approach the 4-hour mark here in Sebring, and just kind of now in the way of Rachanov, who is just trying everything he can here to try to get that car back on the podium places, but he's just losing time and now stuck in between this 276 of the Ride Engineering GT3 Pro car and the 274 of Enosis Esports. Both of them not on the lead lap of the leaders here in the class, but still trying to make some work happen here and try to pressure some of the leaders into a mistake if they can.
Yeah, that's the only way you're gonna get it done. So there are overtaking opportunities at Sebring. There's plenty. We've seen it so far this race, but you need to set them up as early as you can. So starting to knock cars offline, try and put them out of rhythm, as I'm just following very close fight for P5 in GTP. Julian Joy, Sean Brown, Jeffrey Arroyan not in 3 different machines, but yeah, 1.6 second gap covers all 3 of them for a top 5 finish in GTP at the moment. Sean Brown, though, currently only 9/10 of a second behind Julian Joy, who of course was the recipient of not a time penalty, but an effective time penalty when his teammates disconnected from the race when they were in a fight for P3. It's going to be interesting to see how this fight develops, because it is getting closer and closer and is currently our closest fight on track.
Yeah. Actually, there is, I think, a fight that's a little bit closer now, and this is a fight. I think this might have been the fight you're actually talking about here. Julian Joy, Sean Brown, and Jeffrey Arroyan. Yeah, this is Sean Brown in the middle of that fight. 3 GTP cars together.
Cadillac on Cadillac on Cadillac as well.
Yeah. Cadillac's the dominant manufacturer in this field, but they've not won a race this season.
No, the Acura has been the absolute class of the field in GTP for the last 6 months or so. It really came to the forefront in its 2nd season on iRacing with a balance of performance adjustment by iRacing that brought it well and above the majority of the other, well and above all of the GTP cars, and has very much been the car of choice for most people as Sean Brown locks up into tower and goes wide, struggling with the braking system on that Cadillac there, and gives Jeffrey Arroyan all the run that he needs on the way down to Genderbien. Minimal overlap as they get on the brakes for the corner. Sean Brown, though, on the preferred line, and maybe able to set up a run on the exit of Le Mans if he sets it up right. Jeffrey Arroyan just a little bit wide of the apex. But Sean Brown not quite close enough to make anything work this time into Sunset, I suspect, unless he burns a little bit of attack. But no, that gap not really closing by much. So it's all about who can get the better run through Sunset, as Sean Brown looking to the inside, trying to get some clean air on the nose of that Cadillac and set up a run down the start-finish straight. That gap, though, just eking out a little bit longer for Jeffrey Arroyan, giving himself plenty of breathing room into turn 1 as he gets his head down, his eyes forward, and starts to hunt down Julian Joy in P5.
A little bit of a gap there with Joy now having a little bit over a second now. Just a little bit of breathing room. But all that sober pressure when you're looking behind you and you see nothing but competitors right behind you that are going for the same spot. But emphasis for Julian Joy, just making the most of a bad situation. They were battling for 3rd, and now they're in the top 5, just trying to hold on to the top 5 as well. Just shows how much things can change. Excuse me. Wow. This is going to be a long race. But it shows how much things can change, because a lot of cars level on pace with each other, but just situations and traffic have really spread this field out just enough to give us little pockets like this, instead of it all being just nose to tail straight through the field.
I always say league racing events and hosted events always have more of a vibe of real life racing events, because when you get to the top of esports and you get to the very top of your top split racing in iRacing officials, you tend to find that everyone's pace is so well optimized that people will just be as fast in qualifying as they are in the race. So those gaps will just open up at the same rate they would have anyway. And even when you do the driver changes, everyone's so similar on pace that you don't really see that pace difference between drivers and different teams at different points in the race that you might otherwise see. But when you get league races and hosted events, you're not always guaranteed that the lineup is going to be a complete lineup of pros, and the pace difference might be a little bit more wild. We saw it last weekend during the race for Cause 24. Some teams were relatively similar on pace. I think my team in particular were relatively similar on pace the entire way, but for the other GTP teams, there was quite a wide variety of skill. So you saw those gaps kind of ebb and flow throughout the race as Sean Brown tapping the rear end. I think that was Rachanov at the hairpin there, taking them out of the race for now as they recover. But it's these hosted events where you get those different varieties of skill and pace, which is where the gaps can ebb and flow. Sometimes they'll maintain, sometimes they'll close, sometimes they'll get bigger. And I think you only really see that more on the hosted racing and league racing side of things, which is what makes these races so interesting and stay interesting for a distance as long as 12 hours.
Let's see some pit stops, I believe, once again. As we approach the 4-hour mark, I believe it's on the... Actually, we may see both GTP and GT3 on the same pit stop window this time, approaching the 4-hour mark here, so we'll see who decides to blink first. GTPs are on a longer window because everyone's scattered in different times to get away from the fuel safe trap that was employed at the beginning. So it's a little bit wider of a window, so we may not see all of them come in at once, but GT3 is a little more straightforward. You come in within the same 2 to 3 lap window. Makes it a very busy pit lane, and if you're a GTP, you'd like to try to dance around that. You don't want to have to deal with a whole bunch of traffic on the exit of pit lane. Try to maximize your time if at all possible, either pit before that window or pit right after it, so your entry and exit pit lane is as quick as possible, because that's arguably just as important as warming up the tires on that out lap. Making sure you actually have a clean exit to begin with.
Sean Brown making a little bit of a strange decision there, getting held up by Corey Ratcliffe on the exit of turn 5, choosing not to go around the outside, getting the run into the hairpin. Probably get a replay of that one if possible, but instead choosing to cut to the inside on the grass to try and get down the inside of Corey Ratcliffe on a corner that doesn't really have an inside that you can just take from another car. Although in all that, Writer Engineering has come down pit lane after completing 26 laps on this particular stint. That will cycle Magic Arrow in the Porsche back out to the race lead, who are due in another 7 laps or so. Jan Curbs, who took the car from the lead of the race and set their qualifying time, will take back over that Acura and come back out on track a little bit down the order, but there's a lot of cars that still owe us a pit stop here, Carmen.
A lot of cars still has a pit stop. Norbert Thomas, one of them. But the first to blink, and Jan Korp's getting back in that car. Very good indicator of where they want that pace to be. They've not put Josh Tucker back in. They've not put Josh Tucker in at all yet. So I'm assuming Tucker's going to be doing a lot of the evening running here after we get past the 6-hour mark then. It's sort of how that reads to me. So
yeah, Josh Tucker is in the session, but at the moment is just biding his time, and I think waiting for that gap to... They're waiting for that gap to increase before they put him in, because Josh Tucker is fast. He is a very, very fast single-seater driver, and he's really, really grown as a prototype driver as well. He did a fantastic job at Monza when I last joined you in the commentary box to maintain that gap and save the fuel that he needed. So I'm expecting him to do very much the same here and be just as fast as Jan Curbs, and definitely as fast as this team need him to be. And I'm very much excited to, again, to see what he can do. A couple of degrees of separation between him and I. He and I, Jess Saban, who is a friend of his, but who's part of my team, was almost one of the founding members of Taylor Mills Racing, and Tucker has expressed a little bit of interest in running a couple of officials with Jess in LMP2 apparently, so it'll be interesting to see if we can see him in blue at some point. But yeah, Jan Curbs back in the car, cutting his way through traffic and seeing what he can do to open up that gap to Magic Arrow, who, as I say, still owes a pit stop.
About 6 minutes away from the 4-hour mark here. Corbs and Thomas, the front of the field. Thomas leading the way. staying out on track once again. He's going to be firmly on the overcut. I wonder if they're waiting for Abner to make his first appearance before they put Josh Tucker in, because Abner and Tucker seem to be the matching pair, the pair between these two right now. This is what we saw last time out in Monza. At this point, a month and a half ago. I wonder if that's
Josh
when you're
Tucker
waiting.
Josh Tucker is reportedly getting in when the night comes in. In his words, to stay fresh.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what you have to sort of do here. You're putting it back and forth. Also, Josh Tucker's the American driver on the Ryder team, and that's going to be kind of important to have, especially going into Le Mans. Obviously, under a championship, a very international series. You've got people from Europe, you got people from North and South America. A lot of Brazilians started this race today. You have people from Argentina in this series as well. You got people from the United States, people from Canada in this series as well. You're going to need some of those drivers that are on the Western Hemisphere to sort of balance out, especially when you get into Le Mans, the 24-hour race. You need to be able to plug those holes that are going to exist. You can't have a bunch of Europeans come in especially as busy as that weekend's going to be in mid-May. You're gonna need to have everyone spread out and actually fill time slots according to where they're available. And Josh Tucker, it's gonna be nighttime on track. It's gonna be nighttime in Europe. It's gonna be mid-afternoon in the U.S. So
as much as you say that, he is American, but he does live in Portugal, so he is on a UK time zone. The same, so 1 hour behind the rest of his teammates, Jan Kurbs. Why I forget people's names the second they get out of the car. It's silly. Jan Kurbs and Hendrik Ibsen both on GMT +2 at the moment, thanks to summertime, Central European summertime time zone. So, is Jan Kurbs having a bit of an off at turn one. But yeah, I agree with you. Having those gaps to be plugged is so helpful if you can have someone in a completely different time zone in a driver lineup. I can attest to how difficult it is to schedule 4 European drivers all on time zones within an hour of each other to get through a 24-hour race. It's a challenge that I don't enjoy, because it means at some point someone is going to be unhappy and tired in the car. But if you can have an American that can get to about 2 a.m. their time, at that point you're looking at 6, 7, 8 a.m. in Europe. So it's a nice point for someone back on the continent to pick up off them whilst they can still go to bed at a reasonable time and stay well rested.
Now waiting for Thomas to make that pit stop here. Last featured pit stop, I believe, on lap 81 is what I'm seeing. I believe that's actually old information. I believe they may have pit later than that, but I don't think we saw all of it. So I believe they just went to the last fully completed pit stop that we saw, which would have been 81. Double checking here.
If you do the mental maths in your head, their last stop was 23 laps ago. So lap 109?
Yeah, so we're about lap 109 there. They're on pace within the 51 car. Yeah, ask me to do mental math, not the smartest idea. No, that's why I do champ car racing. We don't do math.
The funny number go low. Just map 5, problem solved.
Bingo.
What is lifting coast?
Well, lifting coast doesn't quite. Depending on where you're at. Like Indy, it'll probably be very effective. At Phoenix, though.
Phoenix, of course, the next round of the Champ Car World Series, live on ABN next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yep, no break week next week. Live on ABN 1
There's
next.
not going to be a break week at all until we get that through the end of the season.
Fair enough. Okay, straight to the end. As 07 Racing do set another fastest lap. But yeah, Champ Car World Series live on ABN 1 next week. David Kreutz, Olivia Hayward, and me in the booth to take you through the race at Phoenix at 7 p.m. Eastern.
8 p.m. Eastern.
8 p.m. I should know this by now. At 8 p.m. Eastern. Still not used to all the time zone changing.
What we need to do is we need to do the social media post. I keep adding work for myself to do. So I need to add social media posts. Like, where in the world are you going to be? Like, what's time going to be like in your side of the world when this starts? for this in the United States, god awful early. 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. if or 4 a.m. if you're on the West Coast. Do not want to be on the West Coast to start this one off. 8 p.m. and most of our stuff starts around 8 p.m. Tomorrow it's doubleheader racing on ABN1 and ABN2. For those that are into stock car racing, this is about the time. It's about just after noon here on the East Coast here in the U.S. So hopefully some of the Americans are watching. But a lot of stock car racing tomorrow, ABN2, 7 p.m. It is the ARC's 8th World Cup Series, I believe, at Gateway. And at 7:45 p.m. it is the Winstall Cup Series from Charlotte. Monday's the HTL Cup Series started their season, the HTL Daytona 500. I'll be on track in that one. It'll be Christina Ryan, Joe Cortez, and Kevin Young in the booth for it.
Elite commentary team.
Absolutely elite commentary team. And then it's Eli Sasek, Ryan Pinnell in the booth, Phil Strix in production for the HTL Truck Series at Fontana on Tuesday. And then obviously Phoenix on Wednesday for the Champ Car World Series, where we're going to be setting 191 mile-an-hour lap times. 190. Yeah.
That's so much faster than we're setting even here today. These cars barely reaching that speed on the straights. The Champ cars, absolutely incredible machines.
I'm seeing top speed right now, and top speed is a really good thing to talk about here. Top speed belongs right now to the Cadillac, 183 miles an hour. That's being set by the number 10 right now, Julian Joy for Old Firm Racing Purple. The fastest top speed that we've seen from the Acura, 179. Fastest we've seen from the leading Porsche right now, 177. But Daniel Larson, the Project Valorous number 51 car, is set a 178 speed trap. That is the fastest times between the three manufacturers in GTP.
So with that being said, we welcome you back to the top of the hour. This is the Platinum Endurance Championship live from Sebring International Raceway with Carmen Sienna, Champ Car winner, and Taylor Mills in the booth to bring you the next 8 hours of racing. Magic Arrow 55 currently leading the way, but owes a pit stop from the Writer Engineering esports car. XPD Racing are going to round out the GTP podium so far, and Project Valorous leading Old Firm Racing in the fight for P4 and 5. 07 Racing GT currently lead the way in GT3 Pro, with the RPM racing car only 20 seconds behind them. Carbono Esports are now up into P3. A fantastic job from Alberto Moreno to drag that car up there so far. The last Sim Racing Esports car in the race currently sat P4 in GT3 Pro. And on pit lane currently just dropped out of P5, TeamRedX.com, ceding the position to Negative Delta by SimGear and XPD Racing GT3. At the head of the GT3 Anfield, we've got Smurf Racing Team 391, who took that position, who previously lost that position to Lithium Motorsports, who managed to get through after an incident at the hairpin. And Gnosis Esports are actually behind the GT3 Am fight at the moment, and Carbono Esports JD round out the top 3 in GT3 Am. Still 8 hours of racing to go here at Sebring International Raceway, and if the first 4 hours are anything to go by, it's going to be a banger.
Some cars in pit lane, and a bit of a mix between GT3 and GTP cars. Pablo Alvarez coming back out of pit lane here at 33 has dropped down to the 5th position. Obviously pit stops still need to come here. I believe the 51 still needs to come down pit lane as well. Provisionally right now in the 3rd position. Norbert Thomas also needs to make a pit stop as well. Thomas on the outside lane. I don't think he's making a pit stop right now. Nope, definitely not. Oh, no, he is.
No, he is.
That's a dangerous move.
Oh, that was tricky. I was going to say, I think he owes us a pit stop this time by, but that's not the way you want to get that done. Around the outside of a GT is never the place you want to go, but I appreciate the fact that he wanted to save a little bit of time where he could, but getting in front of a GT3 like that whilst slowing down, as we saw earlier in the race, with one of the Project Valorous, with the Project Valorous Porsche GTP that swung in front of a Ferrari. It was a Ferrari? Yeah, it was a Ferrari on the brakes. We know that doesn't work out. But Norbert Tomas then up on the jacks, getting those tires changed as Jan Kurbs in the final sector of the track has been held up a little bit by some GTs in these last few moments. He'll have been told by his team that the car in front is in the pits, but almost gets into the back of Corey Ratcliffe. He's got in the way of a couple of GTPs so far this race, but Jan Kurbs now coming around to try and retake the lead of this race. He's going to have the sister car of Lemmy Misk to deal with coming through the final corner, but he should be very safely out in the lead. Norbert Tomas off the jacks, just waiting for that refuel to finish, and he's rolling now as Jan Kurbs exits the final corner, crosses the start-finish line, and wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. There he goes to retake the race lead. It's only going to be a few seconds this time, but remember, Norbert Tomas still has to get those tires up to temperature. That GT traffic that Jan Kurbs came up against in that middle sector last lap really affecting the amount of breathing space he had.
Yeah, absolutely wild there. Obviously, you talk about Jan Kurbs being held up there, trying to get back around to take the lead back. Almost didn't get to do that with the GT3 traffic and where he caught it there in that last sector. But fortunately, they get lucky there. So Kurbs back out front, but only by 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, remember he's got those hot, fresh tires though. He can, well, the 7-lap old tires, way up to temperature. A little bit lighter on fuel than Norbert Tomas is as he struggles to try and get those rears up to temperature on that Porsche. Difficult to do with how loose that and unstable that car can be. But Jan Kurbs now just needs to focus on getting his head down and trying to extend that gap. Because if everything continues the way it is, that Magic Arrow team are going to have a really short stop at the end of the race compared to the Reiter Engineering car, who've been stopping early for the last, earlier for the last 3 stops or so. Going to be really tricky at this rate for Reiter Engineering to come out of those final pit stops in the lead.
Talk about the adjustments everyone had to make from being in a fuel safe position to just sprinting. Thomas was answering the call very well, but now Kurbs back in the car. It's fastest versus fastest for those 2 cars. And Alvarez about to go a lap down. There's Alvarez just in front of Kurbs.
Yeah, that's just a testament to how insane the pace has been of these top 2, previously top 3 drivers, that they are only a second or so away from putting the 3rd place car of XBD Racing an entire lap down. You've got to think about just the talent and skill on show here, and just to highlight how fast this Reiter Engineering car is. You might think maybe they're only going up against someone who's got 3K I rating, maybe 4K, who is still going to be a quick driver, but not as quick as Jan Kurbs, who was a 5.4K I rating driver at this point. Pablo Alvarez has got 5,100 I rating. He is no slouch. So this is just a testament to the consistency of Reiter Engineering and Magic Arrow, who have been able to keep their lap times so close on pace and so quick the entire way, especially from having to flex onto the full push strategy, that they're able to put someone who is a very, very fast driver on iRacing a whole lap down after only 4 hours.
Thomas staying right there as well. Now within 1.5 seconds. There's Norbert Thomas there, 2nd place at the moment. Cars going down pit lane. That is the number 99 that came down pit lane. As well as the race leading GT3 Pro car, Alex Cowan behind the wheel. Let's see if they do a driver change here after the 4-hour mark. Lorenzo Castellani led the first 2 hours, then handed off to Alex Cowan. And there is a change. Alessio Bernardini now behind the wheel of the 201. This will be the 3rd of 3. Bernardini going to have probably another 2-hour stint in the car. They're probably going to make it pretty easy for themselves, as they did before. Last time we had a 12-hour race back in Spa last season.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, very handy to have 3 drivers on board if you can. Having 2 drivers do a standard endurance race distance in one race can be very, very tricky, but spreading that load in order to keep your drivers fresh and well rested, give yourselves time to breathe, get some food and actually digest it, is so important for staying at the top of your game, physically and mentally. Because if you're getting into a car hungry or thirsty, there's no way you're going to be able to set the lap times that you should be able to set. So weirdly enough, keeping yourselves in the right space physically and mentally is just as important for sim racing as it is in real life. Like, we'll see some of the guys in real life getting out of the cars and going straight into a massage booth to try and keep themselves all limbered up. You could probably get away with doing the same for sim racing and it would help just the same. Obviously, we're not under the same amount of physical load as real life motorsport drivers, but there's still some effort that's having to be exerted when we're driving these cars. So anything to help keep yourself calm, chill, loose, limber, anything you need to, it's all helpful, and it all helps you perform at your best.
Alberto Moreno, second place. Made a pit stop before the 07 racing car. Now the gap is 14.2 seconds. Pit on lap 121, the race leader in GT3 Pro, pit on lap 128. So a 7-lap difference here. Alberto Moreno sitting in second place there. Charlie Nilsson in third, and a 17-second gap all the way down to Winston Eckel as we work on everything here. We've gotten through the pit stop cycle at the 4-hour mark. We're going to take another refreshment break here. We're approaching the lunchtime hour. The next break we take will be in about 2 hours, and it'll be a longer break for lunch, or dinner in Taylor's case, since she's living over in the metric unit land.
Correct time zone. It's called GMT for a reason.
Absolutely. But we will step aside here for a refreshment break. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to have some onboards here. If you're watching live, we have some commands in the Twitch chat. If you're using your channel points, you can control who we ride on board with. So use those points if you've got them. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Non-stop coverage continues here on ABN Esports 1. Welcome back, everyone, riding on board with Sergio Vieira in this battle for the 6th position. Sorry, the battle for 7th position because of Vieira getting around Winston Eckel there. You see this battle here coming out of the final corner. A lot of battles all over the racetrack. Wesley Casper's back on track in the number 50 Project Valorous machine, just at the fastest stop of the race, a 1:43.71. Trying to undo the damage done early in this race. Casper's 3 laps down off the race leaders. They've gained 2 laps back in this race, so nothing is impossible for car 50, but having to do it the hardest possible way imaginable. There was also a battle we watched for the most part during the refreshment break here between Jan Korbs and Rider Engineering and Norbert Thomas with the Magic Aero 55 camp. For everyone tuning in, we appreciate you being with us for non-stop coverage of the 12 hours of Sebring here on ABN Esports 1. I'm Carmen Sienna. Alongside me, as always, sports car champion multiple times over, someone who's becoming pretty good at this commentary stuff too, Taylor Mills, who is, I believe, still enjoying a bit of a snack here. I believe we came back a little bit early on that, but that is fine because this has been a fantastic battle to keep an eye on between the 76 and the 55. The defending champions in the 55 and the team that's never been champion in this series, the 76, trying to make the most of the situation with 2 races to go in the season. We are 4 hours and 28 minutes into this race, 7 hours and 32 minutes left to go here in Sebring as the sun continues to set. About an hour and a half left of sunrise. Ironically, we should be seeing that happen about the halfway point of this race. Personal best for Jan Korbs, a 1:44.47 just set the previous lap. 15 GTP cars still going all together. 3 GTPs out of this race. Out of the 18 started, there were 50 starters in this race total. And we've lost quite a few here. I believe we're down to 42 runners in this race. Marco Mendez, Recor Motorsports 299 out of this race as well. Kevin Wynn from Lithium Motorsports out of this race. The 234 car out. I believe that's Nick Curtin's, the 5 car. Still in pit lane, but I think permanently in pit lane. I think that car is completely toast. Down in 48th overall. Maurice Dianker for RedX.com. Their GT3 AM car out as well. 10th in that class, dead last in that class. So Lorenzo Stroll, the last car running, period, in the 50th position. They are running they ran only 5 laps in this race. Still 42 cars left running. All the way down to Christoph Sander, the 364, 9th place in GT3 AM. So there's 9 GT3 AM cars left running, 18 GT3 Pro cars running, and 15 GTP cars running in this race. Wesley Casper's down pit lane after setting the fast lap of the race. And he will drop out of the top 9. He'll stay in 10th place, though, as Tobias Marpert for Randell Racing, who took over from Florian Appenzeller. Randell Racing getting back on track here. Randell Racing, I believe, an all-German team, if I'm not mistaken, with Appenzeller and Marpert, both from Germany. I believe the third driver is also German as well. So we got a lot of national teams here, some French teams, some German teams. Then we have a mixture of teams as well. We have Ryder Engineering front of the board here. Obviously, Jan Korbs, another German on the track at the moment, but they've got Just Tucker waiting in the wings for when Jan Korbs pulls out of that car after sunset. So here we go. We have this battle here at the front. It's kind of dissipated here. Thomas not quite being so lucky with the lap traffic now as of the last couple laps. And our Gomez off track, big time crash for Gomez. The 52 missing an entire front end and in trouble significantly. That 52 car gonna have to come back down pit lane. What has happened to the 52 of Ander Gomez? We'll take a look at it here. Attacking the curves, trying to take on, that's the RPM racing car. Locked it up under, almost looks like it locked up under braking and just pivoted.
A strange one to say the least. I wouldn't expect the car to snap like that under braking unless you're running some really aggressive brake migration.
I wonder if he may have clipped the grass. Let's see here. Does he clip the grass? No.
No.
Just straight braking.
Goes. It's like the front end doesn't have any braking power on it, and it's all been sent to the rear, and the car's just gone round as he's just stood on the brakes. That's a really strange one. Yeah, I wondered if we can get in touch with someone from the 52 crew to find out what happened there, because that was really weird. Watch how fast it just rotates. That is very unusual. I don't think I've ever seen a GTP do that before, like, ever.
You see that from a lot of open wheel cars, but not from a GTP, not quite like that. And you saw a little bit of puff of the smoke on the rear of the car. That's the big indication that it was the rear brakes that caused that. But we also know that the Ander Gomez is one of the more aggressive drivers. Maybe he was running in that rear braking just a little bit too hot. Coming back down pit lane. The unfortunate crawl back down pit lane. He'll lose some time.
Yeah, a lot of front end damage on that car from that. I don't know, pretty big incident for a whole lot of nothing happening. Just you wouldn't really expect the car to get loose there, so no wonder he couldn't hold on to it. And yeah, just super unfortunate for the crew of the 52 there. They're going to have to take those repairs, take on a tank of fuel and maybe some fresh tires and crack on. But either way, at the front of the field, that gap between the two leaders has opened up to over 3.6 seconds during the break. We watched him being less than a second away for most of the time we were away. Tomas doing everything he needed to keep that gap small, but then just the look of the traffic changing, and Jan Korbs able to really open the taps on that Acura and start to extend that gap in the last few laps of his stint. We're expecting him in a couple of laps here, and maybe even to get out the car. And perhaps it's time to hand over to Josh Tucker, but only time will tell as the race continues on towards the darkness.
Front of the field in GT3 Pro is still Alessio Bernardini by 22 seconds. The gap has opened up from the 14 to 22 seconds, so they have definitely turned on the pressure once again at the front of the field. Kind of extending their control over the run at the moment. Yeah, Winston Eckel, I believe, sitting in third place. And in fact, Winston Eckel is in third ahead of Vladislav Shopov by just over a second. And we got trouble. Diego Teodoro has had a tow. That is the 220 Asia Motorsport GT3. It looks like it may have been a tangle with Marco Lettenbauer.
I get some eyes on what happened on that one as well.
I actually don't know if they were together on that or not. Let's see. This is turn one.
Pit stop?
Oh, he came off and just bounced off of. Oh, yeah. So these are not related.
Yeah.
That's Firefly E-Racing Blue, who already had a penalty earlier in this race, penalizing itself on that one.
I mean, credit where it's due. Really, really good rejoin from those guys. You don't often see such care to keep the car off the road, but yeah, we just completely missed that one from watching Ander Gomez rejoin the track. I don't know. That's a bit of a racing incident, if you ask me.
So this is
perhaps. Well, just saying, perhaps the Cadillac could have backed off a little bit when rejoining, but they genuinely believed they were going to be clear. I don't know. That's a weird one.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened. Teodoro just made it back to pit lane. I don't know if he missed his box and had the tow, or what happened there with Teodoro, but he had a tow, which is why it was concerning. But he's back on track now.
Yeah, it looks like it's a regularly scheduled pit stop for those guys. They've done their 28 lap stint last time, starting out on another one. So I don't know. They seem pretty all right from what I can see.
Corp, so at the front of the field, Nora Thomas now with some clean real estate as well. And I believe if that's who I think it is, that is Casper's right behind. Oh yeah, it is. Trying to get one of those laps back.
Yeah.
4 laps down at the moment, but trying to race that one of those laps back, as they have done. They got one of them back. Now trying to race that second lap back completely.
Oh, that's not bad going, to be fair. If they can keep this pace up.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty straightforward there.
Well, it just depends on whether Tamas thinks the right thing to do is to fight him back here. He's trying to gain time on our current race leader, Jan Kurbs, and the Writer Engineering Acura, so perhaps having another Acura in front to drag him along a little bit may be the way to go, but I doubt Wesley Caspers is trying to cause too much problems for the Magic Arrow car as he almost gets into the back of the Porsche, into the hairpin. The braking performance difference between these two cars really rearing its head on that one and almost bringing them both together as they both get checked up behind one of the... I always forget what order the words come in. The Swedish Sim Racing Esports
Sim Race Sweden.
Sim Race Sweden. Sim Race Sweden Esports Academy, just esports cars through that Cunningham to Tower section.
I believe the Academy car, let me see if the Academy car is still running or not.
Academy car's still out.
Yeah, the Academy car is out. That would have been Nick Kirsten's car. Yep.
But we do have a bit of a fight evolving on track at the moment. Speaking of the Sim Race Sweden esports cars, they're currently being hunted down by Shopov in the negative delta by SimGear car. The gap less than a second at the moment, thanks to those GTPs sliding through. But Shopov is going to have another GTP to deal with in the form of, I believe, that is one of the Project Valorous cars. I want to say, is that Dan Lawson?
I have to double check here and kind of see.
No, it's not Dan Lawson, it's in the Porsche. Honestly, my team recognition is still working on it. I don't know what other cars look like. Hold on. Deep, deep. Deep, deep. I got him. It's the XPD racing car. Found him.
Oh, is that Ivan Spitz?
I believe not. It's Pablo Alvarez.
Oh, Alvarez, sorry.
Still in that
Spitz
car
is in
from
the
earlier.
G3, sorry.
Yeah, Pablo Alvarez still in that car. Doing a really solid job so far to maintain that P3. They were involved in a fight for it with Old Firm Racing Purple before an unfortunate disconnect from one of their drivers cycled those guys back out in P5. They were fighting with Project Valorous for P4 earlier as well. Looking to try and eventually get that P3 back, but it's a big hill to climb if they want to get back up there at the moment, because they have to get back past the Project Valorous car that is 30 seconds ahead of them on the road.
See if Chopop can make any moves here on Winston Eckel. Gonna have a chance to have a run at it.
Saying that though, Eckel would have had the same amount of slipstream, but the lap down BMW pulling over to the side of the road to just let these two fight it out. The gap between them, 0.2 of a second. Nothing to be done into sunset at the moment, but perhaps if the Porsche can get a good enough exit as the Reiter Engineering Esports car pulls into the pits from the lead, perhaps going to be able to build a run on the way down to the hairpin. It's yet to be seen. Gap's still 0.2. We're just looking to try and get some clean air on the nose. Hard on the brakes to get that Porsche up onto the podium. Right up under the rear wing of that Ferrari now. The Porsche looking to be the class of the field right now. Trying to set them up for a run down to the hairpin. Gets on throttle nicely, but a little bit out of shape on corner exit. Hampers the run out of turn 5 and nullifies the run through turn 6. Pulls out of the slipstream, has a look down the inside, but decides better of it and tucks back in behind Winston Eckel to just take the line of the corner as normal. Still sticking in that slipstream for now. Gap not changing, it's still as close as it's been. The double look for Shopov there just to try and put Winston Eckel off. Compromises his own line slightly. But tucked again right under that rear wing now. Winston just going a little bit wide, almost opening a bit of a gap on the outside for Shopov. A bit of traffic to contend with here, as that's the AZR Motorsport Cadillac looking for a way through, but Shopov pulling out nice and early to make sure he doesn't get blocked and getting exactly the run he needs to make it down the inside of Gendebien. We've seen that move pulled off so many times in GT3, and Shopov is going to be the next car to make it work, but gets put just offline by the AZR Motorsport Cadillac, almost opening up an opportunity for Winston Eckel to come back at him, but just getting the run he needs to stay ahead, and that's P3 for the negative delta by Sim Gear car.
Chopop's there up to third place, trying to get away from Winston Eckel, who got ahead of them in the pit stop sequence there. So a lot of work needed to be done for Chopop to get back on the podium places here. But for the down, Lithium Motorsports has gotten the race lead. Obviously, that incident with the 396. Unlucky Luke Racing, helping them get that lead back. Unlucky Luke Racing down in 6th place now in the AM class.
You know what, it truly was unlucky for that team who were running such a great race up to that point. Brilliant qualifying pace from them as well, but just having that the Project Valorous Porsche pulling in front of them on the brakes into the hairpin. Not the most intelligent move from the GTP there. right in front of a GT3 in a braking zone. That concertina effect is just bringing that Ferrari into the rear end of their car and not only taking the front end off the Ferrari, but doing a bit of damage to their car as well. They have managed to recover a little bit, have unlucky Luke racing, making up a couple of positions since that incident, but still a very, very long way off the GT3M lead right now.
Battles have settled down just a little bit here.
Yeah, we've entered a phase of the race now where everyone's in their rhythm. We've had a full cycle of all of the drivers in each car except for the front two. So all the gaps that were going to be have opened themselves up and evened themselves out. So we're just waiting for the next cycle to begin so that we can start to see that ebb and flow once again. I believe that was a fastest lap that just popped up on the timing screen. It was negative delta by SimGear, who are currently P3 in class and 20 seconds behind RPM Racing. Charlie Lund Nilsson still on board that car, setting the fastest lap for GT3 of a 2 minutes 0.442, which is only a tenth of a second faster than 07 Racing's previous fastest lap, but is actually currently half a second faster than anyone else in the GT3 field right now. Norbert Tomasto, the driver we are following right now in the Magic Arrow Porsche, still being hounded by Wesley Caspers in the other Project Valorous car. Caspers looking for a way through on your current race leader. This isn't going to do well for Tomas, who's going to be having to run a little bit offline to try and keep that number 50 car behind, which is going to help Jan Kurbs get back into the lead with a significant margin if this keeps up. So he either needs to let Caspers through, or Caspers needs to give up on this, on getting his lap back here. But I don't think he's going to. He's still trying to look for a way around, as Tomas is going to get checked up a little bit by this Mercedes GT3 on the run through Cunningham. Caspers still tucked up under his rear wing and looking to the inside of Tower, almost making contact with the race leader there. I'm sure the stewards wouldn't have liked that if it had happened. They need to be careful about how they try and get this position back, because they don't want to do something clumsy and knock the current race leader off the road.
So we got a little bit of battle as well. It looks like under Gomez in the middle. You got that front replaced, but it's now sitting 2.7 behind Pablo Riesta and just ahead of Jonas Janum here. So 3-car battle here for 6th, 7th, and 8th in GTP. Some battles closing in here.
Speaking of battles closing in, we've got a little bit of a fight starting to develop for P14 in GT3. It's not white in overall position. It's between two sister cars, Alberto Moreno and Jose Velez, both on board Carbono Esports JD GT3 machinery. So it'll be interesting to see if Alberto Moreno can get on the tail of Jose. Are they just going to let him through and try not to hold him up so much? Alberto Moreno has still got a couple of cars in front of him if he wants to try and gain some positions in class. 12th in GT3 Pro is currently the Enosis Esports car of Marcos Valverde. As the two cars do swap position, I think that was that a mistake from Jose Velez, or were they pushed off the road a little bit by an errant GTP? I think, yeah, I think that was Jose just getting out of the way. I didn't look like he put up much of a fight. It looked a little bit like he got on the marbles and lost control, but no, literally just looks like he slowed down and got out of the way to let his teammate through, who's now going to hunt down 17 seconds to the GT3 AMP leader of Lithium Motorsports.
Pit stops beginning here, so a couple of pit stops being taken there. So Nate Delta by Sim Gear, I think, made a pit stop. Have to double check and see. Yep, still in pit lane right now. As is Hugo Preto, pick up the pace in pit lane as well. So a couple of cars did decide to make a pit stop here. As we approach the 5-hour mark here in about 11 minutes.
Still a very long race to go. Staring down the barrel of the last 7 hours. In fact, we're almost halfway there. It's feels like we haven't been sat here long at all. And the racing has definitely been something to watch, but actually saying that, is there a little bit of a potential fight going on here?
Yeah, there's a potential fight right now. This is Shopov out of the pit lane. Montero is trying to get around here, but Shopov getting those tires warmed up here. Just trying to hold on to the position. We'll see how that actually pans out.
Theoretically, if Montero can get a run, it should be relatively simple for the Strumenti car to get through, especially if that Porsche's tires aren't up to temperature yet. But that Porsche's corner exit speed's really helping it out there to just stay ahead for the moment. And give it a few more corners and Shopov will be back up to those optimal temperatures and will easily be able to fight and might even be able to pull away at this rate.
Yeah, Pedro Montero right now trying to let some of the cars go. That's a 70. That is Figueiredo getting around some of the lap traffic here. We're down to 14 with the retirement of the Team FFSR team. Jonathan Berteau, last driver in the car for Team FFSR. That car is done. It'll join the retirement queue. That'll leave us with 41 cars remaining. So one more car joining the retirement list there, but still a lot of cars running here at Sebring. As we again approach the 5-hour mark. We've been live since 7 a.m. on the East Coast. We've been live now for over 5 hours. Actually closer to 6 hours right now.
Yeah, not to forget about qualifying.
Yeah.
A very interesting qualifying session we had. The pole sitters in GTP though currently way down the order. That's the Project Valorous 50 car getting into a little bit of an incident earlier on in the race with one of the Pro GT3 cars. An unfortunate incident where the GT3 just rejoined the track in not a fantastically intelligent way. The 50 car managing to clip the front left corner on that GT3, picking up a meatball flag and taking 8 minutes of repairs and sending themselves 3-4 laps down on the leader.
Montero not really able to do anything with Shopov. Now that Shopov's hitting those tires up to temperature, beginning to pull away once again, just a little bit. Cars in pit lane though. Berlas Rossi made a pit stop. Corbus made a pit stop earlier. Rossi back in the car now in place of Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas doing a great job to maintain the gap to Jan Kurbs in the Reiter Engineering car, but we expect to see that Reiter car cycle back to the lead here by a good margin. That Magic Arrow car not yet rolling on pit lane. very long stop relatively for them. They're rolling now. And there goes Jan Curbs. Count those seconds as they tick up whilst Balzaz Terozzi gets back up to speed, opting for the really wide line on pit entry just to stay out of everyone's way, and has made contact with one of the GT3s.
That is the RPM Racing orange car, Robert Lancaster.
Oh, that car has been in the wars so much this race and has just gotten into an incident with one of the lead fighting GTPs. I'll tell you, I was surprised that Balzaz took such a wide line on pit exit. He did that to try and avoid GT traffic, but rejoined so late on the circuit. Perhaps neither team's keeping each other, keeping their drivers informed of cars coming out of pit lane, but just an unfortunate set of circumstances that really made Robert Lancaster the worst off of the two. I don't even think the 55 car took any damage from that. One second then is the gap for the GT3 fight that we've been following these last few laps. Pedro Monteiro trying to pick up a little bit of slipstream on Shopov down into Sunset. One of the GTP cars just sliding on through and perhaps taking a bit of air off Shopov's nose and compromising his line through Sunset, giving Pedro Monteiro a little bit of impetus to try and close that gap. He has done, back down to 0.7 of a second. These two drivers, though, both trying to hunt down Dominic Hameda in the Team RedX.com SimSport car. Not too much between these guys at the moment, though. Pedro Monteiro, one of the faster GT3s on track right now. As I say that, the 07 Racing GT has retaken the fastest lap of the race with a 2-minute .429, which just over 1/100th of a second faster than the one set by Negative Delta by SimGear only a few laps ago. Just cementing their lead at the top of the field right now. Clear of RPM Racing by a whole 25 seconds. Brilliant pace, an electric pace from that car so far. Save that fuel to extend towards the start of the race, and they've never really looked back since that second pit stop. The gap now really starting to close up between these two cars, down to half a second as they still close in on Hameda. Is Pedro Monteiro going to be able to find a way through? Not quite yet. Not building the run that he needs to at the moment. Plenty of opportunity still left. Big run through down to Sunset coming as you look at that sky, the sun turning it a bright burning orange. And that's why they call it Sunset Corner.
Yeah. Pointing right towards the west is that corner.
Yeah, it's shockingly an old World War II airfield. Has Pedro Monteiro pits. An old World War II airfield very much has its two biggest straight sections aligned with your north and your south and your east and your west to make sure all the planes that were coming into land had enough options. That's why that back straight is so long and so wide. If you look past the pit wall on the driver's right, you'll see all of the infields over there and the space where the WEC used to use for their pit lane. So wide because it literally was an airfield, and this was an airfield circuit before they decided to use and repave some of the inner roads to try and bring it up to more modern standards, and in a couple of chicanes to try and slow the cars down. Of course, a very different layout to what it used to be back in the day. Plenty more straights, a lot longer. Back when the likes of Porsche and Ferrari with their very, very, very old sports cars. Brought them here and tried to win some races, which they did. All of the previous race winners presented above the pit building on driver's right as you come down the start-finish straight, along with their years of victory.
Dave Martin right now, staying 6th, trying to catch up now to Shopov. Next one on track there behind the top 5, but a lap down to Bernardini, who leads the way in the GT3 Pro category. Gaps, they have spread a little bit as pit stops are still very much going to be about an all-the-time occurrence now. I think the pit window is kind of completely wide open.
Yeah, just as cars have got into incidents and cars are on different strategies, everyone's kind of like got a little bit out of sync with each other at the moment. So it does mean we pretty much get a pit stop every lap or so as TeamRedX.com enters the pit lane, as I was just talking about that. But we are well into the pit window for the GT3s now. Some of these guys are doing really well to keep themselves on that top of the hour strategy, and it's going to work out for them towards the end of this race, because that's exactly where you want to be. If you can try and knock off an extra pit stop, it's going to be ideal, because you're saving all that time trundling down the pit lane.
And driver changes happening as well. Johan Conte in behind the wheel, the 288 Go Esports machine. Arthur Figueredo down pit lane as well for the number 70 machine. It is currently 10 laps away from the race leader. Make that 11. And Cords going through turn 1 now. 6 seconds the gap between the 76 and the 55 at the front of the field. We've crossed over into the 6th hour of this race officially.
Tarozzi, since getting in that car, has really turned up the pace. His average over the last 5 laps is as low as a 44.9, whereas Jan Kurbs has been struggling to get into the 44s. Currently lapping at around 45.3. Last lap was a 45.4, so just a little bit slower than his average. But Balzas Tarozzi having to deal with a little bit of traffic there that's kind of held him up a little bit, whereas Jan Kurbs has a relatively clear track in front of him. The only traffic he has to think about is one of the other GT3s in front of him. The Randale Racing Cadillac, who we saw with no front end earlier on in this race due to a bit of a miscommunication from the server. But Jan managing to open that gap up now to about 7 seconds, so he's on for a bit of a flyer this time by relative to Tarozzi, who's just had that little bit of GT traffic that's held him up perhaps a little bit more than he would have otherwise liked.
Yeah, that gap continuing to come down there for or beginning to go up for Tarozzi. Tarozzi not really being able to close in on the race lead like he wanted to. He's had the pace, he has the pace to do it, but
just getting a bit held up on exit by another GT3 as well, almost dooring the what was it, the 07 Racing GT there. It's not a place where you want to catch a car, because you get into them really, really late at that point in the corner, and there's literally no way you can go. Like, you don't want to overcommit to the corner, but you also want to take advantage of all of the racetrack you're being given by the GT. Yeah. So an optimistic move from Balzaz. Perhaps could have done with a little bit more patience, but I guess nothing went wrong, so you can't really complain too much.
Tarozzi right now, 7.4 seconds the gap between first and second. Weather on the right side of your screen. It's the weather air temp's gone up down just about 2 degrees centigrade. The track temp though has gone down significantly from 43 degrees down to 26 degrees centigrade. So a huge shift in how this track feels throughout the race. Humidity though has gone up from 56 to 74% humidity. Wind staying stable and staying about the same direction here in Sebring. Obviously, you talk about the cloud cover, going to be pretty persistent throughout the remainder of this race with less than 7 hours to go.
I don't think that's cloud cover so much as it is the sun going down. Just pure night sky. The one thing iRacing is missing, I think, is a properly good night sky with like a nice moon, some stars just to really bring it alive, because it's just, at the moment, it's just inky blackness. Sometimes you can see a few clouds up there, but for the most part, just very, very, very dark sky. Just still following the number 55 Magic Arrow car as they start lap 169. 7.7 or so seconds behind the race lead right now. Both these cars actually going rather quick compared to the average pace. Jan Curbs has actually picked it up a little bit, as we saw average lap time around a 45.3, but Terosi's has dropped down a little bit to 45.4. That doesn't seem like a big enough difference, but that over 5 laps it's half a second that he's managed to shed to Jan Curbs, and that it's opened the gap back up to that 7 and a bit seconds that we haven't seen that big for a short while.
Yeah, Tarosi struggling just a little bit, just trying to keep that gap manageable. Remember that Tarosi and Corbs don't really match up. It's Thomas and Corbs that match up. As far as the matchup between these two drivers, Avener and Josh Tucker, they match up. Tarosi kind of in the in-between there, trying to keep up with, obviously, Red Engineering's fastest driver in that car.
Mm-hmm. They're doing a good job of it, I might add.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, you put, like, obviously you put someone in, put someone like me in there, I'm going to be putting that car from second down to, what's the last car running? 14th?
In a wall within 2 laps, yeah.
Oh, I'm not going to be in the wall. I'm not that bad, but I'm not fast. Definitely not fast. I'm an open wheel driver, not a sports car driver. Oh, hybrid? No.
You don't feel the hybrid. Honestly, you don't feel the hybrid. It's very inconsequential to it's consequential to the pace of the car, but it's completely inconsequential to how you drive it.
See, I'm different. I'm different. I feel it all the time. I have all 4 of these cars. You know I'm bad when the car I prefer to drive is the car that's not on the track.
The BMW?
Yeah.
You actually prefer the BMW?
I prefer it, yeah.
Why? I want to dive into this.
So I prefer cars that understeer a little bit more than oversteer. That's why the Champ Car machine is so good for me, because it naturally fights for front grip. It naturally understeers a little bit. That's where the BMW sits. In the giant scheme of things, it's more of an understeery car. So the balance of that car is a little bit more frontward for me, and that works out really well. And obviously you can kind of tune that. You can tune all 4 of them to be that way. The BMW just comes that way a little bit more naturally, and I prefer the way the torque comes out of the low-speed gearing. It's a little bit snappier on the low-speed gearing to handle that understeer. The issue is that it doesn't have, and it's sort of to the detriment. It doesn't have. It's not as fleshed out in terms of the grip to handle. Obviously, the corners like this, right, we're watching Tarosi go through right now, it gets beat a lot.
Oh, that's
wow! That's a 293.
Did he actually get any damage from that? It looks like he's pretty much got away from that scot-free.
Wow!
There is no way.
Completely moved him too. That was not a light contact there. Well, that's the thing, like with Tarosi, like that car is very planted right now. The BMW 100%. Now, I like cars that I can fight. And the BMW is a car you have to fight. The Cadillac's easier. I think the Acura's probably the easiest. But the BMW, it's got more character to drive. It's harder to drive. And those are the cars, like, I'm not a GTP driver. I'm not a sports car driver by any means of the imagination. I won the Daytona 24 in an LMP2, and I was like, cool, I'm done. I didn't do it again. But I like cars that I can fight. The IR18 is a car that you fight a lot. The BMW is a car that you fight a lot. The LMP2 at street circuits, particularly like at Long Beach and Belle Isle, that's a car you fight a lot. The GT3, GTEs. I love the Corvette, but I also love the BMW in GTE. because it's a car you fight a lot. And those are the cars that they're not the fastest, right? But they're the cars that are the most satisfying to drive because they're the saddest when you get them right, you've earned it a little bit harder.
So you like it when you drive a car and you kind of have to scramble with it a little bit. Do you not get like the satisfaction out of finding exactly where that limit is to not have to fight it and still get the pace out of it?
So,
because
kind of, you think about races like this, right? When you're in the car, obviously you're in the car for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours. For me, and this is ADHD 100% locking in. If it's too easy, obviously, if it's an endurance race, you want it to be easy, but it becomes harder to stay focused. You want every lap to be a task, and at least for me, I do.
Yeah, I get that.
And having done testing, because initially I wanted to do the Daytona 24 this year, and I spent time on all 4 prototypes. So I was like, okay, which car would I want to drive? The BMW is the one I settled on wanting to look for, because that was just the car where, like, okay, you're working every lap, you're not just going to be able to sit on autopilot for 3 hours and just move along. And if you get a result, then you've earned it, because it's definitely not the fastest car, obviously, because you've got 20 some odd teams here that no one picked. So yeah, 100%. If you do get it right and you get the setup to the point where, like, you don't have to push as hard, yeah, it's great. 100%, it's fantastic. But for me, not being a setup guru in sports cars at all to begin with, you pick it for the challenge. And that's sort of where I was at with that car, because again, I've already got my Daytona, my win at Daytona. Just do it for the challenge of it and see what you get out of it. So that's where I stand. And I honestly, like, if I had not have picked the BMW, I would have picked the Porsche, the car we're looking at right now. The Porsche was the next one on the list. Again, I think the Acura is the easiest. But again, that doesn't say, like, oh, I'm going to go out and do what Jan Corbs is doing. Not a chance.
No,
not a chance on the planet.
It's still hard, yeah.
Yeah, it's still very. Like, there's a difference between driving at 90% and then, or my 100% is Jan's 90%. Let's go with that. There's levels to it, right? Jan Corbs right now is sitting at 146.62. My fast laps here is a 150.5.
Really?
So I'm not quick here. I'm good here in IndyCar or Champ Car. I guess we can say either or, because we're not doing a Champ Car stream.
We're not broadcasting it, yeah.
But that's also the car that I've done 1,000 races. So I'm gonna have
literally,
that.
Or
wait, what?
Literally?
Oh,
or...
yeah. The whole reason I got iRacing to begin with 5 years ago was to do IndyCar racing. I've done almost every. I think every paved track I've done a race on in that car.
Wow.
In the IR18. The IR18, it's the IR18, the Gen 6 NASCAR stock cars, and then the Dallara LMP2 are the top 3 cars I've spent time in. And the IndyCar I've spent more time in than the Gen 6 NASCAR car and the LMP2 combined.
Wow. Right, that's genuinely a little bit impressive. I can't lie.
So, but that's where my expertise sits. So, but and again, it's all about familiarity, and the BMW gave me that physical familiarity to be more comfortable dealing with this car, while also learning things about the hybrid system too, because it's similar to the new F1 cars in terms of how the hybrid works, but how it actually affects the car is way different. And it's easier to learn that with a car you have the physical memory, the muscle memory to race in. So that was the car that I settled on. Again, I'm gonna probably get flamed on this watching, people in the chat. I haven't even looked at the chat recently to see. IR18 is the best car. Yes, Josh Tucker definitely has it right there. He's obviously watching in the chat.
I think he's wrong. That is the wrong opinion.
You can be wrong. We don't hire you to be correct all the time. The Acura, I don't think Acura feels the most like. It can. It probably could if you do it wrong. I think the Acura feels way better than the R18 does, and I think part of that is the tire. I think part of that's the tire that we have for the IR18. I think if they updated it, I think it could be a lot closer. But as it sits right now, the R18 I think is closer to the BMW. Just because it is that difficult. Again, BMW is not quick. There's a reason why we have, I think, 26 GTP teams and none of them picked the BMW. There's a reason why.
But yeah, it's not.
I would be the contrarian to actually do it. Like what Smurf Racing Team is with the Audi, I'd be with a BMW. Also, I get to run a Tequila Patron scheme, and that's always cool.
A couple of guys I know are BMW or bust. They will always run the BMW unless it's really, really, really bad, in which case they'll still switch to the Porsche. But to be fair, with the Acura, I think it just feels weird. I don't know how to explain it, but when I first drove it, it just felt weird. Like, obviously, I've gotten used to it now after I've got a couple hundred hours in it. But it still feels a little bit strange to a certain extent, and I can't explain why. Maybe it's the way it loads up the tires. Maybe it's how the suspension feels in high or low speed corners, the dampers, the aero balance, maybe how pitch sensitive the car is. I think the Acura is quite pitch sensitive compared to the other prototypes on the circuit. But for me, to be fair with the Acura, it came down to the fuel burn and the braking power. It is unmatched by anything in the GTP class in either of those things. Being able to stand on the brake into a corner and know that the car is going to stop no matter what you do to it is something that the likes of the Porsche, the Cadillac, and the BMW, I don't feel like they quite give me. I also really like the sound of the Acura. You know, mini Indy car.
Oh yeah, the Acura I think sounds the best. Obviously, and that's again IndyCar favoritism, 100%. Well, 100%.
Opinion, yeah.
I think it sounds the best. And definitely, if I were to try to be competitive, it'd be the Acura. I'd choose. But yeah, I'd be contrarian. I'd pick the BMW. I'd run the Tequila Patron scheme, and we would finish 14th or however many cars were remaining in the race, and be happy about it.
That's fair enough. I don't blame you at all, because it's not about. I always say it's not about the results. It's about how much fun you have along the way. It's about those fights. It's about the racing. It's about like the experience you have with your friends. Like, the results. Sure, it's great to win, but if you didn't really enjoy it, then what's the point? Because what other reason do we have to do this other than pure enjoyment?